Catherine's Addiction by Jesse Guthrie. On the west side of Paris, sitting on an old wooden bench, she turned toward the fountain and stared vaguely at some children that were playing with the ducks. It was a cool, misty morning in April. The sky was gray and gloomy and the air wet with humidity. There was light dew on the grass around the park where she sat. The spring came late that year. The trees were just starting to turn a yellow-green, but there was still the sense of winter in the air. She wore a knee-length black wool coat, cotton scarf, burgundy beret, and an old pair of ripped and patched blue jeans. Catherine's eyes had a piercing blue tint that drew attention at first glance. Her hair was a radiant auburn, long and frizzy, with a soft scent of lavender. She was very attractive, most would say beautiful. She leaned her back against the bench and took out her sketching pad. The images were dark and sad. It was not just the weather that influenced her mood. It was the children playing at the fountain. There was a sadness she felt about her own childhood. She was an only child growing up in a small farm town outside Boulder, Colorado. At 24 years old, she had experienced very little in life, until she went to university. There, with all the influences that a young girl in a progressive college town could be introduced to, and not wanting to miss out on anything, she was willing to experiment with everything, and she took them all on. The morning sun slowly burned off the layers of gray clouds, and the blue sky poked through the mist. The streets started to fill with people on their daily tasks. Losing the mood, she stood up, put her sketch pad under her arm, and walked back past the sidewalk cafes. She had a class at 10 a.m., and although she was intent about her art classes, today she felt a bit at a loss. Hesitating at a cafe on the way, she stopped for a coffee and a cigarette. But the feeling of guilt was too strong for her to ignore, and not wanting to be late, she made her way to class. Sitting on the steps outside was René, a fellow student in her art class, a bit older than Catherine. He was a very stereotypical French art student, with all the arrogance and style one would expect in Paris. He was infatuated with this American girl, but was still unsuccessful in his endeavor to persuade her to go out with him. His ability to paint was not lost on Catherine. She knew he was good, and had an imagination to match. There was something missing. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but it was enough to make her stop and think about it. However, today, when René asked her to go out for coffee after class, she decided to say yes. She didn't know why she had said yes, maybe because she was in a melancholy mood and felt indifference about going out with him. They went into their class, and as she sat in front of her canvas and stared, lost in the blank white that confronted her, she remembered her sketch pad from the morning and took them out. The drawings took her a bit aback because it suddenly dawned upon her the sadness and the loneliness that the sketches projected, and she wondered how she had become so sullen lately. The colors and images were just not coming to her. She was very unsettled, with neither patience nor resolve. The day was awash, and she knew it. They walked out of class together, mostly because René was afraid she would forget or change her mind about going out for coffee. They walked and talked vaguely about class and the pieces they were working on. She always noticed René in class, but never really talked with him. He spoke a little slower, knowing that Catherine's French was good, but not that good. That was in itself unusual for a Frenchman, especially a Parisian. Catherine appreciated it, and was herself a bit surprised at his attentiveness. Slowly she began to pay more attention to René. He spoke about the wonders of the city, the lifestyle of Paris from an artist's perspective, the design of the buildings, how the architects of that period created beauty from stone, things that she never really spent much time thinking about. Suddenly she found herself fully engrossed in their conversation, smiling and laughing every now and then. Seeing René in a new light, she thought his perspectives on the variety of subjects they spoke about were at the least intriguing. They found a quaint little sidewalk cafe just around the corner from the university and took a table in the cobblestone courtyard underneath a large tree facing a park. There were some other students sitting nearby. It was a favorite cafe for writers and painters. A bit trendy, but still the classic beatnik atmosphere, and Catherine and René fit into a T. The waiter came. "Deux cafés au lait, s'il vous plaît," René ordered without asking Catherine. She didn't really take much notice of his inconsiderate attitude. He didn't ask her first what she would like to have, and instead just ordered. It was normal for him. They talked for a couple of hours. Then Catherine said she had to get back to her apartment. She was expecting a friend to come by at 3 that afternoon. She told René that she would see him on Wednesday. They only had art classes together on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. She walked back toward her flat, thinking about what it was that she found so intriguing in René's demeanor. He was tall with long black hair, dark complexion. He came from Marseille originally. Very handsome, with an armband tattoo and 2 earrings in one ear. He was 34 years old, but seemed to be inherently younger. As she turned down the small street to her building, she saw her friend Michelle walking toward her. She was shorter than Catherine and had curly black hair, hazel eyes, and she always wore makeup. Catherine had met Michelle in her first semester, and they became friends right away. Michelle was a writer and took a few art classes on the side. She was a Parisian and knew her way around the city, and for Catherine it was not only comforting to have someone she felt close to, but also someone who was familiar with all the nightclubs and art galleries in town. They greeted each other in traditional French Parisian style with 3 kisses on the cheek and headed upstairs to Catherine's flat. It was a small 1-bedroom apartment with a nook for a kitchen and a small sitting room and a small but awesome balcony overlooking the west side of the city. Michelle sat down at the old wooden table while Catherine put the kettle on to make some tea. She slid the half-full ashtray and dirty wine glasses to one side and set the milk, sugar, and 2 mugs and spoons in front of Michelle. She sat down while waiting for the kettle to boil and told Michelle about her afternoon with René. She spoke rather vaguely at first, not sure herself about her feelings for René, but as she started to explain to Michelle about the way he spoke and the things they talked about, she found herself becoming more absorbed in her own thoughts. It was becoming clear to her that she was attracted to him, but it wasn't what she had expected to feel, and it was the contemplation of what he said that began to sink in, and at that moment she started to understand the depth of his thoughts, or what she perceived he was saying, which left her feeling a bit blown away by the simple fact that she felt she understood him. The kettle started whistling. Catherine stood up and got the kettle and poured hot water into the mugs. She sat down and started dipping her tea bag in the water. There was a short pause of silence in the room. She pictured René's face in her mind. Michelle asked her what she was thinking about. The silence was broken. "Oh, I was just thinking about class," Catherine said. It wasn't true, and she wasn't sure herself why she was daydreaming about René. She decided to just blow it off, instead of discussing it with Michelle. Catherine pulled out a small tin box from the wooden shelf just above the table. She got her rolling tobacco out and took a small chunk of hash from the box, then held her lighter underneath the hash and heated it up, slowly breaking off pieces and mixing it in with the tobacco. She carefully rolled up a joint and lit it, inhaled deeply, and then handed it to Michelle. She got up and went over to the stereo and put on a Nina Simone CD. She came back and took the joint from Michelle. "What did you do today?" Catherine asked. "I had a writing class this morning. And oh yeah, I ran into Nikkei outside my class. She said there was a rave going on this weekend," Michelle told her. "Awesome," Catherine said, still flashing back to her coffee with René that morning. The room filled with a sweet smell of tobacco and hash. A soft blues was playing on the CD player, and the light outside was slowly starting to fade. They finished smoking the joint. Michelle sensed that Catherine was not in the mood to party or chat. She stood up and told Catherine that she would call her the next day. She wanted to meet up with some friends at the Bar National. It was a couple of blocks away. "Do you want to come with me?" Michelle asked, knowing the answer. "No, thanks. I have some sketches to work on, but I'll talk to you tomorrow." "Have fun," Catherine said. Michelle opened the door and shut it quietly behind her. Catherine flung herself down on the futon next to the stereo. She closed her eyes and thought about René, art, her home, and where she was going in her life. The joint was slowly kicking in, and she felt a bit more relaxed and at ease. The CD ended. She opened her eyes. It was dark in the room. She stood up to light a candle and find some new tunes to listen to. Tuesday morning. The sun was shining early, since there was no gray clouds or fog to block it out, and it was warmer. Catherine opened the doors that led to the balcony. The air was fresh and crisp. The birds were chirping, and there was a slight breeze. It really felt like spring in Paris. She made some coffee and put some Tom Waits on the CD player and stood on the balcony, leaning against the iron railing and looking out over the city. She felt lonely that morning. She thought about René and how comforting it would feel if he were standing next to her at that moment with his arm around her, the touch of his hand on her waist. Simply to have someone to hold. It made her feel a bit sad, and it was little comfort to her that her thoughts were completely occupied with René. She was slowly becoming aware of why she had been a bit down lately. These feelings were all so sudden. She wasn't looking to get involved with anyone in Paris because she came to study art. It was her passion and what she wanted to concentrate completely on. There was no room for a relationship, and yet this one was becoming her focal point. She finished her coffee and got dressed. She wanted to go to the studio at the university and paint since it was her free day, no classes or work. Catherine worked part-time in the kitchen of a nice restaurant not far from her flat. Mostly she helped prep food and make salads and help mix batter. It wasn't hard work, and she was learning a lot more French as well as earning some extra spending money, which she definitely needed considering how much Michelle and her friends partied and how much she loved to hang out with them. She walked along the sidewalk, smoking a cigarette and dodging the dog shit that was overabundant in Paris. Heading for the studio with her head down, staring at the stone sidewalk, she walked slower than usual. She didn't feel any compelling urgency about painting, or for that matter, anything. The day seemed to be a very emotional one. She found herself missing the States and her friends from college. She hadn't thought about them for a long time, and she wasn't happy with her sketches. They were all so depressing. She felt alone and disheartened. She wanted to see René, to hold him, and for him to stroke her hair and comfort her, simply to ease this aching feeling of loneliness. A tear rolled down her cheek. She stopped along the sidewalk and squatted down and put her back up against the wall of a building, with her arms crossed and resting upon her knees. She lowered her head on her arms and cried. After a few moments, she pulled herself together, stood up, wiped the tears from her face, and walked on toward the university. There were 2 other students in the studio when Catherine walked through the door. Her eyes were red and her face still damp from the tears. She walked over to an area in the room that was sunny, laid out her colors and canvas, and sat cross-legged on a white tarp. She arranged her colors and prepared to start painting. She looked at the canvas and didn't know where to begin. She dropped her head and closed her eyes, feeling that she might start crying again. She stopped herself and opened her eyes. Looking at the canvas, she saw René's face. She painted for hours. Her concentration on detail was amazing. Even she recognized there was something special happening. The room had been empty for quite a while, and Catherine hadn't even noticed. She was lost in her creation. Finally, one of the university janitors came in and told her she would have to leave. She was astonished at how quickly the time passed. She gathered her things and started back home. Feeling content and satisfied with the progress that she had made, she decided to stop in a small grocery store around the corner from her building and buy a few things to make dinner. She had her concentration back and felt a sense of relief from the state of despair she had felt earlier that day. She chatted a bit with Madame Boucher, the old lady that owned the store. Catherine had been buying her food there since she'd moved to Paris, and she had gotten to know the old lady over the past year. Madame Boucher took to Catherine and enjoyed talking with her. She too had moved to Paris to study art when she was a young girl, and there she met her husband. His parents owned the little store. When they died, her husband took it over, and now she ran the store by herself. Her son also died an artist. He was a poet and had written some beautiful poems. He had died 3 years earlier in the park near the university. He was found dead leaning against a tree. Next to him were an unfinished poem and a syringe. He died of a heroin overdose. Catherine said goodbye to Madame and went home. Catherine just set the bag of groceries on the table when the telephone rang. It was Michelle. "We're all meeting at the Bar National in 1 hour. Do you want to meet us there?" Michelle asked excitedly. "Yeah, I'd love to. See you there." Catherine hung up the phone. She walked over to the stereo, put on some tunes, made a quick salad and bread, had a glass of wine, then rushed to get ready. She arrived at the bar early. Michelle was already there. Catherine went over and sat next to her. They talked about the day, and Catherine told her about the painting she was working on. but not that it was a portrait of René. Just then René walked in. She couldn't believe it. René, what's he doing here? Catherine didn't say anything. She just watched René walk across the room and sit down next to a beautiful woman. Michelle watched Catherine observing the table across the room. "What's up, Catherine?" Michelle asked curiously. "Oh, I thought I saw someone I knew, but I was wrong," Catherine replied nonchalantly, trying not to show any interest. Nikkei and a few other of her friends showed up. They all ordered drinks and started talking about all kinds of things. Mostly the conversations had to do with the university. Catherine glanced over toward René every now and then. She didn't want Michelle to see that she was interested in what was going on across the bar. Just then someone played the jukebox. Catherine smiled a little. It was a Marvin Gaye song she really liked, called "What's Going On?" It just seemed to be the ultimate irony at that moment. Michelle caught her smile out of the corner of her eye and saw there was something a little sad in Catherine's expression. René got up from his table and left the bar. He hadn't noticed Catherine sitting at the table with all the other students. Catherine wasn't taking it so hard that René was out with another girl. Besides, she didn't know him that well. She tried to put him out of her mind and enjoy the evening with her friends. She was still happy about her painting, and she didn't want her friends to start asking questions about the mysterious man. It was getting late, and Catherine knew she didn't want to be late for class the next day, not only because of her painting, but she also wanted to see René. She was curious about the woman in the bar, but not discouraged. She didn't want to think about it too much. "Bonjour," Catherine said to René when she walked into the class the next day. She had a beautiful smile, and René's face lit up when he saw her. It made her feel good seeing René's face. She recognized that spark in his eyes, and it comforted her. The class went well. She worked on a new piece in class, because she didn't want René to see her painting of him. She didn't want him to think that she was that interested in him, and she was a little self-conscious about that particular painting. It was turning into something very special for her, and she wanted to keep it a secret. Catherine put her brushes and paints in her leather backpack and started to head to the door. René was still putting his things away when he looked up at her. She stopped and turned to look at René with an expression of, "Are you coming?" René smiled and walked over to her. She held onto his arm as they walked back to the same cafe. This time Catherine asked for a glass of Merlot. René looked a bit surprised, but he ordered a glass as well. They drank their wine and had some bread and brie. It was a lovely day as they sat and talked for hours. Catherine was elated. She was starting to understand those extreme emotions she had been feeling lately. She wasn't ready to admit it to herself that she was falling in love. "How could this possibly be?" she thought. "I can't be in love. I don't even really know him." But she knew he was having a big impact on her daily life, and she couldn't avoid that fact. As they were getting ready to leave the cafe, René asked her if she would like to go out for dinner that evening. Catherine was scheduled to work that evening, and she didn't want to blow work off. It was important for her to keep her job, and she didn't want to chance it. "I'm sorry, but I have to work this evening," she said with regret in her voice. René looked disappointed, but he said he understood. "I'm free tomorrow night," she said cheerfully. Again René had a look of disappointment on his face. "I'm sorry, but I have something I must do tomorrow evening," he said. "But I would like very much to go to the park on Sunday and have a picnic. Would you like to do that?" he asked anxiously. Catherine hesitated. Then a smile came across her face. "I'd love to. What time?" she asked. "I'll come by your flat at noon Sunday," René said with a big smile on his face. "Here's my address," Catherine said as she wrote it down on a napkin. "I'll see you Sunday," she said, smiling. Actually, it worked out well for Catherine. She was invited to go to a rave with Michelle, Nikkei, and some other students on Saturday night, so noon Sunday was just right. She wouldn't have to get up so early after dancing until late. Raves were notorious for going on the whole night. She had it all planned out, and was really looking forward to Sunday. She woke up early that Sunday. She had gotten in about 3 a.m. after dancing with her friends. It was a really enjoyable evening, but it was this afternoon that she was genuinely looking forward to. It was about 10 a.m. She took a shower and made some coffee. The weather was gorgeous. It was warm, and the sky was a deep, clear blue. It was exactly what she had wished for. She put some Van Morrison on the CD player and got dressed. It was almost 12 when she heard a knock at the door. She looked in the mirror to make sure she looked good. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of René's portrait leaning up against the wall behind her. She ran over quickly and covered it up with a white tarp, then answered the door. René was looking sharp. He wore faded blue jeans, and his long black hair flowed down over his leather jacket. "Come in," Catherine said, a bit out of breath, and she knew it wasn't all from running over to cover up the portrait. "Merci," René said. He felt a bit short of breath himself after seeing Catherine. "I'll just grab my sweater and we can go," Catherine said as she walked across the room. René saw the canvas that was covered up in the corner. "What's this?" he asked as he walked toward the portrait. Catherine hurried to intercept him before he could uncover it. "It's just something I started working on last week," Catherine said as she took his hand and headed back toward the front door. René didn't say anything. He was taken by surprise that Catherine was holding his hand, and he didn't want to let go, so he just followed. They walked along the street in the direction of the park. René had a wicker basket. Inside was an expensive bottle of wine, camembert cheese, and a baguette. He also brought a red and white checkered blanket to sit on. It was what Catherine had always imagined a picture-perfect picnic would be like, and she smiled at herself as they walked along. She was happy. René was very perceptive. He knew this was good, and feeling confident that he was getting closer to Catherine. What he'd been trying to accomplish for some time. He too smiled. The streets were busy with people and cars, but as they walked along with their picnic basket, talking and smiling, Catherine caught the stares of some of the people as they passed them. "Why are they all staring at us?" Catherine asked with a bit of concern. "It's spring in Paris," René answered with a grin. Catherine didn't get it at first, and she looked at René again, with a sort of blank look on her face. René looked back at her. He reached over and held her hand and smiled. Catherine looked into his eyes, and it dawned upon her. Spring in Paris. Young couples in love. "Oh," she said. A warm smile lit up her face. It was the perfect day for Catherine. They spent the afternoon sitting underneath an enormous oak tree with their blanket laid out on the grass. They sipped their glasses of Merlot and nibbled on cheese and bread. René lay back on the blanket. Lying on his side with one arm supporting his head, he faced Catherine. He had a long piece of grass between his fingers. He reached over with the stem of the grass and stroked Catherine's arm as he talked with her about his hometown of Marseille. He told her of his childhood and how he missed the smell of salt water in the air along the Mediterranean. They talked for hours, and as the wine was gone and it was starting to cool off, with the sun slowly setting in front of them, they decided to make their way back. When they reached the door to Catherine's flat, she stopped and turned toward René and thanked him for a lovely day. René looked at her and reacted quickly, saying it was the nicest day he'd spent out in a long time. He was trying to hide the fact that he was disappointed that she didn't ask him to come in. But after all, it was their first real date, and he didn't really expect otherwise from her. He leaned toward Catherine and kissed her softly on the lips. It was a subtle kiss. "Au revoir," René said as he turned and walked back down the steps. It all seemed to happen so quickly that Catherine was still standing in front of her door looking down the stairway before she realized that René was gone. She unlocked the door and went in. She felt a bit giddy standing in the middle of her flat, confused about what she should do next. There was all this energy inside her. She almost let out a scream of excitement, but caught herself. She dropped down on the futon, leaned her head back against the cushions, closed her eyes, let out a big sigh, and smiled. Monday morning, Catherine was up early. She wanted to look good for class that day. After dressing and having some coffee, she put some Eagles on the CD player and listened to a peaceful, easy feeling. It seemed to her that the way she felt that morning, it had been written especially for her. She walked to class, feeling an excitement she hadn't felt for a long time, and couldn't help but smile. When Catherine walked into class and looked around, she didn't see René. It was still a bit early, and she thought to herself that he would be there soon. As she started setting up her paints and canvas, she kept glancing at the door, but still no René. Maybe he's running late today, she thought. For the next half an hour she kept a watch on the door, and then she gave up. He wasn't coming. "I wonder what happened," she mumbled to herself. She was disappointed that René wasn't in class, but just as worried that something had happened to him. Catherine wanted to call him, but she never got René's phone number, or he had never offered to give it to her. She couldn't remember. It was starting to get cloudy. and a mist was rolling in over the city. Catherine left class and walked to the cafe that she and René had gone to the week before. She walked by, but there was practically nobody in the cafe, and no René. She walked back home. It was starting to drizzle, and she didn't have an umbrella with her. By the time Catherine got back to her flat, she was thoroughly wet. It was amazing, she thought to herself, that when she had left the flat that morning, she had felt on top of the world. The sun was shining, and she had felt a content, warm feeling inside. Now she was drenched, standing alone in her apartment, and the weather was absolutely dreary. She was completely confused as to how it could all suddenly go so wrong. She got out of her wet clothes and put on a wool sweater that was 2 times too big for her. It was her favorite and made her feel warm and secure. She made some coffee and put on some music and got the portrait out. She painted for an hour or so, but she couldn't shake off the feeling of confusion that was running around in her head. She put her colors away and called Michelle. "Allô?" Michelle answered. "Hi, Michelle, it's me," Catherine said with a hint of disgust in her voice. "What's the matter? You sound upset," Michelle asked. "Can I come over? I need to talk," Catherine asked. "Mais oui, I'll see you in a few minutes," Michelle answered. Catherine got her umbrella and headed over to Michelle's. It wasn't too far to walk, and she felt the need to get outside. She walked along passing shops and restaurants, looking in every now and then. She happened to look into one of the restaurants and stopped dead in her tracks. She backed up a little, so as not to be noticed. René was with the same woman from the Bar National the other night. They were sitting at a small table in the corner, drinking wine and talking. "Bastard," Catherine said in a quiet mumble. She stood there for a few minutes with her umbrella cocked down to hide her face. It had gotten considerably colder, and there was a steady drizzle. The mist from the cars that drove by soaked her pants. She hadn't even noticed. She was concentrating on their facial expressions. René was smiling and laughing, and so was that woman he was with. "Damn it! What's up with that shit?" Catherine said out loud. She turned suddenly as she became aware that people were staring at her as they passed. She raised her umbrella back up and walked on toward Michelle's. She stopped as she reached the other side of the big glass window in front of the restaurant and turned to get a better look at the woman that René was apparently having a good time with. She was beautiful. Catherine turned and walked away from the restaurant. Her eyes were watering up with tears. Then her face turned red with anger. She thought about the two of them sitting together and laughing. "God, I'm such an idiot," she said to herself. She suddenly felt like the biggest fool in the world. She was embarrassed with herself. How could I have believed that he was really interested in me? Damn it, I'm such a fool, she kept saying to herself as she walked along. She was extremely mad. She stopped where she was and kicked the lamp pole in front of her. She lowered her head down and started crying. It was all too much, and she hadn't had time to understand what she had just seen. Catherine completely forgot about going to Michelle's. She was simply in a daze. She went back to her flat, took her wet jeans off, threw them across the room toward the bathroom, grabbed the bottle of red wine from the shelf, and sat down in her underwear at the table. She poured a tall glass, pulled out her tin box, and rolled up a fat joint. She lit it up and walked over to play a CD. The telephone rang. She pushed the start button and walked back to the little wooden table. "Allô?" she said, coughing from the smoke as she answered the phone. "Catherine, what happened? I thought you were coming over," Michelle asked, a bit agitated. "Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Fuck." Catherine broke down and started bawling on the phone. "Catherine, what's wrong? What's wrong? Are you okay?" "Mid. I'll be right over." Michelle hung up. Catherine hung up her phone and sat down at the table. She put her elbows up on the table and held her head with her hands and sobbed. She walked into the bedroom, put on some warm pants, and back to the kitchen. There was a knock at the door. She got up slowly and wiped the tears from her face and went over to let Michelle in. "René!" Catherine exclaimed and stared at him in disbelief. "Catherine, oh God, what's wrong? What happened? Why are you crying?" René asked with a serious look of concern on his face. "But what are you doing here? I saw you a little while ago in a restaurant with some other woman," she said to René without thinking. She realized what she had said and turned red with embarrassment. She turned around and walked back over to the table and sat down. René, still standing at the door, watched her for a moment. He was completely dumbfounded as to what was going on with Catherine. Then it dawned upon him. The restaurant, the other woman. He walked in and shut the door behind him and sat down across from her. He said nothing as he took another glass from the shelf and poured himself some wine. He took a sip and put his glass down. "Catherine, it's not what you think," he said very softly. "The woman you saw, she's—" He stopped. She looked up at him. There was a knock at the door. "Shit," Catherine said quietly. She walked over to the door and opened it. It was Michelle. Catherine stepped out into the hall and shut the door behind her. "I'm sorry, Michelle. I have René here, and I really need to speak to him," she told Michelle with a trembling voice. Michelle could see that Catherine was very upset and had been crying a lot. "That's all right, Catherine. I understand. Can I do anything?" Michelle asked with a look of pity for Catherine. "No, but thanks. I'll call you in the morning." Catherine kissed her on the cheek and turned and went back in. She sat back down at the table across from René, and she stared at the tin box on the table in front of her. She felt helpless at that moment. René reached across the table and took Catherine's hand in his. She looked up at him. "That woman you saw me with, my wife. Well, she still is." "Mad," René said, completely frustrated. René dropped his head down for a moment and was quiet. He gathered his thoughts and looked back up at Catherine. She was looking right into his eyes. Those were definitely the bluest piercing eyes René had ever seen. He spoke very softly, and with the most honest-sounding voice Catherine had heard. "I should have told you about Marie, but I was afraid. I wanted to spend time with you first. We have been separated for over a year. We're still good friends, but she wanted to do other things. I didn't want you to think the wrong things about me." He stopped talking. Catherine didn't say anything. She needed time to think. René stared at her, waiting for her to say something. She looked at him. He saw the pain in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Catherine," he said as he stood up and walked toward the door. He stopped at the door, turned around to her. "I'll see you tomorrow in class," he said. Catherine shook her head, indicating yes. René turned and walked out the door. She sat at the table, staring blankly across the room, trying to comprehend everything René had said. Spring semester was almost over. There were only 2 more weeks of class. It seemed to Catherine that the past month just flew by. She was, however, feeling a little apprehensive about going to art class that day. After that epic on Monday night, she wasn't sure how she was going to react when she saw René. Catherine walked towards the steps in the front of her class. She saw René sitting there. She paused for a moment, then walked over to where he was sitting. She knew he was waiting for her. She stopped a few feet away from him, looked him in the eyes, but didn't say anything. He looked into her eyes. She had a sad look on her face. A tear rolled down her cheek, and her lip quivered. It was a struggle trying not completely to break down and lose control. There was something in the way René was looking at her that made it even more difficult. He had a look of honest sorrow on his face. It was too much. Catherine dropped her head and cried. René stood up and slowly walked to Catherine. He stopped in front of her, put his arms around her and held her in his arms. She put her head on his shoulder and held on to him. They stood there for the longest time holding each other and not saying a word. René slowly pulled back, left his arms on her shoulders. He lifted his hand to her cheek and wiped away her tears. "Come on, let's go to the cafe. We don't need to go to class today," he said, speaking in a very soft and low voice. She looked up into his eyes. A sad smile came across her face, and she shook her head in agreement. They sat outside at the cafe, ordered some wine, and talked. It was a solemn talk for Catherine. She wanted to understand what was going on, but she felt hurt. René explained the situation between him and his wife. Catherine was starting to see where René was coming from. It eased her mind. The morning swiftly turned to afternoon as they had been talking for hours. Catherine was getting tired. She told René that she needed to go home. He could see the fatigue in her expression. She was mentally exhausted and found it hard to even rise up from her chair. "Can I see you tomorrow?" René asked her as she was leaving. Catherine turned slowly. Her face showed signs of weariness. Oui, she said and turned and walked away. The telephone rang. It was Michelle. She and Nikkei were hanging out together and wanted to come over. Catherine really wasn't in the mood, but Michelle wouldn't take no for an answer, so Catherine agreed and hung up the phone. She rolled up a fat one, sat on the floor in front of her stereo, looking through her CD collection. She picked out some French rap. She leaned back against the foot of the futon, took a big hit off the joint, closed her eyes and concentrated on the lyrics of the music. There was laughing and giggling coming from the hallway. Catherine knew they were here and stood up to go to the door. She was halfway across the room when there was a knock on the door. She opened it. "Come in, you two," she said with half a smile breaking across her face. She could feel a change in her mood coming on, especially after seeing her friends' faces. "What's up?" Nikkei asked with a big smile on her face. "Just dealing," Catherine said. "Cool, I got something to help you deal better," Nikkei said. She sat down at the old wooden table and pulled out a small piece of folded-up paper, grabbed a CD cover, set it in front of her, and opened up the paper. She took a credit card and scraped the white powder from the paper onto the CD cover. "Let's do a couple of lines," she said as she methodically chopped up the cocaine with her card. "Awesome, you guys are crazy, man," Catherine said as she handed the joint to Michelle. She took a 50-franc note and rolled it up to make a straw. They all snorted a couple of lines. Catherine got a buzz almost immediately. She felt good. She smiled and started to talk to the others about what had happened with René. She always talked a lot when she did coke, and even though she had felt a little inhibited about talking with anyone concerning René, she didn't care anymore. The three of them started laughing and joking. The rap music was immediately turned up, probably louder than it should have been, but the neighbors didn't seem to mind. The majority of people in the building were students, and parties were always going on. Nikkei wasn't like the others. She was way more extreme. It wasn't unusual for her to be dressed in a leather miniskirt and a silk top, all black. She had beautiful shoulder-length blonde hair, a small, expensive gold nose ring, and her tongue pierced with a gold stud. Catherine was fascinated by Nikkei. She was unlike any of the other girls that she had met at school. She was intelligent, artistic, and beautiful, as well as very perceptive. Nikkei was an art and music major, and liked to do some of her studying at the local rave clubs, or at least that's what she would tell her professor when she came to class late. It was simply her style, and with her flamboyant personality she always got away with it. They partied at Catherine's until about midnight, when Michelle suggested that they all go out to the Bar National. It didn't take much to convince the others to go. They spent a couple of hours chatting and drinking at the bar. "I need to get going. I have to work tomorrow," Catherine told the other two. They said goodbye to her as she made her way through the crowd and out the door. It was around 2 a.m. The streets were empty and dark. Catherine had a strange feeling as she left the bar, but she walked on toward her flat despite it. As she passed an alleyway, not far from the bar, she heard a noise coming from out of the darkness. She suddenly stopped. A chill ran down her spine. She looked into the alley and saw something moving. Suddenly a hand reached out of the darkness and grabbed her shoulder. She was so startled that she jerked backwards with such force she ripped the hand off her shoulder as well as part of her shirt. She stumbled backwards, let out a loud scream, then she turned and ran as fast as she could back to the bar. She went back in, completely out of breath, and her eyes were wide open from fear. She found Nikkei. Michelle had already left with another friend. Nikkei calmed her down. Then Catherine told her what had happened. Catherine and Nikkei took a taxi back to Catherine's apartment. Catherine was still upset, and Nikkei knew she shouldn't be alone at that moment. "I'll come up with you for a little while," Nikkei told Catherine as the taxi pulled up in front of her building. "Oh, that's all right. You don't have to," she said timidly to Nikkei. "Come on, it's no problem," Nikkei said, smiling at Catherine. Nikkei took Catherine's hand and held it in hers as they walked together from the taxi. They walked up the dimly lit stairway to Catherine's flat. She opened the door and they both went in and sat down at the old wooden table. Nikkei took a bottle of red wine down off the shelf and poured a couple of glasses. Catherine walked over to the stereo and put on Sade. It was soothing, soft music, and it helped calm her down. She sat on the futon, leaned back and rested her head on the cushion and closed her eyes. Nikkei came over and brought the glasses of wine. She sat the glasses down on the floor in front of the futon and sat down next to Catherine. They didn't speak. Nikkei sat with her leg resting against Catherine's and her elbow on top of the cushion supporting her head. She sat quietly observing Catherine. "I'm sorry you were frightened this evening," she said in a soft and comforting voice. Nikkei reached over and stroked Catherine's hair and smiled a sweet smile. "Thank you for hanging out with me. I shouldn't be so afraid, but I just didn't know what else to do but run," Catherine said as she looked over and saw Nikkei smiling. It made her feel at ease, seeing the concern on Nikkei's face. She reached over to the ashtray next to her and pulled out a half-smoked joint. She lit it up and took a big hit and handed it to Nikkei. They listened to the music and smoked. Nikkei stroked Catherine's hair more. She leaned over and laid her head on Catherine's shoulder. Then she slowly ran her finger along Catherine's arm. Catherine didn't think much about it. She was high, and it comforted her. Nikkei kissed Catherine gently on the cheek, then lay her head back on Catherine's shoulder. She still had her eyes closed. She turned her head slowly and kissed Nikkei just above her eyebrow. It didn't seem strange to her. She only reacted to Nikkei's affection. Nikkei slid her hand down underneath Catherine's shirt and caressed her stomach with her fingers. Catherine got a chill and then goosebumps. She smiled and let out a little giggle. Nikkei giggled with her. Catherine opened her eyes and looked at Nikkei. She felt like she was in a fog. She was so relaxed. Nikkei gazed into Catherine's eyes, then leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. It was so soft and sweet, Catherine didn't even think about what had just happened. She was lost in the moment. Nikkei pushed softly against Catherine, forcing her backwards. She let Nikkei guide her backwards. They were lying down next to each other on the futon. A soft horn riff was playing on the stereo. There was smoke in the air and the candlelight flickered off the walls. Catherine was in a daze. She felt Nikkei lying next to her and stroking her on the stomach with her fingers, but for some reason it didn't feel unnatural. It was only pleasurable. Nikkei slowly slid her hand up and gently caressed Catherine's breast. It was a wonderful feeling. Catherine turned to Nikkei and kissed her on the cheek. It was the most comfortable she had felt with anybody. She closed her eyes again and enjoyed the comfort and caring. They lay naked side by side. Nikkei had her leg across Catherine's, her hand gently on her breast. She kissed her. It was passionate. She slid slowly down and caressed her breast with her lips. Catherine felt the warm feeling running through her body. She slid lower and kissed her on her stomach. Catherine felt a warm metallic feeling moving across her belly button. She remembered that Nikkei had her tongue pierced. It was strange and gave her chills. It tickled a little. It was pure sensations, and Catherine had never experienced anything like that before. Nikkei touched her exceedingly gently as she slid lower down Catherine's body. Catherine's body tingled from head to toe as she felt Nikkei moving down her body. An incredible warm chill shot through her. Her whole body quivered, then tensed up. Catherine's head pushed back against the pillow. Her back lifted off the futon and arched. Tears ran down her face. She let out a quiet screech of joy. Catherine woke up alone on the futon in the morning. She got up and made some coffee. She sat at the table and had some breakfast. She felt wonderful. And then she slowly started to think about what had happened that night. She suddenly felt embarrassed. She didn't know what to feel. It all seemed so unreal, yet wonderful. She was confused about the whole evening as she sat drinking her coffee. She took a long hot bath. As she lay soaking in the tub, she thought about what had taken place that night and about Nikkei. She never thought of herself as a lesbian, and she still didn't. She just couldn't grasp what it was that let her enjoy what she had always been taught was wrong. She decided to try and not put too much thought into it. Catherine had to work that afternoon. It was a beautiful day, and she really wasn't in the mood, but she knew she couldn't afford to miss a day. The owner was nice and understanding, but not that understanding. She walked to work. It was absolutely gorgeous outside, and she smiled all the way there. It was simply a great day, and she was going to enjoy it. She walked in the kitchen, smiled, and said bonjour in a happy, loud voice. Everybody in the kitchen stopped and looked at her. They all smiled and returned the greeting. Most of them could guess from the way she glowed that she had had a special night, but they would have never guessed what had really happened. The afternoon at work went by quickly. She smiled and joked with the others in the kitchen. She was in rare form, and everyone enjoyed her mood. At the end of her shift, one of the cooks poured her a glass of wine. She finished her drink, said goodbye, and headed back to her flat. There was a knock. Catherine walked to the door and opened it. "Bonjour, René," she said in a casual tone. René just looked at her quizzically. He was not expecting such a nonchalant greeting. "Bonjour," he said, and came in and sat down across from her at the table. "Would you like some tea or coffee?" Catherine asked him. She lightly smiled at him. "Oui, coffee," he said. René couldn't figure out what was up. She was smiling, but he knew it wasn't because of him. It bothered him. He thought maybe she had met someone else, or maybe she wasn't interested in him anymore. Catherine stood up and went into the kitchen and made them both some coffee. She came over, handed René his cup, and sat down across from him. She held her cup with both hands, her elbows propped up on the table. She looked at him and smiled. "What are you up to today?" she asked him. "Oh, I just thought I'd stop by and see how you were doing," René told her, but it wasn't the truth. Well, maybe it was at first, but this was definitely not the response he was expecting from her. He thought he'd come over and she'd be so happy to see him that she would be willing to go out and do anything, just to be with him. It wasn't so, and he didn't know what had changed in her so suddenly. She didn't seem to be so upset with him anymore. She just didn't seem, well, so excited to see him. He just couldn't figure it out. "I'm going to work on some paintings today," she told him. "That's cool. I've got some errands to run," he said a bit hastily. "Thanks for the coffee. I'll see you tomorrow in class," he said to her as he stood up to leave. "Okay," Catherine said. She walked him to the door and kissed him on the cheek as he left. René was completely confused. He walked down the hallway and out onto the street. The next day, Catherine was sitting on the steps in front of the arts building when René walked around the corner. This time she was waiting for him. He saw her sitting there and walked up to her. He smiled a little when he saw her. She looked absolutely beautiful. She was holding a rose in her hand. She handed it to him. "Ça va, René?" she asked with a smile that could have lit the whole world up. "Oui, ça va," René returned her greeting. He still felt confused about her new attitude. She showed affection for him, but it seemed different now. She seemed more at ease with herself and confident. He felt he'd lost control of the situation. She wasn't under his spell anymore, and he was becoming afraid that he was going to lose her. The tables had turned. He saw her completely in a different light. Now he felt under her spell. The summer warmth started to set in, and the city took on a new look. Everything was green and lush. The street markets were bustling with people. It was the last day of spring semester, and as René and Catherine walked along the sidewalk toward their favorite cafe, they ran into Michel and Nikkei sitting outside a restaurant. "Bonjour," Catherine said to her two friends. "This is René," she introduced him. Catherine glanced over at Nikkei. She felt a little embarrassed, and Nikkei could see she felt uncomfortable. Nikkei smiled at her and gave her a look that said everything is okay. Catherine smiled. She could tell from Nikkei's face that she hadn't told Michel anything, and it was their secret. "Pull up a seat," Michel said to them. Catherine looked at René. He looked back at her and raised his shoulders slightly, gesturing that it was okay with him. They sat down. They sat and talked, ate lunch, and talked some more. Catherine looked over to Nikkei and talked with her, while Michel and René were having a conversation. At first it felt a bit uncomfortable. She wasn't sure what to say. Nikkei talked about going out to some clubs, and how she was happy that today was the last day of classes. It made Catherine feel at ease listening to her speak. Catherine watched her as she spoke. There was something about her that made her feel happy inside. To Catherine, Nikkei felt at ease like a sister, and yet she felt intoxicating like a lover. There was something incredibly special about Nikkei and the feelings she had for her, but she didn't know what to do about it. Catherine wasn't sure of her feelings for René anymore. They seemed to have changed as well. It was all so confusing. René and Catherine left the restaurant and walked to Catherine's apartment. René spoke to her about the things he had planned for the summer, but he wasn't sure anymore. He wanted to see how she reacted. "I was thinking about going to Marseille for a visit, maybe next week," he told her, waiting to see what she would say. "Really? That sounds pretty cool," Catherine answered. "How long are you going to be gone?" "Maybe a week or so," René answered her back, waiting to see what she would say next. She said, and shook her head as if agreeing. He stopped and turned to her, looking her in the eyes. "Will you come with me?" he asked her. She stared at him, not sure what to say. "Oh, I don't know, René, She paused for a moment. "Let me think about it." She looked at him, as if trying to read his face. They walked on. In front of Catherine's flat they stopped. She turned to him to say goodbye and thank him for the lunch. He knew that that was it for the day. "Can I call you tomorrow?" he asked her. "I have to work in the afternoon," she answered. "But I should be home around 7, she answered with a smile. He smiled and said he'd call, then turned and walked away. He didn't even kiss her. She wondered about that. What was wrong? She went upstairs and put on some music. She made some coffee and got the portrait of René out. Catherine hadn't worked on it for a while. As she looked at it, she suddenly started to understand what was wrong with René. She hadn't paid much attention to either lately, and they were both being neglected. Catherine painted for hours. The music played, and she concentrated on René's face. She felt the flow coming back. She felt the feelings coming that had been dormant for the past week or so. Through her painting, she felt an awakening in herself. It was René. He was there. He was special. He was what she wanted. The next day after work, the telephone rang. It was René. "Allô, Catherine. How are you today?" he asked, trying to feel out her mood. "Allô, René. I'm doing great. Do you want to come over? I just opened a new bottle of wine." Catherine answered. Her voice was cheerful. "Oui, that would be nice," he answered, wondering to himself why she sounded happy. Not just happy, but excited to see him. She had been so distant lately, he thought it was probably over between them. There was a knock at the door. Catherine opened it. It was René. She smiled at him. "Oui," she said as she looked him in the eyes. He looked at her with a blank expression on his face. He stared at her, not saying a word. Catherine could see the look of confusion on his face. "I'd love to go to Marseille with you," she said. René smiled at her. He was stunned by her enthusiasm. He came in and sat down at the table. She poured them both wine and sat down. She gazed into his eyes and smiled. "He's beautiful," she thought to herself. They talked about the trip with excitement. Catherine had never been to the south of France. Catherine didn't see René much the rest of the week. He was preparing for the trip, and she was painting. She ran into Michel and Nikkei one day, at the store where she usually shopped. She told them she was going with René for a week to Marseille. They were both happy for her and wished her a good time. The train arrived in Marseille. It was nothing like Catherine had imagined. It was dirty, crowded, and smoggy. René seemed indifferent to the whole scene. She wondered about what was up with that. "Taxi!" René shouted as they stood in front of the station. They got in a taxi. René told the driver Cassis. The driver headed off through the congestion of the city and along the coast. They got out of the taxi in front of a gorgeous little cottage overlooking the Mediterranean. It was white, with red clay shingles and rose bushes growing along the side of the front door. There was a small green front yard with a stone fence around it. Catherine had never seen anything so lovely. René opened the front door with a key he had gotten from under a stone in the rose bushes. He turned to Catherine and held his arm out, pointing inside. With a gesture that she should enter first, she walked in. There was a small stone fireplace in the corner with a beautiful painting above the mantel. She went straight to it and studied the face of the portrait. It was Marie. Catherine stood there as if in a trance. René walked over to her and put his arm on her shoulder and looked at the painting with her. "It's beautiful, René," she said softly. "Merci. I painted it a long time ago," René answered her. "I'll put our things away and we can sit outside and have some late lunch," René said as he took their bags into the bedroom. Catherine walked around the cottage, looking at all of the different artwork that was displayed in each little nook and cranny. René came back. He went into the kitchen, grabbed some things from the refrigerator and a bottle of red wine. They went out to the back of the cottage. There were terraces dug into the hillside, with flowers and lavender planted everywhere. They sat at a picnic table just to the side of the cottage. The view was incredible. The village of Cassis was straight down below them. There were amazing limestone cliffs jetting straight up out of the sea all along the coastline. It was a wonderful day. The sun was shining, and the breeze blew gently in off the sea, and there were seagulls soaring around the hillside. They sat and talked as they enjoyed their wine. René pointed out the buildings in the town below. They watched the sun as it slowly dropped down, changing colors the lower it got. It was stunning. They went back in the cottage. René suggested that they go to town for dinner. They took showers and got dressed. René went out and got the Renault out of the garage. They drove down the mountain to town. They sat at a window table. The restaurant overlooked the bay, with all the boats docked on the lit-up slip. Catherine admired the view. It was very romantic. She looked at René in a completely different light. He was very relaxed and witty, more than she had previously been aware of. He was extremely charming, even polite to the waiter, and that was unusual for any Frenchman. Catherine had an incredible evening. She felt comfortable with René. He too appreciated this change of attitude in her, but he also felt different towards her. She was on his level now. No more young schoolgirl that he could control, and that made her even more appealing to him. They walked along the boardwalk for a while, holding hands. They stopped at a little cafe and had some coffee, then headed back to the car. They drove back to the cottage. René lit a fire. Catherine put some music on and they sat together on the couch and drank wine. They were both a little nervous because they knew what was going to happen next. René stood up and took Catherine by the hand and led her into the bedroom. She didn't say anything, she only followed. René stopped in front of the bed and turned to Catherine. He put his arms around her and kissed her passionately. He slowly unbuttoned her shirt and then slid it off her shoulders. He held her as they slowly laid back onto the bed. He rolled slowly onto his back so that Catherine was lying on top of him. He massaged her back with his fingers as he kissed her. René was so gentle. Catherine had never been with a man with such a sensual touch. She looked into his eyes. It all seemed to be happening so fast, but it felt so right. They made love. She was overwhelmed with passion. This was where she belonged and with whom she belonged, and she knew it. She felt complete happiness at that moment. Catherine woke up. René wasn't lying next to her. She stretched her arms out and yawned. Just then the door opened. It was René, carrying a tray with coffee and breakfast on it. She smiled at him as he came in. "Bonjour," he said with a big smile on his face. "Bonjour, René," Catherine answered, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. Catherine was glowing with happiness. Her long auburn hair flowed down over the soft cotton sheets, her eyes as blue as the sky. "Damn, even in the morning she's beautiful," René thought to himself as he put the tray down on the bed and crawled back in to join her. He opened the window behind the bed. Fresh sea air came in, and they heard the gulls crying out to each other. Catherine propped herself up and ate breakfast. She watched René as he carefully spread jam on his toast and sipped his coffee. She smiled as she thought to herself, "He's my soulmate." René turned and caught her smiling. He felt her sense of contentment. He smiled at her. He too felt a contentment in himself he had never experienced before. They dragged themselves out of bed late and decided to go for a walk. They walked along the hillside together, holding hands, talking and laughing. Catherine couldn't imagine anything better at that moment. They went back to the cottage after a while. The afternoon sun was starting to get hot. René had made some lunch while Catherine made coffee. The phone rang. "Allô?" René answered. "Oui, I'll see you in 2 hours," René said and hung up the phone. "What's up?" Catherine asked him. "Oh, it's nothing. I have to meet someone in Marseille, but it shouldn't take long," he told her, trying to avoid any more questions. Catherine sensed that there was something up, but she didn't want to push it. René left the cottage and drove to Marseille. He told Catherine he'd be back in a couple of hours. He set her up with a canvas and paint. She wanted to do some painting while he was gone. She set up her canvas out back on the terrace and started painting. The hours went by, and René had not returned. She started to get worried. He was always on time. It got dark. Catherine went inside to make dinner for both of them. She put on some music and chopped some vegetables. She opened a bottle of wine and had a glass. It was 9:30, and René was still not back. She was really starting to get worried. She had dinner finished and set on the table. She sat there and drank some more wine. It was 11. He was still not there. He hadn't called. Nothing. The phone rang. "Allô?" Catherine answered. There was silence, and then a woman's voice. "Allô? Is René home?" she asked with a note of confusion in her voice. "No, he was supposed to be back at 5, but I haven't heard from him." "Who is this?" Catherine asked. Marie," she said quietly. "Marie? Oh, René's wife?" Catherine asked, a bit shocked. "Oui. Did he say where he was going?" she asked Catherine, sounding concerned. "He said he had to go to Marseille, but he would be back in a couple of hours. I haven't heard from him since," Catherine told her, almost crying. "I'll be right over," Marie said and hung up the phone before Catherine could say anything. 20 minutes later there was a knock at the door. Catherine walked slowly to the door. She knew it was Marie, and she was afraid. She didn't know why she felt afraid. She had only seen Marie at the Bar National and at the restaurant in Paris with René. "Come in," she said to Marie. Catherine stared at her as she paused at the door. "She's beautiful," Catherine thought to herself. "Have you heard from him?" Marie asked, with a bit of panic in her voice. "No, nothing," Catherine said, her eyes starting to tear up. Marie looked at her. Her face turned serious, and she too started crying. She didn't really know why. She had been through this before, but looking at Catherine touched a nerve. Poor girl, she thought to herself. Both of them stood there looking at each other with tears streaming down their faces. Marie walked up to Catherine and hugged her. It took them both by surprise, but it felt right. Catherine felt strange, but she needed someone to hold on to, and Marie, for some strange reason, felt like family at that moment. "Come on, I think I know where to look for René," Marie said as she gathered herself together and headed for the door. Catherine followed as fast as she could. Marie was almost in a run. They got into Marie's car and headed for Marseille. It didn't take long. Marie was driving like a woman possessed. "We have to stop and pick someone up," she said to Catherine, her eyes wide open and frantic. "Okay," Catherine said. She was scared. Marie looked totally freaked out, and Catherine still didn't know what was going on. She was too afraid to ask. Marie slammed the brakes on. The car slid on the gravel and stopped in front of a small house. She jumped out of the car and ran to the door, knocking frantically. A man opened the door. Catherine watched from the car. They both came running back to the car and jumped in. The car tires screeched as it left the house. Jacques, Catherine, Marie introduced the two. Jacques, where to? Marie asked urgently. Rue de la Mer, Jacques answered. She drove faster. The car squealed as it rounded the corner to the street she knew all too well. Slow down, Jacques screamed from the back seat. Just there on the right. She slowed the car to normal speed, pulled up in front of the building and stopped. They all got out of the car. No, you stay here, Marie said to Catherine sharply. I can't. I have to come, damn it, Catherine said just as sharp. Marie looked at her. She didn't say anything. She turned and ran into the building. Catherine and Jacques followed right behind her. They all ran up the old wooden steps to number 14. Marie didn't bother knocking. She just opened the door and stopped. Catherine came up next to her. She stopped. They both looked into the room. René! They both screamed at the same time. Marie and Catherine both ran into the room. René was lying on the floor, his face all bloody and bruised. He was unconscious, lying in a balled-up position. Jacques walked over to the two of them. He reached down and picked up René in his arms and started back to the car. Catherine and Marie were just standing there watching. They followed Jacques back to the car and got in. To the hospital, Jacques said calmly. Marie stomped on the gas and drove as fast as she could to the hospital. They all sat in the waiting room, waiting to hear from the doctor. Finally, she came out to see them. Is he going to be all right? Marie asked her. Catherine was standing next to her and Jacques behind them. He was beaten pretty badly, but he's going to be okay, she said confidently. Can we see him? Catherine asked. Tomorrow, the doctor said firmly, and then she turned and left. They all just stood there for a moment, not saying anything. Jacques turned to leave. He told Marie there was something he needed to do and for her to give him a lift home. They all walked out and got into the car. They dropped Jacques off at his house and drove back to the cottage. It was 2 a.m. when they got back. They went in. Catherine poured them both wine. They sat on the couch and drank their wine. Finally, Catherine asked Marie what was going on. I'm not sure what happened, she said vaguely, trying to avoid the question. But you knew exactly where to find him, Catherine said to her, knowing that she knew what was happening. We'll find out tomorrow when we talk to René, she said bluntly. They didn't talk any more about it. Catherine was tired and wanted to go to bed. It was an exhausting and confusing evening. Maria could see the fatigue on her face. You should go and get some sleep, Marie told her. I'll sleep on the couch, and then we can go back to the hospital in the morning, she told Catherine. Catherine went into the bedroom, and then came back out, carrying a blanket and pillow. She handed them to Marie and said good night. I found them. They were trying to get rid of it down by the docks, Jacques told René in a low voice. Did you get it back? René asked his old friend. Oui, it will be where you used to keep it, Jacques whispered just as Marie and Catherine walked in the door. René looked up to see the two of them standing at the end of his bed. Neither spoke for a moment. They just stared at him. They were both speechless when they saw how swollen his face was and how bad he looked. René looked back at them. Shit, he thought. He never expected that the two of them would really meet. He was speechless. Marie looked over at Jacques. He glanced back at her. Then she motioned with her head for Jacques to come with her to the other side of the room. Catherine walked over to René's side. She reached down and took his hand and held it. God, René, what happened? She was in tears. René didn't say anything at first. He wasn't sure of what he was going to tell her. A couple of guys jumped me. I was on my way to my friends, he said, but not all that convincing. Let's not talk about it right now, Catherine. It hurts when I talk, he told her, sounding in pain. Marie and Jacques came back over to the bed. Marie looked pissed off, and René knew why. I'll call you later, René, Marie said. Jacques will come back around 4 and pick you up, Catherine. He'll give you a ride back to René's house. The doctor said René could go home tomorrow, Marie explained to her. Marie and Jacques left. Catherine pulled up a chair and sat next to René. She talked about what she had painted the day before. René listened to her. He nodded off. Catherine watched him as he slept. There was a quiet knock on the door. It opened, and Jacques walked in. René had been awake for about a half an hour. "Catherine, are you ready to go?" Jacques asked quietly. He was about René's age, but he looked like he had had a harder life than René. His face was hard and wrinkled from the sun. He looked more like a sailor, Catherine thought. "Oui? I'm ready," she answered him. "Don't worry. I'll be home tomorrow. Jacques will pick me up," René said softly. Catherine leaned over and kissed him very gently on the lips and said goodbye. Jacques drove slowly along the coast towards René's cottage. He didn't talk much, and Catherine wasn't sure what to say. They pulled up in front of the cottage. Jacques parked the car, grabbed his little day pack from underneath his seat, and got out. Catherine wasn't sure what he was doing. She looked at him quizzically. He saw the look on her face. "I need to pick up some more clothes for René," he said, and walked to the front door. He took a key out of his pack and opened the door, then handed the key to Catherine. "This is René's key," he said, and smiled at her. She forgot that she didn't have a key to get in. She felt a little more at ease now. They went in. Jacques walked towards the bedroom. He stopped and turned to Catherine. "Would you mind making some coffee, Catherine?" he asked very politely. She looked at him and then smiled. "Of course, Jacques. Would you like something to eat? I can make us some lunch," she said, remembering her manners. "Oui, a little bit of lunch would be nice." He turned and walked into the bedroom. He opened the closet door, set his pack down in front of him, and reached into the back of the closet on the floor. He lifted a small part of the floorboard up. He took a package out of his pack and slid it into the opening in the floor. He closed it back up, set a pair of René's shoes over the area, and then grabbed a shirt and some pants. He walked back into the living room. Catherine went into the kitchen to make lunch. She just then realized that when she and René arrived at the cottage, it was clean and there was fresh food in the refrigerator. Jacques had prepared everything for them. They sat and talked a little while they ate. Catherine told him that she and René had met at the university. He was very nice and polite, but he didn't talk much about himself or René, only about René's art. Jacques told her that he had to get going and stood up to leave. He thanked her for the lunch and walked out the front door, got in his car and was gone just like that. The next morning, Catherine was sitting on the couch with her feet propped up on the coffee table, reading a book and drinking coffee. She heard a car pull up. It was René and Jacques. Jacques helped René in the house and straight into bed. He had cracked ribs and bruises all over. He could barely walk. Catherine tried to help the best she could. It was hard to touch him without hurting him. Jacques helped him get undressed and into bed, then said he'd check in with them tomorrow. Catherine felt a bit helpless. There simply wasn't anything she could do for him. She went in the kitchen and made them some lunch. The phone rang. René answered it in the bedroom. Catherine put the lunch on a tray and took it to René. She heard him talking to Marie on the phone. He sounded upset. He hung up the phone and looked at Catherine. "I'm sorry you had to see the bad side of Marseille," he said to her. She could tell he was upset and didn't want to push him about what had happened. "That's okay, René. I'm just worried about you," she said, concerned. "Was that Marie on the phone?" she asked him subtly. "Oui, she was upset with me, but everything will be all right," he answered a bit snappy. Catherine let it go. She left him alone and went outside to paint for a while. She didn't want to be in the way. "He'll tell me what's going on when he's ready," she told herself. Jacques came by the next day to check on René. They spoke for some time while Catherine made breakfast for all of them. They ate and talked about art and Paris. Jacques said he wanted to come and visit sometime. The discussion stayed on the basics and not what had happened to René. Catherine took care of René for the rest of the week. He was able to get around on his own now. They had planned to go back to Paris the next day, but René told her that he wasn't up to it yet, and that Jacques would take her to the train station tomorrow and see that she got off okay. She told René that she didn't want to go without him, but he insisted. She agreed, and that was that. Catherine arrived in Paris at the train station late the next day. She was tired from the trip. Normally she would have taken the underground, but she opted for a taxi. She only wanted to get home and have a hot bath and relax. She unlocked the door, walked in, dropped her bags on the floor. She poured herself a glass of wine, started the bath, and put some Bob Dylan on the stereo. There were loads of messages on her answering machine, but she couldn't be bothered at the moment. She grabbed her glass of wine and went into the bathroom. The water was steaming hot with bubbles floating on top like clouds. She took her clothes off and slowly slid down into the hot water. Her muscles instantly melted in the water. She lay her head back against the rim of the tub, closed her eyes, and listened to Dylan singing Simple Twist of Fate. She sipped her wine and listened. "Hello, dear, it's Mom." The answering machine spoke to her in a gurgling noise. Catherine struggled to make out the rest of the message. She had quite a few calls. Even she wondered why everybody was calling her. She called her mother. Everything was fine. She only wanted to know if Catherine was going to come home during school break. She had absolutely no desire to go back to America. Nikkei left a message as well. Catherine debated about calling her back, because she had put Nikkei out of her mind, at least while she was in Marseille. She sat down at the kitchen table, rolled a joint, and thought about what it was she felt toward Nikkei. She knew she had to sort it out, and if she spent the time exploring her feelings, she would. She decided to call her. "Allo, Nikkei, it's Catherine. I just got back. How are you?" she asked, unsure why she had called. "Oh, Catherine, I missed you. How was your trip?" Nikkei asked her, in her normal, joyful tone. They talked for a while on the phone. The next thing Catherine knew, she was at Nikkei's apartment. They continued their conversation over a glass of wine. Catherine sat on the couch on Nikkei's balcony, admiring the incredible view. She told Nikkei about what had happened to René while they were in the south of France. Nikkei thought it sounded a little strange, and there was definitely more to the story, but didn't say anything to Catherine. The sun was starting to set. Nikkei poured them some more wine and changed the tunes on the radio. She found some mellow jazz. She came back out on the balcony and sat close to Catherine. She reached over and gently stroked Catherine on the cheek with the back of her fingers. Catherine looked into her eyes. She paused. She absorbed the beauty of Nikkei's face. "I don't understand what it is, Nikkei," she said. "There's something about you, and I don't understand why or what it is, but I feel so comfortable and secure when I'm around you." Catherine tried to explain her confusion. "Don't try and analyze your feelings so much," Nikkei told her. "Just be in the moment. If it doesn't feel wrong or bad, then enjoy it." Catherine took her advice. She enjoyed it. They spent the evening together. She left early the next morning and went home. There was a message from René saying that he would be back in Paris in a couple of days. He wanted to see that she got home all right and that he missed her. Catherine was happy to hear René's voice on the answering machine. Then she felt guilty. She had slept with Nikkei, but missed René. She was hurt by her own actions, even more so by trying to understand what was the reason for her actions and why she had done it. She knew René was the one for her, but Nikkei was like a drug, hard to quit. Catherine worked on the portrait of René for the next few days. She needed time to herself, and painting gave her a sense of tranquility. There seemed to be so much going on in her life right now, and she just couldn't grasp it all. She felt as if her life was spinning out of control, and she was frightened. René arrived on the afternoon train. Catherine met him at the station. He looked much better, almost back to normal. They walked slowly together along the platform, holding hands. René was still in some pain, and he couldn't move very fast. Catherine carried his bags. It was crowded at the station, like it always was. They reached the end of the platform and started towards the exit. Suddenly, two men dressed in jeans and leather jackets came up on each side of them. One of them grabbed René by the arm, knocked his legs out from under him, and pushed him to the ground. He had his knee planted firmly in his back and had René's arm twisted around so that he couldn't move. The other man had a hold of Catherine. She had dropped the bags and tried to help René. She hadn't seen the other man until she moved towards the man holding René. Catherine started screaming for the police. The man holding on to her pulled his identification out of his pocket. "We are the police," he said, "and you two are under arrest." Catherine just looked at him in utter amazement. "Don't say a word," René yelled out to Catherine, his face pushed to the floor of the train station. A large man with dark complexion and a big mustache walked into the room. Catherine looked up at him from her chair. He paused in the doorway and stared at her. She was completely confused by what had just taken place. "You will probably be sent back to America," he said with no expression on his face. "What? Who are you? Why am I here?" she asked with panic on her face. "I'm Detective Laurence, and your boyfriend is a heroin dealer," he said with a matter of fact. Catherine's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. The detective proceeded to tell her all about the incident in Marseille. He told her about a small-time dealer in Marseille that was found floating in the harbor, and they knew he had stolen René's heroin the day before. They couldn't find the drugs, so they waited and followed him to Paris. "If you cooperate with us, we might be able to keep you out of this mess," he told her. Catherine didn't say anything else. She knew better. She closed her eyes and pretended she was sitting in the park with René, drinking wine and enjoying the afternoon. The detective kept talking to her, but she refused to listen. He finally gave up and left the room. She sat there for hours, her mind going 100 miles an hour. She was frightened, and then she got mad. She was mad at René. She ran it over and over in her mind. Jacques left the hospital saying he had something to take care of. He was alone in René's bedroom with his pack. Slowly she started seeing things that had not made a lot of sense at the time, but she didn't really think all that much about it. Now it all started to look different. She knew René didn't kill anybody. He couldn't have. Not René. She began questioning a lot of things that René had done since she met him. She thought of all kinds of crazy things. Her mind ran away with her. A policewoman came in and led her out to the front desk. Marie was standing there waiting. Catherine couldn't believe it. Things were just getting weirder and weirder, she thought. She looked at Marie. Marie held her hand up, gesturing to Catherine to be silent. They walked out of the police station together. "What the fuck is going on?" Catherine screamed at Marie when they got outside. "Let's go to your flat. I'll tell you everything," Marie consoled her, and then she hailed a taxi. They went in and sat down at the table. Catherine made some coffee and lit up a cigarette. She was mad. She felt like she'd been used. She thought that Marie and René were still together and that they had used her. She slammed the coffee cups down on the table and stared at Marie. Marie looked up at her. She, too, was confused. "What's wrong? Are you mad at me?" she asked Catherine. "I'm the one who got you out of jail." "Yeah, but you and René used me. You lied to me. He lied to me. Damn it! I can't believe I've been so stupid." Catherine was pissed off. Marie looked down at her cup. She didn't say anything. She waited for Catherine to calm down. Catherine sat down across from her and was quiet. She was steaming. Marie started to explain calmly to Catherine. "We're not back together, Catherine. He's in love with you. He loves you more than anything." She paused. A tear rolled down her cheek. She had a hollow feeling inside. She just realized herself what she had said, and it hurt her. She still cared for René. "I came on the same train as René, but I was in the back car," she explained. "René found out about the guy that was killed. Jacques did it, He totally lost it and beat the shit out of him and threw him off the docks. She went on with the story. René told me that this would be the last time. For some reason I believed him, so I agreed to help him. He knew that the police would follow him to Paris, so I slipped on the train later and brought the heroin, she continued. Then she began to tell Catherine about René's life as a youngster and how he and Jacques got involved with running drugs. Catherine sat with her elbows on the table holding her head in her hands as she took in everything Marie told her. It was like a dream. She was having a hard time absorbing it all. "What's going to happen to René now?" Catherine asked, her voice calm and concerned. "He should be out soon. They don't have anything. No evidence," Marie said as she sipped her coffee. It was true. He was out the next morning. He went to Catherine's first thing. She'd just made a pot of coffee when there was a knock at the door. She opened the door. She stood there staring at him. She didn't say anything. "I'm so sorry," he said, and he really meant it. She held out her hand to him. He took it and gave her a hug. He held on to her for the longest time. He didn't want to let go of her. Finally, she told him the coffee was getting cold as she slowly pulled back. He came in and sat down on the futon. He was hurting and tired. Catherine bought him a cup of coffee. "I'll make us some breakfast," she told him and went back to the kitchen. She made a couple of cheese and vegetable omelets. They smelled wonderful. She set the table and called to René to come and eat. No reply. She turned and looked over to the futon. He was laying back, his eyes closed. He was asleep. There was another knock at the door. It was Marie. Catherine let her in. "He's asleep. I just made 2 omelets. Come sit down and eat breakfast with me," Catherine said politely. She was feeling much better this morning. They sat and ate. Marie liked Catherine. She didn't know why it was so easy to be around her. It would have been better if she hadn't met her. Marie felt confused by the whole scene. She missed René, and she liked Catherine. It was crazy, she thought. They sat and ate breakfast. Marie looked around the apartment at Catherine's paintings. She was impressed by what she saw. "These are really good," she said to her, and she genuinely meant it. "Oh, thanks," Catherine answered her, sounding a bit surprised by her interest. "I have a friend who owns a gallery here on the west side. I'd like to show him a piece or two," Marie told her. Catherine gave her consent. She didn't think any more about it. Marie woke René up. "I brought your bag," she told him. "I'll call you guys later," she said as she walked towards the door. "Merci, Marie, for everything," René called out as she left. René and Catherine sat and talked about everything for the rest of the afternoon. He explained what had happened, and that he was done with it all. He promised her. The police dropped the charges against both of them. They didn't have any proof that René had anything to do with the death of the man in Marseille, and they definitely had nothing on Catherine. Besides, they didn't really seem all that bothered about finding out who killed another drug dealer. It was simply one less problem for them. The sun was just coming up over the city. Catherine stood on her balcony, leaning against the railing, holding her coffee mug with both hands. She gazed out over the park. There was a morning mist floating in the air, and it was very quiet. She reflected on everything that had taken place over the last month. The trip to Marseille, Nikkei, everything. René walked up quietly behind her. He put his arm around her waist and leaned up against the railing next to her. She remembered back to the time when she was standing in the same place, thinking how nice it would be if he were standing next to her, with his arm around her. She turned and kissed him softly on the cheek. She felt truly content. It was around 10 a.m. The phone rang. It was Nikkei. She was crying. "Hello, Catherine, it's me," she said, sobbing. "What's wrong, Nikkei?" Catherine asked. She knew there was something really wrong. She had never seen or heard Nikkei cry, or sad for that matter. "Michelle was in a car crash." She paused. There was silence. Catherine was frightened to say anything. She knew it was bad, but she didn't want to say what she was really thinking. "Oh, God," Catherine paused. Again there was a long silence on the phone. Catherine, she's dead. Nikkei broke down over the phone and started crying uncontrollably. Catherine couldn't believe it. There was another long pause. Oh, fuck. Oh. Catherine couldn't find the words. Where are you? She asked Nikkei. I'm home, she whined. I'll be right there. Catherine hung up the phone. René, she screamed toward the balcony. Tears were streaming down her face. He came running in as fast as he could. What's wrong? He asked almost in a panic. It's Michelle. She started to cry uncontrollably. Her whole body was shaking. What's with Michelle? He asked her. It was so out of the blue that he didn't have time to think. He knew something was wrong. He'd never seen Catherine like this. She's dead. Oh, God, René, she's dead. Oh. She fell into his arms, crying and shaking. He held her tight. They stood there holding each other. René started to cry. He didn't know Michelle all that well, but seeing Catherine in so much pain hurt, more than he had ever expected it would. They went over to Nikkei's apartment. She opened the door, looked at Catherine, and broke down again. Catherine put her arms around Nikkei and held her, and they both cried on each other's shoulders. René walked into the kitchen and made them coffee, mostly to get out of the way and let the two of them be together. René didn't have the slightest idea that there had been something between the two of them, but he felt something inside when he saw the two of them together. It was a strange feeling. He had absolutely no reason to think that there was anything between them, but when he came back into the room and saw the two of them together, he knew. He had a strong feeling that there was something going on between them. He just couldn't figure it out. He wasn't wrong. They had strong feelings for each other, and this crisis brought it out. I made some coffee, René said, and came back into the room. They sat down and had coffee together. Nikkei told them what had happened. They all went to a club to go dancing. Michelle left early with a friend. Nikkei got a call in the morning from Michelle's mother. Nikkei started crying again. Catherine went over and held her. René watched the two of them. Catherine, René said to her. She looked at him. He nodded his head for her to follow him. They walked towards the front door. I'll leave you two alone. I have some things to take care of, René told her. She looked at him. She paused for a moment. René, please be careful. The police haven't given up yet, she said with a concerned look. I will. There's nothing to worry about, really, he said to her. He turned to walk out the door. René, Catherine said. He turned to look at her. I love you, she said very sweetly. She smiled at him. He stood there for a moment, as if he didn't understand what she had just said. He looked into her eyes. He paused. He smiled, leaned forward, and kissed her. I love you too, he paused. I really do love you. His eyes beamed at her. He pulled the door closed behind him. As he walked down the hallway, he was mystified by what had just taken place. He couldn't believe that Catherine just said that she loved him, and it surprised him to hear himself saying that he loved her. It wasn't that he didn't love her. He did. It was just hearing himself say it. That was what took him by surprise. But he liked the thought of being in love with her. Catherine and Nikkei spent the rest of the day together. It was an extremely sad day for both of them. Catherine walked home around dark. The clouds just turned a purplish red, and there was a slight breeze blowing in her face. She stopped and looked up to the sky and watched the sun set in front of her. It was a solemn moment. She felt a chill run down her spine. She still couldn't believe that Michelle was gone. As she watched the sun disappear below the horizon, the final beam of light faded, and she thought to herself, there goes Michelle. The rain drizzled down. Catherine got dressed in her black leather pants and black silk shirt. She stood in front of the mirror looking at herself. She tried to put on some makeup, but it wouldn't stay on. She just couldn't stop crying. It was Michelle's funeral, and no matter how much Catherine looked at herself, dressed in black, she just couldn't believe that Michelle was gone, or that she was going to her funeral. René arrived. He was dressed in a traditional black suit. He brought flowers for Catherine to place on Michelle's grave. They left Catherine's and took a taxi to pick up Nikkei. She was waiting for them in front of her building. René got out of the taxi, opened the door for Nikkei. She got in and sat next to Catherine. They held hands as tears ran down their faces. Nikkei, Catherine, and René sat with Michelle's parents and some other friends in a cafe. They all sat and had coffee and cakes after the services. It was mostly small talk that could be heard in the cafe. Everybody still seemed to be in shock. After an hour or so, the three of them left. Nikkei and Catherine hugged Michelle's parents before they left. They dropped Nikkei off at her apartment and went back to Catherine's. It was late in the afternoon. They went in and Catherine poured them both some wine. They sat at the table. Neither of them said anything. After a little while, René said he should probably head home and change. Catherine looked at him. She felt like she was in a daze. She just nodded her head in agreement. "I'll stay as long as you want me to, Catherine," he told her. "No, René, I would like to be alone for a while," she said reflectively. "I'll call you a little later," he said as he stood up and walked over to her. He leaned down and kissed her. The phone rang. It was Nikkei. Catherine was glad she called. She was feeling lonely. It was a strange loneliness. She missed Nikkei, not René. It was almost a sisterly feeling she had for Nikkei, but not. She loved Nikkei with the same passion she loved René, only in a different way. She couldn't quite figure it out, but it didn't matter. Her feelings toward both of them were right, and that was all that mattered. They talked for a while on the phone. They both felt the same way. They missed Michelle and each other. Catherine went over to Nikkei's. They sat around until late in the night, drinking and smoking joints. Catherine woke up in the morning, cuddled up next to Nikkei. It was a warm and comfortable feeling. Catherine told Nikkei that she needed to go home and check her messages. She was expecting René to call, and he would probably be worried about her. She went home. René did call, 4 times. Catherine wanted to call him back, but René hadn't left his telephone number on the answering machine, and he never did give it to her. She suddenly realized that she couldn't get in touch with him. It made her mad. She totally didn't understand why he never gave her his number, or for that matter, why she had never been to his apartment either. She didn't even know where he lived. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The phone finally rang. She had been sitting around most of the morning waiting for him to call. "Hello, Catherine, it's me, Marie." Catherine was taken by surprise. She thought for sure it was René on the phone. "Oh, Marie, there's nothing wrong, is there? It's not René, is it?" she asked. No, I haven't heard from him. He's not with you?" Marie asked. "No, I stayed with a friend last night, and I can't get in touch with him. He never gave me his phone number," she told Marie in an irritated voice. "No? Asshole," Marie responded. "I have his portable phone number. Call him and tell him he's an asshole," Marie said, and she wasn't kidding. She gave Catherine the number. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I would like to come around this afternoon with a friend of mine. I told him about your paintings." She sounded excited. Catherine was surprised by Marie's interest, but she didn't mind. Maybe she could make some money on the side. "Sure, that would be great," she said, then hung up the phone. She called the number Marie gave her. "Allo?" René answered. "How come you never gave me this number?" was the first thing René heard. He was dumbfounded, and then he realized it was Catherine. Then he was upset with himself for forgetting to give her the number. "Catherine, shit, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot that you didn't have my number," he answered apologetically. "How did you get it?" He was puzzled. "Marie just called. By the way, she said to say you're an asshole for not giving me your number. She's right, you know. Anyway, she's coming around this afternoon with a friend to look at my paintings," Catherine explained to him. "Really? René responded. "What, René, is there something wrong?" Catherine asked him. "No, Marie does have some very good contacts in the art world," he answered. "What's wrong? You sound skeptical." Catherine was starting to wonder about all of this. "Nothing's wrong, Catherine. What are you doing now?" René asked her, changing the subject. "I'm just going to have some breakfast and wait for Marie to come over." "Do you want to come over?" she asked. No, I have a few things to take care of this morning. I'll call you this afternoon, okay? He said quickly, then hung up. Marie showed up around 2. She was alone. She told Catherine that her friend would be along at any time. She wanted to come a little early so she could explain the situation to her, who her friend was and what he was like. Catherine didn't understand at first. She thought it was just an acquaintance that would like to see her paintings. Henri knocked at the door. Marie let him in. He was a small man with a wiry build, about 45 years old, and a bit feminine. Marie introduced him to Catherine. Okay, let's see the paintings, he said, excited but impatient. Here, Henri, check these out, Marie said, and she led him around the room. They looked at all of them. Is that it? There are no more paintings? He asked in his usual impatient tone. Marie looked over to Catherine. She had a look on her face which Catherine could read with no problem. Please have at least one more, was what her expression indicated, and she was right. Well, I have. I don't know if I... She kept hesitating. Please, Catherine, if you have another painting, Marie said anxiously. Catherine frowned a little, then walked over to the closet, opened it, and took the painting out. I've never shown this to anybody, she said, and took the white cover off. Marie's jaw dropped. Henri had an enormous smile on his face. Catherine just stood there and observed the two of them. My God, it's incredible, Marie said as she shook her head back and forth. René, the bastard. He is handsome. Marie was bewildered by the beauty of the painting. Henri wanted it. They stood there looking at the painting. Finally, Catherine put the cover back over it and stuck it back in the closet. I have to go. I'll call you a little later, Marie, Henri said as he walked out the door. What happened? Catherine asked. He just left. He didn't like the paintings? She asked Marie. Catherine, he loved them. I think we should talk about the next step. Marie explained how it all worked. She would be Catherine's agent and set up a few shows and take care of selling some of the paintings for her. It was all so fast. Catherine couldn't believe what was going on. She trusted Marie completely. Okay, Marie, you set it up. I'm just grateful for all your help. It was around 9 when René called. He asked Catherine if she wanted to go out for dinner. Her head was still spinning from the meeting she had had with Henri and Marie. She accepted René's invitation. She changed her clothes and met him down the street at one of the local restaurants. They sat and had a few drinks and talked. René was really curious about her meeting with Marie. Who was it she brought to see your paintings? He asked, sort of nonchalantly. Some guy named Henri. He seemed to like my paintings, she said shyly. René knew who it was she was talking about. He was a big art dealer in town. René was a bit surprised, or maybe even a bit jealous. Marie never showed Henri any of his paintings. They finished their dinner and drank another bottle of wine to celebrate the meeting with Henri. It was a warm, muggy evening. They walked along holding hands, talking and reminiscing over the art class they had had together. René talked about the first time he saw her in class and how he was totally immersed in her, the way she dressed and smiled, but mostly how he was so drawn in by her paintings. He knew there was something very special about her, and he was right. They walked by a sidewalk cafe. They were just about to pass it when René suggested they stop for a coffee before they went home. It was around midnight when they took a table out front along the street. How long have you known Nikkei? René asked her, rather out of the blue, she thought. Oh, I met her through Michel. She paused for a moment. We all used to hang out at the Bar National. Why? She asked him curiously. Her face started to get warm. She felt herself blushing. His question took her totally by surprise, and she reacted defensively. It's just that you two seem so close. I was just wondering, that's all, he said a bit defensively himself. They sat there for a moment. Neither said anything. The conversation had taken them both by surprise. René reached over and took her hand and held it. They looked at each other. They were both silent. Then René smiled at her. She smiled back. That was that. The morning sun barely seemed to be up and the phone was ringing. "Oh, for fuck's sake," Catherine mumbled as she crawled out of bed to stop the endless cling-cling, cling-cling, cling. Finally. "Yeah," she answered, pissed off. "Catherine, it's me, Marie. I'm sorry for calling you so early, but it's important." Marie sounded excited. "Who is it?" René asked. "It's your wife," Catherine answered with a giggle. René rolled over in bed and pulled the covers over his head and grumbled. Catherine looked at him and laughed. She got dressed in a hurry. She kissed René and headed out the door. She looked stunning, dressed in her black leather pants and white blouse. She walked into the art gallery, where Marie was waiting for her. "You know Henri," Marie said as Catherine walked up to the two of them. "Oui, bonjour, Henri," Catherine said with a smile on her face. They were standing in front of a large wall in the middle of the gallery. It was blank, and there wasn't anything on it. Catherine was wondering what they were staring at. "What are you looking at? There's nothing on the wall," Catherine said, a bit mystified. "Your wall, my dear," Henri answered. "What? What do you mean, my wall?" Catherine asked, completely confused. "This is where we want to display your work," Henri answered. Catherine looked at Marie. She was stunned. She couldn't say anything else. "I'll come by tomorrow and help you with your paintings." Marie smiled at her and handed her a program from the gallery. Starting Saturday at 8 p.m., the work of the newest sensations of Paris. She couldn't believe what she was reading. Her name was on the bottom of the page. It was her debut. She walked back home, glancing at the program along the way. She walked in the door of her apartment. René was just getting out of bed. "What was that all about?" he asked, mumbling. Catherine stopped where she was standing, holding the program up in the air. She didn't say anything. "What's that?" René asked. She didn't say a thing. She just smiled. René walked over and took the program from her hand. He read it, then looked up at her. "Holy shit, Catherine," he said with a smile, and then hugged her. He was truly happy for her. It looked like a fancy dinner party. Catherine walked through the door, holding René's arm. She was amazed. There were a lot of people at the opening. It was a new show that included 2 other new artists. Catherine was blown away by this scene. René was proud of her, and it showed. They mingled among the crowd. Marie came over with Henri. They were drinking champagne and making the rounds. "Hello, you two," Marie greeted them. She smiled at René. He just looked back at her. He was confused by the look she gave him. "Have you seen the star piece of the show yet?" she asked him with a grin on her face. "No, we just arrived," he answered. "Where is it?" he asked curiously. "Catherine can show you. It's her painting." Marie glanced at Catherine and nodded her head in the direction of the painting. Catherine walked René in that direction. They turned the corner. There it was, on a wall by itself, with a spotlight streaming a beam of soft light directly on it. René stopped in his tracks. He didn't say a thing. He was speechless. There he was, hanging on the wall. It was incredible. It was absolutely overwhelming. There were a lot of people standing in front of it, admiring it and talking to each other about it. They all glanced back and saw René standing there. They slowly backed away so he could see it clearly. It looked like the parting of the Red Sea. Catherine watched it all. It was magical. She took his hand and held it and walked him slowly up to the painting. He still hadn't said anything. They stood right in front of it. René bent forward to read the plaque underneath the painting. "My addiction." He turned to Catherine. Tears were running down his face. She looked up into his eyes and smiled. "I love you, René," she said softly. He put his hand up to her cheek, leaned forward, and kissed her. It was truly romantic. The crowd around them started clapping. It was an exceptionally beautiful moment. The summer sun was slowly losing its warmth. The mornings were becoming cooler every day. Catherine had been busy with her artwork. René was working on some new pieces as well. They spent most of their time painting at René's apartment. He had more room. Marie came by a lot, mostly to check on Catherine's progress. She did notice a change in René's painting style. He was being influenced by Catherine. "I have something for you," Marie said to Catherine as she handed her an envelope. She opened it. There was 120,000 francs in it. "Holy shit! What's this for?" she asked, almost out of breath. "I sold 3 pieces this week," Marie said with a big smile on her face. René just glanced over at them. He didn't say anything. Marie caught his glance. "Oh, by the way, René," she said, then paused. He looked over to her. He still didn't say anything. "Henri wants to come by and see your new pieces," she told him. "Whatever," he mumbled back and kept painting. She knew he was mad. Not really with her, but at the fact that he hadn't been receiving the same attention as Catherine. It wasn't easy for him, and Marie and Catherine saw it in his attitude. Neither of them said anything. They just looked at each other and let it go. Late one afternoon they were painting as usual. There was a knock at the door. They looked at each other. Finally, René was the one who had to get up and answer it. "Jacques!" René yelled and gave him a hug. They came into the room. Catherine looked up. "Bonjour, Jacques," she said rather blandly. They both caught her expression. René looked at Jacques and raised his shoulders as if to say, "I don't know what's up." But Jacques knew all too well what was wrong. Jacques walked over and squatted down on the floor next to her. "I didn't kill that guy in Marseille, Catherine," he said quietly. She stared him in the eyes. She paused for a moment. "Is that the honest truth?" she asked him seriously. "Really, after I left, one of the guys that was with me did it, and he's in jail now," Jacques explained to her. She looked at him for a minute and then smiled at him. The atmosphere changed instantly. They all sat looking at the paintings and drinking coffee. Jacques couldn't believe all the work the two of them had done. He told René how much he liked his new work. Jacques stayed the week with them. Catherine spent most of her time at René's these days. She quit her job at the restaurant, and she didn't need the money anymore. Marie had done really well handling her artwork. They had a great week, wandering around Paris with Jacques. Marie even came along a few times. One day the 4 of them went for a walk to the park near the university. They stopped at a cafe where René and Catherine used to go after classes. Catherine turned and saw Nikkei sitting at a table across from them. Catherine got up and walked over to her. "Nikkei," she said, surprised to see her. "Catherine! Damn! I've been trying to get in touch with you," she said, a bit irritated. Catherine saw it in her face. She hadn't been in touch since Michelle's funeral. "Oh, God, Nikkei, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry," she said apologetically. Nikkei stood up and gave her a big hug. They looked at each other and smiled. "Who's that?" Marie asked René. "That's Nikkei," he said with little expression. "Oh, that's Nikkei. She's beautiful," Marie said curiously. "How do you know about Nikkei?" he asked, a bit surprised. "Catherine told me all about her." She mumbled as she studied the two of them together. René was getting impatient. He wanted Catherine to come back and sit with them. He was still unsure of Catherine and Nikkei's relationship, and even more insecure about his. He watched them for a minute and wondered what he could do to keep her for himself. "Marie, what are we going to do?" he suddenly asked her. "What do you mean, what are we going to do?" she asked him, baffled by his question. "I mean us. Do you want to get a divorce?" he asked her nervously. She didn't say anything. She just stared at her coffee. She looked up. René was staring at her. "Are you that afraid of losing her?" Marie asked him with a ring of disappointment in her response. "What?" He was stunned. How in the hell could she know what he was thinking? His face turned red. He wasn't mad. He just got busted, and he knew it. "Damn, Marie, how the hell did you know that?" he asked her, embarrassed. "René, who are you kidding? I'm your wife. I know you, and I also know that I have never seen you like this before. The way you act when you're around her. Shit, René. If you treated me the way you treat her, I would have never left you." She smiled at him. That hit him like a bombshell, but he realized she was right. He was different around Catherine. She had such an influence on him, he hardly recognized himself. He was happy, inspired, and influenced by her in every way. "Oh, God, I'm sorry, Marie," he told her. He felt bad for what he had just said to her. "Sorry? For what?" "I understand, I really do," she answered him in an understanding and soft voice. "But to answer your question, René, whatever you want to do, I love you and I always will. I just want you to be happy, no matter what it takes," she answered him honestly and straightforward. René didn't say anything in response. He was blown away by what she had just said. Catherine came back over and sat down with the three of them. She noticed a strange sort of silence between them. "Is everything okay?" she asked them curiously. René looked at her and told her everything was fine. She knew better, but didn't say anything else. Jacques hadn't said a thing the whole time. He just read his newspaper and tried to ignore them. They finished their lunch and started back to René's. They just got around the corner from the cafe. Catherine stopped. "René, I have some things to do at my flat. I'll call you a little later, okay?" she said, kissed him on the cheek, and headed off towards her apartment. René just stood there for a moment. Then he looked at Marie. He had an expression of dismay on his face, and Marie read it right off. "Don't worry, René. She loves you," Marie consoled him. They walked on together back to René's flat. Catherine had a lot of messages on her machine. Her mother called again. This time it sounded as if something was wrong. She called her right away. "Hello, Mom, it's me," she greeted her mother on the phone, knowing something wasn't right. "Oh, dear, I'm so glad you called. It's your father. He's not doing so well, dear." Her mother sounded upset, but as usual, a controlled upset. "I think maybe you should come home," her mother said very bluntly. "What's happened, Mom?" she asked anxiously. "Well, the doctors said he had a stroke, but I don't know. Maybe you should just come home for a while, dear." Her mother was almost frantic, but trying not to scare Catherine. "Okay, Mom, I'll catch the next flight I can get. I should be there in a day or two at the latest," Catherine said to her, then hung up. She had 1,000 things running through her head. René, painting, and Nikkei. "Oh, shit. I can't just leave without talking to her," she said to herself. She called René first to tell him that she had to go home. "I'll come right over," he said to her. He couldn't think. It was all so sudden. "Okay, I'll see you in a few minutes." She hung up the phone. She called Nikkei. "Allo, Nikkei, it's me. I need to speak with you." She sounded serious. Nikkei could hear it in her voice. "What's the matter, Catherine?" she asked. "I have to go back to America for a while. It's my father. He's ill," she explained. "Oh, Catherine, I hope it's not too serious," Nikkei voiced her concern. "It doesn't sound good," Catherine answered her. "I'll come right over," she said to Catherine. "No, René is on his way over right now, and he's been acting strangely lately, ever since we saw each other today." Catherine sounded panicked. "Oh, okay. Call me when he's left. We can get together later and talk," Nikkei said understandingly. Catherine felt like her world was caving in on her. Everything was hectic. She called and booked a flight for the next afternoon. René came in. He too looked a bit frantic. "Oh, Catherine, I'm so sorry. I'm sure he'll be all right," he said as comfortingly as possible. "I hope so," she said quietly. "I booked a flight for tomorrow afternoon," she told him. "I don't know how long I'll be gone, René." She looked at him confused, starting to cry. He held her in his arms. René stayed with her for a couple of hours. She had a lot to do before tomorrow. She told René that she'd call him later. She called Nikkei and went over to see her. Catherine was really upset. She was completely confused about everything. Having to leave on such short notice brought all the problems to a head. She still hadn't figured out her relationship with Nikkei. She loved René. She loved Nikkei. "What the hell am I going to do?" she thought to herself. After she left Nikkei, she went home and packed. René picked Catherine up in the morning and they took a taxi to the airport. "Flight 402 to Denver is now ready for boarding." Catherine kissed René goodbye and got on the plane. She got to her seat, sat down, buckled in, and immediately fell asleep. She was exhausted from everything she'd been through during the last 18 hours. The plane landed in Denver on time. A friend of hers was waiting for her at the gate. She was taken completely by surprise. "Susan!" Catherine hugged her. She couldn't believe it. "Cat, man, it's good to see you," she said. They smiled at each other and hugged again. They headed out of the airport and out to Susan's car. They talked all the way back to Catherine's parents. Catherine told her all about her life in Paris. Well, almost all. She wasn't going to tell anyone about Nikkei. Susan dropped her off at home. She told Catherine she'd call her later. "Catherine!" Her mother hugged her. She was so relieved to see her, she started crying. "It's okay, Mom. I'm home. Everything will be all right." She tried to calm her mother down. They went into the kitchen. Her mother made a pot of coffee and they sat and talked. "How's Dad doing?" she finally asked her mother. She didn't want her to start crying again. "He's doing about the same," she said. "We'll go see him in the morning. He'll be happy to see you," her mother told her, but Catherine knew it wasn't true. She never was very close to her father. He was always busy and never could understand her wanting to be an artist. They went to the hospital the next morning. Catherine went over and gave her father a hug. She looked at him. It was as if he didn't recognize her. He just stared at the ceiling. She was shocked when she saw his condition. She felt sorry for him, but for some reason she didn't cry. She only felt sad to see him that way. They sat down next to his bed and talked. Catherine talked to him about Paris, but she knew he probably didn't understand anything she was saying. They sat there for a couple of hours. The nurse came in to change him. They decided to leave and come back later. It was midday. They drove back home and had some lunch. Catherine called Susan. She told her mother that she was going out with Susan for a while, but she would be back around 6 p.m. to go to the hospital with her. Susan drove up and honked the horn. Catherine ran out the door yelling goodbye. "What do you want to do?" Susan asked her. "Go to Boulder, what else?" Catherine was excited. She wanted to visit some old haunts. "I told my mom I'd be back around 6 to go see my father," she said, a bit regretful. She wanted to hang out with her friend and party in Boulder, but she knew she should be back for her mother. It hadn't quite hit her yet that her father was in really bad shape. In the back of her mind, she figured he was going to recover, and she didn't want to think about it that much. They spent the afternoon on the hill, the section of town closest to campus. They both spent a lot of time hanging out there at the cafes when they were in school together. Catherine checked the time, then told Susan she needed to be getting back. Susan dropped her off, and she told her she'd pick her up the next evening to go out and party some. They went back to the hospital. Nothing had changed. They spent a couple of hours there and then headed back home. Catherine sat around watching the TV with her mother. She hadn't watched television for a long time. It was a bit of a culture shock for her. She wasn't used to hearing English, and she wasn't used to the quiet of being out in the country. Early the next morning they had breakfast. Catherine did remember how nice it was to have huevos rancheros with green chili sauce, something never found in Europe. They went to the hospital again and came back in the afternoon. Catherine told her mother that she was going to Boulder with Susan that evening and would be home late. "That's good, dear. You go out and have some fun. Maybe you'll stay here," her mother said. Catherine didn't say anything in response. She knew where the conversation was heading and she didn't want to go there. She went back to her old bedroom and called René. "Hello, René, it's me. I'm here," she said to him. "How's your father?" he asked her. "He doesn't look too good, René. I don't know if he's ever going to be all right again," she said with very little emotion. René did catch that note of indifference in her voice, but didn't say anything. They didn't talk very long. She told him she'd call him in a couple of days and hung up. It was around 8 when Susan showed up. They drove off to Boulder. They went to a bar on the Pearl Street Mall, a foot mall with sidewalk restaurants and bars. It reminded Catherine of Paris a little. She missed René and Nikkei. They sat out in front of one of the bars, drank some wine, and watched the people walk by. "What's up, Cat? You sure are quiet," Susan exclaimed. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about Paris," she said in a melancholy tone. "Man, you're so lucky. I'd give anything to live in Paris," Susan said with a bit of jealousy. Catherine looked at her for a second, didn't say anything. Then she realized. "Damn, you're right. I am lucky," Catherine said and smiled. They sat and talked about all kinds of stuff, mostly about her paintings and René. Susan couldn't hear enough about René. It was getting late, and Catherine thought about going home. She still had jet lag, and she didn't want her mother to worry about her. She told Susan that she was just going to go to the restroom, and then she wanted to go home. She stood up and walked toward the back of the bar. "Cat!" She heard her name. She turned around. "Dave!" Her jaw dropped. She just stood there staring. He got up off his bar stool and walked over and hugged her. It was her old boyfriend, and he was the last person she had expected to see. When she left for Paris, they kept in touch for a while. They cared for each other, but she had to go, and he knew it. It just sort of faded out between them. There never really was an ending. "Oh, man, damn. You're the last person I expected to see," she said with a bewildered look on her face. "Yeah, I know what you mean. God, it's good to see you," he told her. His face was glowing. "Wait right here. I'll be right back," she told him and headed for the restroom. Some things just couldn't wait. She came walking back through the bar. Dave watched her walk across the room. He couldn't believe it. She was stunning, and she seemed different, more mature, and definitely more beautiful than what he remembered. "Come out front. Susan's here with me," she said to him as she took him by the hand and led him out to the front patio. Susan couldn't believe it. Catherine and Dave walked through the sliding glass door that led to the patio. It was like the old days at school. They sat and talked. Catherine told Dave about her father and why she was back in the States. It had gotten late. Catherine said she needed to get home. Dave told her he'd give her a call the next day. At 6 a.m. the phone rang. Catherine didn't hear a thing. She didn't get home until about 3 a.m. "Catherine!" Her mother opened the door and woke her up. "There's a call for you. It sounds like some girl from France," she told Catherine. She was still half asleep when she picked up the phone next to her bed. "Hello?" she said in English. She had gotten used to speaking in English again. "Catherine, it's Nikkei," she heard on the other end of the line. "Nikkei, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" she said in half a daze. No, I just missed you, and I was worried about you," Nikkei said apologetically. She just realized that it was still early in America. "What time is it?" Catherine asked her. "Oh, it's 2 in the afternoon. Sorry I called you so early. I forgot about the time difference," she said. "That's okay. It's good to hear your voice," Catherine yawned. "How long are you going to be there?" Nikkei asked. "I don't know. Why? Is there something wrong?" Catherine sounded worried. "No. Really, there's absolutely nothing wrong, Catherine. I was just wondering if I could come and visit you," Nikkei asked her out of the blue. "What? You want to come here?" Catherine freaked. She didn't know how to answer her. "Yes. I've never been to America before. Besides, I miss you," she told her. "Nikkei, let me call you back after a while. I'm still half asleep," Catherine said between yawns. She hung up the phone, rolled over, and fell back asleep. It was around 9 when the phone rang again. This time she heard it. Her mother yelled across the house for her to pick up the phone. "Hello." She was still tired. "Cat, it's me. Dave." He paused. He thought that he probably had called too early, but he wanted to see her again. "Oh, Dave. Hi. How are you?" she asked, still in a fog. "Oh, shit. Sorry I woke you up. I just wanted to see if you want to go out for breakfast," he said rather quickly. He felt a bit apprehensive about calling her, and she could hear it in his voice. "Sure, Dave. Can you come and pick me up?" she asked him cheerfully. "I'll be right over," he said a bit too anxiously, and then realized it. She did as well. "Oh, give me about half an hour," she said with a little giggle, knowing that Dave was all nervous about seeing her again. He caught that giggle and knew that she knew. "Damn, busted," he thought to himself and smiled. "Great, I'll see you then." He hung up the phone. He couldn't believe how he felt. It was like it was when they first met. The phone rang again. This time Catherine picked it up. It was René. She couldn't believe it. Everyone was calling her. They talked for a while. He was really missing her and just needed to hear her voice. "Catherine, I want to come over and be with you," he finally said. "What? Oh, René, I don't know. There's so much happening right now. Let me call you back in a day or so. I need to see how things are going to go with my father," she told him, trying not to sound like she was making excuses. "All right, I'll wait to hear from you," he said, a bit disappointed, because she wasn't excited that he wanted to be with her. She'd just finished getting dressed when Dave showed up at the front door. "Dave, how are you? I haven't seen you for a long time," Catherine's mother said to him as she let him in the house. "I'm doing great. I'm really sorry to hear about Mr. Davis," he said. Catherine's mother smiled a sad smile and thanked him for his concern. Catherine walked into the front room. She greeted him with a kiss on the cheek. She told her mother that they were going out for breakfast and would be back in a couple of hours, and then they could go together to the hospital at around noon. They drove into town to a little cafe where they used to hang out together. Catherine ordered a Mexican omelet. She couldn't get enough of Tex-Mex food. They talked about what was going on in Boulder and what Dave had been up to. Catherine told him about her life in Paris. She also told him about René, but not everything. For some reason, she held back on going into details. When she heard herself talking about René, she wondered why she just didn't tell Dave the truth. "Gone to the hospital," was all that the note that was pinned to the door said. They jumped in Dave's car and drove to the hospital. Catherine walked into the room. Her mother was crying. She knew that her father was dead. She went over to her mother and held her. Catherine started crying as well, because it hurt her to see her mother crying, more than the fact that her father had died. Dave stood at the door and watched them. He didn't want to be in the way. Catherine looked over to him and waved her hand for him to come over. He walked over to her and held her in his arms. She laid her head on his shoulders and cried. They all left the hospital and went back to Catherine's house. Dave followed them in his car. They sat around in the kitchen and drank coffee. They didn't speak very much. Dave got up and motioned for Catherine to follow him. They walked out the back door of the kitchen. From out back they could see the Rockies. It was a beautiful day. Dave held her hand. They both just stood, side by side, looking at the mountains. They didn't say anything. Dave turned to her and looked her in the eyes. "God, I'm really sorry, Cat," he said solemnly. "Thanks. You know that I wasn't that close to him, but I am going to miss him," she said with her eyes tearing up a little. Dave held her in his arms again and let her cry a little. They didn't talk much. Dave left. Catherine went back into the house to be with her mother. It was a beautiful Colorado morning. Catherine dressed in the same clothes that she wore to Michelle's funeral. She looked in the mirror at herself. She remembered Michelle and started crying. She missed Paris. She finished getting dressed and walked out to the kitchen. She heard a knock at the door. Her mother answered it. Dave was dressed in a black suit. Catherine looked at him as he walked in the door. She started crying again. It reminded her of René at Michelle's funeral. Her mother just looked at her. She couldn't understand that Catherine was so upset. She knew how Catherine felt about her father, and this wasn't the reaction that she expected. Dave, too, was a bit astounded. He knew how she was when it came to her father. "Are you all right, dear?" her mother asked, concerned about her. "Yeah, I'll be okay," she told her. "It's just that a friend of mine was killed in a car crash not long ago. And this just brings back a lot of memories," she explained to her. They all went out to the car and Dave drove them to the services. It was a sort of standard services. Everyone came back to their house after the burial. They had coffee and cake out back in the yard and talked. Everyone wanted to talk with Catherine. Mostly they asked her if she was going to stay. Dave came over and saved her from the endless questions. "Oh, God, thanks, Dave. I couldn't hear all that crap anymore," she said. They walked together away from the crowd of people. They held hands and walked towards the fence out back. They both leaned up against the fence and looked out at the mountains. Dave put his arm around her shoulder and held her while they enjoyed the view. "Cat," he paused for a second, "you know, I really missed you, and—" he stopped. She looked up at him. She didn't say anything. She waited for him to continue. He looked at her. His expression was serious. "God, I'm still in love with you," he told her timidly. "I know, Dave, but Shit, there's so much I have to talk to you about," she said, confused. Dave just looked at her. He couldn't say anything. He knew there was a lot on her mind, and this wasn't the time to press it, so he let it go. The next morning, Catherine was simply overwhelmed by everything. She was so confused. She didn't know where to turn. She sat at the kitchen table staring at her cup of coffee. It was around 6 a.m. The sun was just coming up. It was a crystal clear morning. There was frost on the grass. Fall was slowly creeping up. Her mother came into the kitchen. She saw Catherine sitting there. She was surprised to see her up so early, and she knew something was wrong. "Good morning, dear," she said quietly as she walked over to the coffee machine and poured herself a cup. "Hi, Mom," she answered sullenly. Her mother sat down across from her at the table. She didn't say anything at first, because she wasn't sure what was wrong. Catherine looked up at her. Her eyes were red. She looked extremely sad. "What's wrong, dear?" her mother asked her, in that voice that only a mother could ask. "Oh, I've just got a lot on my mind," she answered her. "You know, Catherine, you can always talk to me about anything. You really can," her mother said to her sincerely. Catherine looked at her mother. This was something new for her. She never really sat and talked with her mother about how she was feeling, and she definitely was not ready to start right at that moment, not with the stuff that was bothering her. "Thanks, Mom. It's just some stuff I need to work out for myself," Catherine answered her with a sad smile. "Okay, dear, but if you want, you can always talk to me." She paused. They looked at each other. That was all that needed to be said. "I'll make us some breakfast," her mother said, and stood up to start making them breakfast. "I'm just going for a short walk out back," Catherine told her. She took her cup and walked out the back door. The morning dew on the grass soaked her shoes right away. She walked over to the back fence. Steam was coming up off her coffee cup. The snow on the peaks of the mountains had a red glow from the rising sun. It was quiet and peaceful. She felt completely drained. She was emotionally wasted. She stood there looking at the mountains, trying not to get lost in all the things that were running through her mind, and there was a lot to think about. "Breakfast is ready," she heard her mother yelling out the back door. She walked back to the house. She sat down with her mother and ate breakfast. Catherine needed some time to be alone, so she told her mother that she was going to the mountains for a hike, and she would be back late. She took her mother's car and drove up to Rocky Mountain National Park. It was a gorgeous day. She parked her car at the trailhead, took her day pack and sketch pad, and started hiking up towards Long's Peak. She hiked along slowly. She wasn't used to the altitude. She huffed and puffed her way up the trail. It had been a long time since she had been hiking, and it was taking its toll on her. She hiked for about 3 hours, non-stop. Then she stopped when she got to the bottom of the Diamond, a 2,000-foot granite face on the east side of Long's Peak. It was breathtaking. She sat down on a big flat rock took out her sketching pad, and started to draw. She sketched the granite face looming above her. She noticed a small red speck moving on the rock face. Again it moved. What is that? She thought to herself. She kept watching. Finally it dawned upon her. There were people up there climbing the face. Catherine was fascinated by what she was seeing. She was intrigued by the thought of clinging to the side of the mountain. Freedom, adventure, and peace of mind were the first things she thought of while she watched the climbers moving slowly up the face of the mountain. Suddenly she was drawn back into her own problems. She couldn't sort out everything that was happening to her. Being back in Colorado and seeing Dave again had complicated things even more. And then there was René, Nikkei, and Paris as well. Her artwork was becoming more than just schoolwork. People were actually interested in what she was painting and paying for it. She loved living in Paris, but she did miss Boulder, as well as her friends and now Dave. Shit, it seemed to be an endless circle of confusion. Catherine sat on the rock staring at the climbers, wondering what it would be like to be up there, with no cares in the world, only one objective, to get to the top. The sun was slowly setting. Catherine started to head back down the trail. The trail went into the trees and became steep in places. It was getting dark fast, and she stopped. She realized that she had forgot to bring a flashlight. Oh, fuck, was the first thing she thought. It just wasn't her day. She couldn't find any of the answers she was looking for, and now she was stuck at 10,000 feet in the woods, in the dark, without a flashlight. The trail was impossible to find in the dark. She sat down on the side of the trail. She was frightened. She was alone and stuck. Catherine started crying. What else could happen? She thought to herself. This is it. This sucks. Catherine pulled herself together. She knew that if she didn't get back down, she'd be in real trouble. It normally got down to 10 degrees at night at that altitude and at that time of the year, and she didn't have anything to wear that would keep her warm at those temperatures. She slowly started moving in the direction that she thought was probably right. It didn't take her long to figure out that that was not going to work. She just couldn't find the trail. She sat back down, pulled out her cigarettes, and lit one up. Ah, it dawned on her. The lighter. She tried to find the trail with her lighter. It didn't work. It was simply pitch black, and the lighter didn't help at all. She sat back down. It was getting cold, really cold. Catherine sat there in the woods, with only her wool sweater on. She shivered uncontrollably. Tears were rolling down her cheeks. She thought that it was stupid, just sitting there and freezing to death, and not even trying to find her way back. On the other hand, if she wandered off in the wrong direction, there would be absolutely no chance of anyone finding her. It seemed to be hopeless. If she tried to find her way down and got lost, she would probably die. If she just sat there, maybe somebody would find her, or maybe she would just end up sitting there freezing to death. Either way, it didn't look good. She was getting colder and colder. Catherine had never felt so hopeless in her life. She sat there with her head down, tears running down her face. She thought about all the things that had happened to her in the last few months. It seemed overwhelming. First she thought about René, the time that they had spent together in Marseille, and the night in the art gallery. Suddenly Nikkei popped into her mind. She thought about the times that they had spent together, that first night at Catherine's, and the way she felt the next day. Michelle's funeral, her father's funeral, and Dave, how he just showed up again in her life, and what he had told her in the backyard, how he still loved her. She thought about her mother. What was her mother going to do now? Shit, this sucks, she said out loud. Laughter. Catherine lifted her head. It sounded like someone laughing. She heard it again. Behind her. She turned her head in the direction of the noise. There were lights shining through the trees, coming right towards her. Catherine stood up quickly and watched the lights. Suddenly, before she knew it, there they were right in front of her. Hey, what's up? Are you okay? A voice asked her out of the darkness. Oh, God, could you guys help me? I forgot my flashlight, she said, still in tears. "No problem. You look cold." "I have an extra jacket," the voice out of the darkness responded. She still hadn't seen the actual person behind the voice. Their lights shined in her face, and her eyes hadn't adjusted to the light. "Yes, please. Thank you so much. I felt so stupid getting caught out here without a light," she explained to the voices, squinting her eyes. The light suddenly changed directions. The guy holding the flashlight held it out and pointed it towards his face so Catherine could see him. "Hi, I'm Gary. Don't worry about it. We've all forgotten our lights before," he said light-heartedly in a British accent. "I'm Simon," she heard a voice from behind him. "We're not far from the car park. Just walk between us," Simon told her comfortingly. They arrived back at the parking area about a half an hour later. Catherine couldn't believe her luck. She could have easily died up there, and she knew it. "Man, I don't know how to thank you guys. I would have died if you hadn't come along," she said to them. "No worries. Are you all right? Do you want to have a beer?" Gary asked her and reached behind the seat of his truck and pulled out a six-pack. "Right on. Thanks." She started to calm down inside. The three of them stood in the parking lot and drank beer. Gary put some Billy Bragg on the car stereo. There wasn't anyone else around. Catherine talked to them for a while. It turned out that they were the two small specks on the rock face she had watched that afternoon. She couldn't believe it. She was fascinated by the idea of climbing a mountain. They drank another beer and talked some more. Gary and Simon told her they had to be going. They had to meet some other people at the British pub in Boulder. "If you happen to be in Boulder, stop in at the Hungry Toad. It's a pub on North Broadway. We're usually hanging out there in the evenings," Gary said to her as they got into their truck and drove off. Catherine got in her car and headed back home. It was late when she finally got home. Her mother was worried about her. She walked in, told her mother everything was fine, but she was tired and was going to bed. "You have a lot of messages, dear. I left them on your bed," her mother said to her as she walked towards her room. There was a piece of paper on her bed. René called. Dave called. Susan called. Catherine couldn't deal with it. She pushed the note aside and fell into her bed. She slept like a log. She woke up early, still in her clothes from the night before. She got undressed and had a shower. She felt good. She survived the epic in the mountains, and everything else seemed to be trivial at that point. She went into the kitchen. Her mother had already made breakfast for her. Catherine didn't tell her mother about the ordeal the night before. She didn't want anything else to upset her. "I'm going back to Paris next week, Mom." She looked at her mother. She glanced over at Catherine. "That's good, dear. Are you sure that's what you want to do?" she asked nonchalantly. Catherine looked up at her mother. She could see a bit of disappointment in her expression. "Mom, I really miss Paris. I have—" She stopped and looked at her mother. She turned and looked at Catherine. "What, dear?" she asked her. "I have a boyfriend there, and I really miss him," Catherine told her mother. She also realized herself just how much she did miss René. "But what about Dave? I thought you two were, well, back together," her mother asked her. Catherine just looked at her. She knew it was a problem, not only to answer her mother, but for her as well. She really did care for Dave, and it was hard for her to make this decision. "I really like Dave a lot, but I'm in love with René, and if I stay here much longer, I'm afraid that could all change very quickly, and I don't need any more confusion in my life." Her eyes started tearing up as she spoke to her mother. She walked over to Catherine and bent over and gave her a kiss on her cheek. "I understand, dear. You do what you need to do. I'll be fine. I really will," her mother said to her lovingly. Catherine stood up and hugged her mother. They spent the rest of the morning together, talking about Paris and René and her paintings. Her mother was fascinated by Catherine's life in Paris, as well as her friends. She told Catherine that she would like to come visit her sometime. Catherine was surprised that her mother would leave her hometown and travel. They both opened up and got to know each other a little better that day. The phone started ringing. It was just the start, But Catherine was ready. First was René. She was expecting him to call. She told him not to worry. She loved him, and she would be home next week. Susan called, then Dave. She asked Dave to come over. She wanted to talk with him. It wasn't going to be easy, but it was only fair. She needed to let him know what was going on with her and René. She was a little surprised when Nikkei called, but that, too, was quickly taken care of. She told her she'd be home next week and would talk to her then. For some reason, Catherine felt in control, finally. It seemed like it had been forever since she felt like she was on the right course, and it felt damn good for a change. Dave knocked on the front door. Catherine opened the door and let him in and offered him a beer. She grabbed 2 out of the fridge. They walked out the kitchen door and sat at the picnic table underneath the big cottonwood tree in the backyard. It was sunny as usual in Colorado that time of year. They sat across from each other. Catherine sipped her beer and then stared at Dave. "Dave, there's something I need to tell you," Catherine started out. "Shit," Dave thought to himself. "This doesn't sound so good. I've got a boyfriend in Paris, and we've been going out together for a while," she told him in a soft but matter-of-fact voice. She didn't want to hurt him. She still cared for Dave. But if she told Dave how she felt about him, it would only make things more difficult than they already were. "Oh, I kind of felt there was something like that," Dave said to her, trying to sound understanding. It was killing him. The past few days they had spent together were an eye-opener for him. She was everything that he'd ever wanted, and now he was going to lose her again. He held it together. Catherine tried to explain to him, without hurting his feelings. It wasn't working. Catherine looked him in the eyes. She knew he was hurt. She could see his eyes watering up a little. Dave looked down at the table. He didn't want to look her in the eyes. He couldn't. "I'm sorry, Dave. I didn't mean to hurt you. Shit. I still care a lot about you," she said. It was hurting her as well. She really did care for him, but she had to make a decision, right or wrong, and she made it. Something in her changed after that night, sitting in the dark on the mountain, almost freezing to death. All of the things that seemed really important weren't so important anymore. Dave was hurting, but he also knew in the back of his mind that she had something else going on, and he tried to keep his expectations down to a manageable level, just in case of a disappointment, and now it seemed to be unavoidable. His thoughtful process of trying to be prepared didn't help a bit. He was devastated, and he couldn't stop the pain. She saw the amount of pain in Dave's face, and it really did surprise her. She never thought he was in so deep. He truly loved her, and she wasn't prepared to deal with that. Not that sort of intensity. "I'm truly sorry, Dave. God, if you only knew all the shit I've been going through lately." She stopped. She looked at him. "I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make excuses. I just want you to understand." She tried to explain how she felt. "That's okay, Kat. I think I understand." Dave didn't want her to feel bad about everything that was happening. "Shit, Dave, you don't understand. Hell, even I don't understand," she said. Tears were starting to roll down her cheek. Dave just looked at her. He didn't say anything. "God, Dave, I had an affair with another girl, and I don't—" She stopped. She couldn't believe what she had just said. She told him about Nikkei. "Ah, fuck," she thought to herself. Dave looked her in the eyes. She looked back at him, her eyes red and watery, her face blushed from embarrassment, her mind going 1,000 miles an hour, thinking about the consequences of what she had just told him. "Is she who you are in love with, Kat?" he asked her gently. She didn't say anything at first. She dropped her head down, wiped her eyes on her shirt sleeve. "Please, Dave, don't tell anyone that I said that. No one knows, not even René. I don't know why I told you. It just came out." She asked him, panicked that everyone would find out. "Kat, it's okay. I promise I won't ever tell anyone what you just said." "But you didn't answer me. Are you in love with her?" he asked. "I don't honestly know. I'm so confused about everything right now. I just don't know where to turn, she said with a tint of despair in her voice. Well, it looks like you figured out where to turn after all, he said to her with a soft smile on his face. Catherine looked at him and smiled a little. She felt like she could tell Dave anything at that point. And she did. She told him everything. It was the most incredible thing that had happened to her. She felt like someone had turned the faucet on and relieved her of all the pain and insecurity. Shit, Dave. I have not been able to talk to anyone about what's going on in my head. Why is it that I can talk to you? She looked at him and smiled again. Cat, you can talk to me about anything. Damn, I'm sorry things have been so fucked up for you. I'll do anything for you, you know that, he said to her with all his heart. I know, Dave, and I do love you. I just love you in a different way than I used to, you know? Shit, man, I feel like you're my best friend, someone I can count on, no matter what. She started crying. Dave reached across the table and took her hand and held it. You can, Cat. You can always count on me to be there for you, he said, and he meant it. They spent hours talking. It was a lifesaver for Catherine. Her perspective on everything started to change. Dave reinforced everything she said. He was still in love with her, but he also knew that she was in love with René, and probably Nikkei. He only wanted the best for her. That's how much he really did love her. He spoke with her about the feelings she had for René, and he got her to open up about Nikkei. She wasn't sure herself, and talking with Dave helped her to start putting it all in perspective. He questioned her motives and desires towards both of them, and during the course of their discussion, she started to understand herself more. Her thoughts slowly went from abstract despair to logical process. She realized a lot about her feelings in those few hours she had spent with Dave, and she'd never forget what he had done for her. Catherine spent most of the week trying to figure out where and what and who. It was at least confusing, but well worth it. She felt stronger in her ability to deal with her life in Paris, and she was leaving to go home to Paris in the morning. Yeah, home, she said to herself. Home to Paris. That's where she belonged, and that's where she felt at home. That in itself was a good feeling for her. She finally knew where home was, and it definitely wasn't Colorado. She would miss her mother, and especially her new best friend Dave, a lot. Flight 442 was arriving at gate 24B. René was shaking. He was so nervous he couldn't believe it. He couldn't wait for her to come walking down the walkway and through the door. He combed his hair again, for the umpteenth time. He wanted to look good, really good. He was absolutely a nervous wreck. There she is, he thought to himself, as he saw her walking towards the doorway from the long tunnel of the walkway. She walked through the door, her head turning from side to side, looking for him. She knew he was waiting for him. He was standing a bit aback and inconspicuous. He walked out into the crowd towards her. She saw him. He stopped and looked at her. Catherine ran over to René and threw herself into his arms. René swung her around in a circle. He was overwhelmed at her affection. They kissed. It was the first time René felt comfortable and secure about Catherine. He felt like a weight had just been lifted from his shoulders. He couldn't explain it. It was just the way Catherine greeted him. He knew she loved him, and he was deeply in love with her. For some reason, the whole world was perfect at that moment. They took a taxi back to Catherine's flat. René had already been there, cleaning up. He put fresh roses in the vase on the old wooden table. Catherine was surprised when she walked through the door. She only remembered rushing around and throwing stuff all over the apartment. It was so neat and tidy she couldn't believe it. It was cleaner than it had ever been. She kissed him and thanked him. René was absolutely ecstatic. He perceived a distinctive change in Catherine's attitude, and he loved it. Catherine was happy to get home. René made them some coffee, She was tired from the flight. They sat at the table and talked. Catherine rolled a joint. She wanted to relax and sleep for a while. René hung out with her for a while and then left her to sleep. The phone rang. It was about 8 p.m., and Catherine was still groggy when she answered the phone. "Hello, Catherine, it's me," Nikkei said cheerfully. "Oh, hello, Nikkei. I was sleeping. Sorry, I'm still out of it. What's up?" Catherine mumbled. "Oh, I didn't mean to wake you up. It's just I hadn't heard from you," Nikkei said, a little disappointed that Catherine hadn't called her sooner. "Do you want to come over? I picked up a couple of bottles of Merlot," Nikkei asked her. She sounded excited, and Catherine heard it in her voice. "Oh, man, I am totally wasted, Nikkei. Can we get together tomorrow?" Catherine said to her, trying not to hurt her feelings. "Yeah, that's cool. Have a good night's sleep. I'll call you tomorrow." Nikkei hung up. Catherine rolled over in her bed and moaned, not only because she was tired, but also because she knew she had to deal with Nikkei, and she wasn't sure how it was going to work out. She fell back asleep. Catherine opened her eyes. It was early. She smelled fresh coffee. She turned over, and there was René, sitting on the bed next to her. He had a large wooden plate with fresh croissants, jam, coffee, and a single red rose in a vase on it. She smiled at him. He bent over and kissed her. She sat up in bed and leaned against the wall behind her. René slid up next to her. They ate breakfast together. Neither of them said anything. They just ate and enjoyed the moment. Catherine got up to go to their bathroom. René put some cranberries on the stereo, opened the balcony doors, took off his clothes, and got back into bed. Catherine came back in, lifted the sheet, and slid back into bed next to him. It was a beautiful morning. The sounds of Paris rolled in through the balcony doors, and Catherine was home. They spent most of the morning in bed. Catherine got up and ran the bath. René walked into the bathroom with a bottle of wine. They sat in the bath together, amongst the lavender bubbles, listening to music and drinking wine. The phone rang, and rang, and rang. "No way," Catherine thought to herself, "am I getting out of here to answer that damn phone." They got dressed and went for a walk. Catherine wanted to walk around the city. She had missed it more than she'd thought. They went to the cafe by the university and sat under the same tree, outside on the patio. She thought back to the first time they went out for coffee together, sitting in the same place. It seemed like a lifetime had passed since then. "René, I'm going to start classes again next week." She looked at him. She didn't sound very enthusiastic, and he could tell. "Are you sure you want to keep taking classes?" he asked her, knowing she was unsure about going on with studying. I don't know. Marie seems to be selling my work. I should probably keep going to class, but I don't know," she said, totally confused about what to do. She only knew going to classes. What would she do without school? "Let's talk about it later. Take some more time and think about it," he told her. "But if I don't continue school, my visa will run out. I'll have to leave." "Shit, René, that can't happen," she said, almost frantic. "Don't worry about it, Catherine. We'll figure it out, okay?" he said, looking at her with a consoling expression. She smiled at him. She didn't really feel consoled, but she knew it would all work out somehow. They started walking back to her apartment. René stopped when they got to the corner in front of the cafe. He told her he had some things to take care of and that he'd call her later. She looked at him a little funny and then kissed him and said goodbye. The phone rang. Catherine answered it. It was Nikkei. Catherine told her she'd come by and see her in a few minutes. She hung up, changed into some warmer clothes. It was starting to get cooler in the late afternoons. She walked over to Nikkei's. She knocked on her door. She was nervous. Catherine wanted to sort things out with her, because she knew she couldn't keep on with the way things were. "Bonjour, Catherine. God, I missed you," Nikkei said and hugged her. "Hello, Nikkei. How have you been?" Catherine asked her a little standoffish. Nikkei looked at her a bit funny. She could tell there was something wrong. "What's up, Catherine? Is there something wrong? You seem very tense," Nikkei said to her concern. "Oh, no. I need to talk. We need to talk," Catherine started. Nikkei looked at her kind of surprised, but she knew what was coming. They went in and sat down. Nikkei asked her if she wanted anything to drink, but Catherine was determined to get things sorted out. "Nikkei, I want to get things sorted out between us," Catherine said point blank. "What do you mean? What's there to sort out? You care for me, I care for you," Nikkei returned fire. "Shit, Nikkei, you know that I love René. And what happened between us, well, that was very special. But I can't keep going on like this. The way things are. It's killing me," she said out of frustration. "But I thought you loved me," Nikkei said, her eyes starting to tear up. Catherine didn't say anything. She dropped her head down and sighed. It was hard for her to deal with. She did love Nikkei, but not the way Nikkei loved her. "I'm sorry, Nikkei. I do love you. But not like I love René," she tried to explain. "It's different with you. You're my friend, a special friend, you know? You showed me a different way to love." She was having a hard time expressing herself. "Oh, man, Catherine, I really fell for you. Shit, I really do love you," Nikkei started crying. Catherine felt bad. It hurt her to see Nikkei crying, and knowing that she was the reason. She didn't know what to say. She looked at Nikkei, then looked back down at the floor. They both just sat there for a few minutes, in silence. Catherine stood up and turned to look at Nikkei. She was sitting in the chair across from her, with her head in her hands, leaning over, looking at the floor as well. "I have to go, Nikkei. I'll call you tomorrow, okay?" Catherine said, waiting for Nikkei to raise her head up to look at her. But she didn't. She only sat there, not moving, and she didn't respond. Catherine waited longer. Finally, she turned and started towards the door. Nikkei lifted her head to watch her leave. "I'm sorry, Catherine. Please call me," Nikkei said apologetically. Catherine turned and looked at her. She had sort of a half smile on her face. Catherine smiled back at her. She didn't say anything. She held her hand up and kissed it and blew a kiss off her palm towards Nikkei. She turned and walked out the door. Catherine walked down the street towards her flat. It was late in the afternoon. The weather had changed and it was cold. She was sad. It was hard for her to deal with the feeling she had for Nikkei. She walked along, thinking about what had just happened. The cold wind blew against her face, and that only reinforced her feelings of despair. Catherine wasn't at all sure she had done the right thing by breaking it off with Nikkei. She felt a little funny inside. She felt like she had just broken up with a boyfriend, and it hurt. René was waiting for her at the apartment when she returned. It surprised her to see him sitting there at the table. "René, I wasn't expecting you to be here," she said to him as she walked in the door. "Bonjour, Catherine." "I was out doing a few things and thought I'd come by to see if you wanted to go out for dinner," he answered her. "What were you up to?" he asked her curiously. "Oh, I went to Nikkei's," she said cautiously, knowing that René was jealous of Nikkei. How's she doing?" he asked her, trying not to show his displeasure, but she saw it in his face. "Oh, she's doing all right, I guess," she said with a sadness in her voice. "What's up? You seem sad," René asked. He knew something had happened between them. "Oh, it's nothing," she responded, trying to avoid talking about Nikkei. "Catherine, is there something going on between you guys?" he asked point blank. "What?" she exclaimed. Her eyes opened up wide and she had a look of shock on her face. René didn't respond. He just looked at her. She knew that René knew something, but she wasn't expecting him to confront her with it. And she was afraid. She was afraid of losing him. Shit, René. I don't know how... Oh, man. She was taken by surprise, and she wasn't sure if she should tell him, but she also knew that he knew. I don't know how to explain it to you. I had... She stopped and tried to gather her thoughts together. That's okay, Catherine. I think I know. Take your time and tell me what's up, René said, extremely empathetic. She looked at him with a sort of blank expression on her face. She didn't expect such understanding. She thought for sure he would be really upset. He waited for her to settle down, and she did. I met Nikkei about the same time we met, Catherine started out. She explained what happened that night on her way home from the bar, and how Nikkei had come back to her apartment with her. I don't know how it all ended up the way it did, she continued. She told him everything. He just sat and listened. Catherine finished speaking. She waited for René to respond. He didn't say anything for the longest time. Do you love me? He finally asked her. Yeah, René, I really do love you. And that's why I went to see Nikkei. I had to tell her it was over, she answered him honestly. And is it really over, Catherine? He asked her somberly. Oui, René, she said softly. René smiled at her and leaned over the table and kissed her. He handled the whole situation with style, and he didn't want to chance losing her by being jealous or angry with her. Catherine couldn't believe the instant feeling of relief. René was so understanding, and it felt good to finally have it out in the open. She felt like she could really move on with her life now. René, too, felt a sigh of relief inside. He was afraid he was going to lose Catherine, and he knew if he did, it would have devastated him. I made reservations at a restaurant for 10 o'clock. I couldn't get a hold of you to ask first. I hope that's okay, René asked her with a little smile. That would be great, René. I'd love to go out for dinner. She smiled contentedly back at him. Catherine changed into a dress. She didn't often wear dresses, but tonight felt special and she really wanted to look good. René was already dressed up. She came out of the bathroom. René smiled at her. She looked fabulous, and he told her so. They walked out to the front of Catherine's building. René hailed a taxi. She was surprised. She thought they were going to one of the local restaurants. They got in the taxi. René leaned forward and whispered something to the driver, but Catherine couldn't hear what he said. They pulled out into the traffic and headed for downtown. Where are we going? Catherine asked him. It's a surprise, he answered. She smiled at him and didn't say anything else. They pulled up in front of one of the most expensive and trendy restaurants in Paris. Catherine got out of the taxi. She turned and looked at René. She had a look of disbelief on her face. She turned her head, looked at the restaurant again, and then back at René. He just smiled at her and shook his head, gesturing to her. Yes, we're having dinner here. They walked to the door. The doorman opened the door for them, and they walked in. René walked up to the maitre d'. Bonjour, Monsieur Chevalier, he said to René. Bonjour, Jean-Paul, René responded. Your table is ready. This way, please, he said to them, and turned to walk to a table out on the balcony overlooking the city. Catherine just looked at René. She couldn't believe what was happening. They walked out onto the balcony and stood in front of the table. There was a vase with roses in it and a bottle of Dom Perignon champagne. Jean-Paul pulled out a chair for Catherine. She sat down. René sat down. Catherine was still staring at René in shock. It was incredible. Jean-Paul poured them champagne, then turned and left them alone. René, this is awesome. She was glowing with happiness. I wanted it to be a special evening, he said. The waiter brought out a tray of hors d'oeuvres. Catherine couldn't believe it. René had taken care of everything beforehand. They didn't order. Everything was brought out, and everything was done meticulously. They finished the main course. The waiter brought them espresso and cognac. It was the perfect dinner. "Catherine?" René looked into her eyes. He paused for a moment. She looked back at him. She didn't say anything. She waited for him to continue. "Catherine, I love you, and—" He stopped again. "I love you too, René," she smiled. René reached across the table and held her hand. He hesitated for a second, and suddenly slid out of his chair and down on one knee. "Will you marry me?" He finally got it out. Her jaw dropped. She just looked at him in total amazement. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Her eyes were wide open. She was stunned. She couldn't speak. Then it finally dawned upon her. He was kneeling patiently, waiting for her to answer. "Oh," she paused. "Yes," she beamed at him, and tears started rolling down her cheeks. She was so happy and so in love. René still had her hand in his. He reached up with the other hand and slid a beautiful gold diamond ring on her finger. She looked down at it and really started crying. Catherine called her mother. She screamed over the phone to her mom. She was so excited she couldn't hold it in any longer. Her mother started crying over the phone. She was so happy for her daughter, and she let her know. "Have you set a date yet?" she asked Catherine. "We're not exactly sure, but sometime in October," Catherine told her. "Let me know when you have set the date. I'll come over a week or so beforehand," she told Catherine. "Really? That would be so cool, Mom," she said with a big smile on her face. They talked for a while longer. Catherine told her how René proposed to her and the lovely dinner they had together. It sounded so romantic to her mother that she started crying again. So did Catherine. Catherine put on her wool jacket and walked out the door. It was getting cooler. It was the end of September, and the weather was slowly changing. Some days it was gray and foggy, like that day. She walked along towards René's apartment. She wanted to talk to him about the wedding plans. She took out her keys and opened the door. René had given her his extra set of keys a while back, because they were always painting over at his apartment, and sometimes Catherine would go over there and work while René was gone. She walked in the door, and there was René and Marie sitting on the couch together. She was a little surprised, but not completely shocked. They both turned and looked at her when she came into the room. Catherine stopped and looked at the two of them. There seemed to be something wrong from their expressions. "What's up?" Catherine asked them, showing a bit of concern in her demeanor. "Bonjour, Catherine." "Oh, it's nothing really," René answered her cautiously. She knew there was something wrong. She could see it in both of their faces. "René?" she asked as her eyebrows raised up. "It's just that Marie came over to let me know that our divorce papers won't be final until the middle of October, and it could take even longer," he explained to her. She felt relieved that the problem wasn't something more serious. Well, we'll just have to deal with things as they come, won't we?" Catherine said with determination. Marie and René both looked at her, a little surprised at her ability to handle a problem with such ease. "You're not upset?" he asked her. "No, should I be?" she asked him. René just raised his shoulders, gesturing, "I don't know." They all looked at each other and waited for one of the others to speak. Marie looked at Catherine. She had a funny look on her face, Catherine thought. "What's wrong, Marie?" Catherine asked. "Nothing. Why?" Marie answered. She had a sharp, defensive look in her eyes, and Catherine felt it. It's just that, I don't know. I just thought, it was just your expression. I thought there was something wrong," Catherine said, a bit defensive herself. Marie stood up, and started to head towards the front door. "I'll talk to you guys later," she said and walked out the door. "Shit, what did I say?" Catherine looked at René with a blank look on her face. René just looked back at her, a bit confused himself. Catherine sat down on the couch next to him. She felt bad, because she felt like she had hurt Marie's feelings, but she didn't know how. The next morning was gray and cloudy again. Catherine woke up feeling sort of depressed. It wasn't anything in particular. She just felt a little tired, and the excitement of getting married wasn't what it used to be. She thought about Marie and how she'd left René's apartment the day before. She had a feeling that there was something more to it than Marie being just a little edgy. Catherine got up and made a pot of coffee. She put on her favorite wool sweater and her flannel cotton pajamas and walked out onto the balcony. It was cold. She leaned against the railing like she always did. The sky was gray and it was misty. Steam came up from her coffee cup. She thought about everything that was happening, about getting married. She thought about Nikkei and then Marie. Oh, man, damn, she thought to herself, trying to figure out what was going on. In the background, she could hear the radio playing Four Non-Blondes. 25 years of my life and still trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination. And I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head. It seemed to hit it right on the head, which was how she was feeling at that moment. She stood there, watching the traffic below her balcony. Steam floated up from the exhaust pipes of the cars. The streets were wet, and it felt like winter. Catherine called Marie. She wanted to talk to her and find out what was wrong. The phone rang and rang, but there was no answer. She sat down at the table and had another cup of coffee. She wasn't in the mood to do anything, and that was exactly what she was going to do. She sat around smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee. She was simply bummed out, and that's the way it was going to be for the rest of the day. She went back over to her bed and crawled back in, took out a book and started to read. She was sitting up, her pillow propped up against the wall behind her, and her cup of coffee on the table next to her bed. She heard the front door being unlocked. The door opened slightly, and René's head popped in through the opening. He kind of peeked in before he walked in. He saw Catherine sitting up in the bed. It surprised him a bit. She was usually up doing something by that time of the morning. "Hi, what's up?" René asked, smiling. Catherine just grunted and looked back at her book. René was a bit freaked out by this unusual greeting. It definitely wasn't the Catherine he knew. René walked over to her. He walked softly and a bit cautiously. He wasn't sure what was going on with her. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm just a bit down today." She answered him in a tone that let him know she was sorry for the way that she had greeted him. "Is there something wrong?" he asked in a concerned tone. "I don't know, René. I don't know shit. I'm a little worried about Marie," Catherine told him. She was in an agitated mood, and it didn't take much to set her off. René read it in her face and avoided the conversation. She knew he was trying not to upset her, and that got on her nerves as well. "She'll be all right," he said. Catherine turned her head sharply and stared at René. "What do you mean, she'll be all right?" Catherine snapped at him. I just mean, well, she seemed okay to me." René stopped. He didn't really know how to respond. This was all a bit confusing to him. "Fuck, René. She's your wife. You don't know what's wrong with her?" Catherine raised her voice. "What do you mean, she's my wife? What are you getting at?" René answered back. He was getting upset as well. "Shit," Catherine said and looked back down at her book. She was pissed off, and she didn't know why. She was yelling at René. René just stood there for a minute, staring at her. "Well?" he said again. Catherine didn't respond. She just sat there staring at her book. René turned around and walked towards the door. He opened it and slammed it behind him. Catherine couldn't believe what had just taken place. She didn't know why she was so upset, or why she had started a fight with René. He hadn't done anything. She just blew up at him. Catherine got up and got dressed. She wanted to get out and go for a walk. She felt bad about the way she had treated René, and she just needed some fresh air. She walked out of her apartment and started towards the university. She just went that way out of habit. Catherine walked along thinking about Marie and her fight with René. She was in a funny mood. She didn't know how she felt. It was all so confusing. She walked around the corner and found herself standing in front of the cafe near the university, where she and René used to go after class. René was sitting there at a table on the patio outside. It was a cold and gray afternoon, and he was staring in the direction of the park. Catherine stopped and watched him for a moment. He was very still, his coffee cup steaming from the table in front of him. She walked up quietly behind him, slid her hands over his shoulders, and leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. "I'm so sorry," she whispered in his ear. René reached up and took her hands in his and held them for a moment. He lifted her hand and kissed it. Catherine walked around and sat down next to him. She reached across the table and held his hands. "I don't know what's wrong with me, René. It's just been really weird today. I'm really sorry for snapping at you," she said very softly. He just stared at her. He didn't say anything. She was confused. He was always so forgiving, but for some reason he seemed to be less inclined to simply forget how she had treated him earlier. They both just sat without talking. The waiter came out. Catherine ordered a coffee. She lit a cigarette and waited for René to say something. "I don't understand what you want from me," he said to her. She didn't know how to respond to his question. She also didn't know what she expected from him. "I'm sorry, René. I was upset. I don't know why. I just said that." She was trying to figure it out herself. "Are you worried about the wedding? Or are you—" He stopped. "Am I what?" she asked him calmly. "Are you jealous of Marie?" René said. He was surprised that those words came out, but as they both looked at each other, they realized that it was a valid question. Catherine just looked at him. She didn't say anything at first. The waiter came with her coffee. He set it on the table and turned and walked back into the cafe. "Shit, René. I hadn't even considered that," she answered him. They were silent again. "I have to think about that," she told him. "Well, if you find that's the case, you don't have anything to be jealous of," he said with conviction. She smiled at him. They sat and finished their coffees and got up to walk back to her place. René walked into the cafe and paid the waiter and came back out, took Catherine's hand, and headed down the cobblestone sidewalk. The phone rang. Catherine got up off the futon and walked over to pick it up. René just got up and poured them some wine and got some cheese and bread out for lunch. "Allo, allo," she answered. "Dave?" she stuttered. René looked over to her. He had a look of curiosity on his face. "Yeah, Dave, yeah, that would be cool. Yeah? I'll let you know when," she said a bit reluctantly. "Okay, I'll talk to you later. Bye." She hung up. She just stood at the phone for a moment. She turned and looked at René. He looked back at her, waiting for her to say something. "That was Dave. He's, my old boyfriend," she tried to explain to him. René still hadn't said anything. He just kept working on lunch. Catherine walked back over to the table and sat down. "Dave used to be my boyfriend when we were in college together," she started to explain to him. "I saw him when I was home. He helped out a lot when my father died. We're just friends. He's a really good friend, but that's all," she said defensively. "That's cool, Catherine," was all he said. She felt like she needed to explain to him about Dave. René didn't seem to be bothered about her talking to Dave, or that Dave called her. He sat down at the table and started to eat lunch. Catherine just looked at him. Then she sat down and joined him. "Why did Dave call?" he suddenly asked. Catherine was surprised by the question. She thought it didn't matter to him. "He wanted to know if he could come over with my mother for the wedding," she said a bit timidly. René heard the tone in her voice. He knew it was important to her and that she was afraid to ask him. "That would be nice," he answered her. She wasn't quite sure what he meant by that. "Really, René? You wouldn't mind?" she smiled. "No, of course not. Why should I?" He looked at her with a look that made her feel the need to explain the whole story. And she did. She told him that Dave was still in love with her. She had explained to Dave that she was in love with René. And that was that. Catherine tried to explain that her relationship with Dave was very special, and she didn't want him to be jealous. René just smiled back. Catherine looked back at him. She was trying to figure out why he was smiling. "What?" she said to him. "Oh, I think we just had a similar conversation about Marie a little earlier." He smiled at her. She just stared at him for a moment, and then she laughed. "Damn." They both looked at each other and laughed. Catherine went over to Marie's later that afternoon. She wanted to find out what was up with her. She knocked at the door. Marie opened it. She was surprised to see Catherine standing there. "Catherine, what's up?" she asked her. "Can I come in?" Catherine asked her. "Oh, of course, come in." They walked in and sat down on the couch. "Would you like something to drink?" Marie asked. "Oh, a glass of wine, maybe," Catherine answered. Marie walked over and got a bottle of wine and poured them both a glass. "I just wanted to see if there was anything wrong. When you left René's apartment the other day, you seemed really upset," Catherine asked her. "Oh, I was." "Oh, it's okay, Catherine. It's just that, well," Marie was struggling to explain. "I was jealous of you. You have René now," she blurted out. "What? You still? I didn't think you wanted to be with René anymore," Catherine said, completely freaked out. No, Catherine. It's not that I want René back. It's just that, shit, the way he's changed since he's been with you." She paused for a moment. "It's just he's a much better man, and it's because of you." Marie was a bit frustrated. She wasn't sure why she was explaining this to Catherine. "I just wonder why it couldn't have been that way for René and me when we were together," Marie said. "Oh, God, Marie, I'm sorry. I didn't realize." Catherine paused. "It's okay, Catherine. It's just I feel a little lonely. That's all," Marie said. "You know, it would be a lot easier if I didn't like you so much," Marie told her. "What do you mean?" Catherine asked curiously. Marie looked at her and smiled a little. "Catherine, if I could be mad and hate you, it would make it a lot easier to deal with, you and René getting married." Marie tried to rationalize her emotions, not only to Catherine, but to herself. They both just stared at each other for a moment. Catherine hadn't quite got it. She had a look of confusion on her face. Marie saw that she hadn't really understood what she had said. "Catherine, I really care for both of you guys. I guess it's just that, shit, I want what you have. Can you understand that?" she said, a bit frustrated. "René?" Catherine asked with fear in her voice. "No, love," Marie said softly. Catherine and Marie sat around talking for the longest time. The tension between them eased. They talked about life and the problems with men. They laughed at each other's stories. Catherine left and headed home. She felt happy about the time she had spent with Marie, and a sense of relief. The days seemed to go by quickly. October came. The leaves on the trees were starting to turn. The colors were magnificent. There was a cool breeze blowing as Catherine stood on her balcony in the morning, looking out over the city, watching the people walk by below on the streets. She felt a content feeling. The coolness of the morning and the crystal-clear blue sky reminded her of Colorado. She thought about her mother. She went back in and made some coffee. She sat down at the table, thinking about the things she wanted to do that week, thinking about the wedding and the paperwork she needed to get done. She looked up at the calendar hanging on the wall above her. October 5th. Shit, she thought to herself. She was late. Normally she had her period on the 1st. She suddenly felt anxious. She hadn't even considered the possibility of being pregnant. Oh, God, she thought to herself. She stood up and walked around the room. She couldn't sit still. She was almost in a panic. She walked around and around, trying to think. It was all so unexpected, her mind going 1,000 miles an hour. She tried to calm herself down and think rationally. Maybe she was just late because of the stress she had been under lately. Or maybe it was, she didn't know what to think. There was a slight tap at the door. Then it opened. René poked his head in. "Bonjour, Catherine," he said cheerfully. "Good morning," she answered. René could see there was something not right. It wasn't that there was something terribly wrong. He just perceived something in her expression. "How are things?" he asked her. Oh, just fine." He knew there was something up, but he didn't want to push it. He came in and sat down at the table and had a cup of coffee with her. They sat together, but they didn't say anything. Catherine stared at her cup. "What are you going to do today?" he asked her. She looked up at him. She had a sort of sad smile on her face. "René, I'm late," she said to him. He didn't understand at first what she was saying. "What do you mean? Do you have something else planned for today?" he asked innocently. "No, I'm late for my period," she said a bit impatiently. "Oh, He was at a loss for words. They just looked at each other for a few minutes. It was something completely unexpected for both of them. "Let's go for a walk," René said to her as he finished his coffee. They got up and walked out the door and headed to the park. It was a beautiful morning. They walked along the small pond, holding hands, watching the ducks paddling along. He put his arm around Catherine and kissed her on the cheek. She looked up at him and smiled. She was watching him, watching the ducks. She felt like she knew what he was thinking about. "I would love to have a family with you, Catherine," he said to her calmly. She smiled at him and kissed him. She felt a warm feeling inside, comforted by his love for her. "René, I love you," was all she said. There was a knock at the door. Catherine got up to answer it. René was just coming out of the bathroom. She opened the door. "Marie, it's good to see you," Catherine said, and motioned for her to come in. "Bonjour, I brought something for both of you," she said, and handed some papers to René. "What's this?" he asked her. "Open it," she said to him. He opened the envelope. It was their divorce papers. They finally came through. She stood there and waited for René to say something. He looked up and smiled at her. "Merci," he said, and leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek. She looked over at Catherine and smiled, with a bit of regret in her expression. Catherine knew what it was from the expression on Marie's face. "I have to get going," she told them, and turned to walk towards the door. Catherine walked over and met her at the door. "I'll call you later," she told Marie. René walked over to Catherine as Marie walked out the door. He gave her a hug and then kissed her. "When would you like to get married?" he asked her with a big smile. "On the 25th, she said without hesitation. "Why the 25th? He asked her a bit curiously. "That was the first day I saw you in class last year." She smiled at him. Catherine called her mother. She told her to come over on the 15th. That way they would have some time together before the wedding. She told her to call Dave and tell him as well. The following week went by fast. Catherine was making plans and preparing for her mother and Dave. It was going to be hectic, but it was definitely worth it. She was so excited she could hardly stand it. Finally the day arrived. She was to meet her mother and Dave at the airport that morning. She was completely worn out from the planning for the wedding, and it was a relief that her mother and Dave were finally coming to Paris. Flight 800 from Denver arrived at 10:25 a.m. Catherine was standing outside the door waiting. Finally, her mother and Dave walked through the door and out into the mass of people waiting. Catherine made her way through the crowd to her mother. She hugged her and then hugged Dave. She helped her mother with her baggage, and they all made their way out to the front of the airport. Catherine hailed a taxi. They got in and headed into town. They were all excited, Catherine's mother and Dave, because it was the first time either of them had been to Europe, and Catherine because they were both in Paris. The taxi pulled up in front of Catherine's apartment. They all got out. Catherine paid the driver and they headed up to her flat. René opened the door. Catherine introduced him to her mother and then Dave. He wasn't exactly what her mother had expected, but she really hadn't thought all that much about it. He shook hands with Dave and smiled at him. They all sat down and talked a little. René was having a hard time understanding. His English wasn't that good, and Catherine's mother wasn't used to speaking to foreigners, so she spoke in her normal, fast slang English that most Americans spoke. Catherine saw that René was struggling. She interpreted every now and then. Catherine had planned for her mother to stay at her apartment, and Dave would stay with René at his. After an hour of sitting around, Catherine's mother told her that she was really tired from the flight and wanted to go lie down for a while. "Okay, Mom. I'm going to go over to René's for a few minutes and help Dave get settled in. I'll be back in about an hour," she told her mother. "Okay, dear, I'll be fine. I just need a nap," she said. Catherine got everything together for her mother, and then the three of them headed to René's. They walked along the sidewalk towards René's apartment. Dave was astounded by the city. He had never seen anything so cool. Catherine and René just smiled at each other. They both enjoyed seeing the excitement on Dave's face. Dave didn't say a lot. He just walked along with his mouth open, saying, "Wow, man." Finally, he looked at René and Catherine. "Man, it's no wonder you didn't want to stay in Colorado," he said, almost out of breath. "Dave, you need to speak a little slower," Catherine said to him. "Huh?" he asked her, not knowing what she meant. "It's hard for René to understand you. You need to speak slowly and clear," she explained to him. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Just say if you don't understand me," Dave said to René. "Okay, the same goes for you. Sometimes I forget and speak French," René laughed. They all laughed. Catherine felt a little more at ease. She was worried about how René and Dave were going to get along. They arrived at René's apartment. Catherine helped Dave get his things put away. René put some music on, poured them all some wine. Catherine pulled out some hash and rolled a joint and handed it to René. She didn't smoke. Dave was surprised, but not disappointed. They all sat around. Dave and René smoked, drank, and talked. It was really cool for Catherine. She felt at ease, and she was happy that René and Dave were hitting it off so well. In fact, they did find it easy to talk to each other. They both felt comfortable and confident. Both knew the score, and both of them accepted it. "I need to get back and check on my mother," Catherine told them. She stood up and headed for the door. "We'll see you guys later this evening for dinner. I'll call you in a little while, René," Catherine announced, and then walked out the door. Dave looked at René. He smiled at Dave. "She's a bit nervous about her mother being here, and probably about how you and I are going to get along," René explained to Dave. "Oh, yeah, I can see that," Dave grinned back at René. "I think I'm going to crash for a little while," Dave said to René. René just looked at him for a second. He looked like he hadn't quite understood what Dave had just said. "Oh, okay, you can sleep here." René showed him to the spare room. Dave fell back on the bed and was out like a light. René went back into the kitchen and put a pot of coffee on, got out his paints, and started a new painting. He felt inspired. The day went a lot easier than what he had expected. He was really nervous about Catherine's mother and Dave coming, but he hadn't said anything to Catherine. Catherine arrived back home. Her mother was sitting at the old wooden table when she walked in the door. She had just made some coffee. Catherine walked over and poured herself a cup. She sat down at the table with her mother and lit a cigarette, and then suddenly remembered. "Shit," she mumbled and put it out. Her mother looked at her with a questioning expression. "You don't need to put your cigarette out because of me," her mother said to her, although she didn't know that Catherine smoked. "Oh, it's not—" Catherine stopped in mid-sentence. "It's not what, dear?" her mother asked curiously. It's just that She paused again. She was taken by surprise. Catherine wasn't sure about telling her mother that she was pregnant, and now suddenly she was confronted with it. "What's the matter, Catherine?" her mother asked, and she didn't often say Catherine. Mostly she said dear. "I'm pregnant, Mom," she said bluntly. She wasn't sure how her mother was going to respond, so she sounded a bit defensive. "Oh, Catherine, that's wonderful. "When are you expecting?" her mother asked her. Catherine was totally blown away by her mother's response. She stood up and hugged her. Tears were running down her face. They sat and talked about all kinds of things. Her mother talked about when she was pregnant with Catherine, and how wonderful it was. It made Catherine feel good to know that her mother was totally supportive and didn't think that she was rushing into having a family so soon. René and Dave showed up at Catherine's around 7. They both looked sharp. René had loaned Dave some clothes. Blue jeans and flannel shirts weren't in style for the evening in Paris. At least not that evening style. René had made reservations at a very expensive restaurant near the Eiffel Tower. Catherine and her mother were both astounded at the transformation of the two of them from that afternoon. They headed out and got a taxi. Catherine had talked to her mother about how to speak slower so that René could understand. So with things basically running smoothly, Catherine relaxed. They got out of the taxi. Catherine's mother and Dave just stood there, looking up at the Eiffel Tower. They were both speechless. The tower was lit up. All of its lights and glamour made even René and Catherine stand there in awe. They had a lovely dinner. Catherine's mother talked to René about when Catherine was growing up, the old nostalgia, and René enjoyed hearing it. Catherine smiled as she watched René and her mother talking. The following week went by fast. Catherine spent a lot of time showing her mother around Paris. René and Dave spent a lot of time hanging out at the bars. They all had a good time. Catherine went over to pick up Dave on Friday morning. The wedding was the next day. René had some things to take care of, and Catherine's mother was hanging around the apartment getting things together for the wedding. Dave and Catherine walked along towards the university. She wanted to take Dave to the cafe near the university. They walked around the corner to the patio. Nikkei came out of the cafe. They stood there face to face. It surprised both of them. "Oh, God, Nikkei," Catherine said, shocked. "Catherine, shit, God, it's good to see you," Nikkei said with a big smile on her face. They both just stood there for a moment, a bit stunned by the situation. Dave made sort of a grunting noise. "Oh, Nikkei, this is my friend Dave from America," she said, sort of dazed. "Hi," Dave said timidly. It just dawned upon Dave that this was Nikkei, the Nikkei. He was intrigued by her. She was really beautiful. He could see why Catherine had an affair with her. "I heard that you and René were getting married," Nikkei said. "Oh, yeah, Catherine paused for a moment, then looked at Dave. He got the signal. "I'm just going over and get a table," he said, and excused himself. Catherine and Nikkei both smiled at him as he walked away. "Shit, Nikkei, I didn't know what to do," Catherine said to her shyly. "What do you mean?" Nikkei asked. "I wasn't sure about telling you." "That René and I were getting married," Catherine explained. "Catherine, you know I care about you, and I love you, but I also know it's over between us," Nikkei said softly to her. Catherine was a bit stunned by Nikkei's openness. She smiled at her. "You know I only want the best for you, and if that doesn't include me, well, I still just want you to be happy," Nikkei continued. "Oh, man, Nikkei, you're so understanding, thanks." Catherine hugged her, then kissed her on the cheek. "Will you please be my maid of honor?" Catherine asked her. "I'd love to," Nikkei smiled back. They hugged each other again. Dave was kind of watching from his table. He wasn't at all sure what was happening, but he figured that it must be good, whatever it was. Catherine and Nikkei walked over to the table and sat down with Dave. He just looked at Catherine with a sort of what's up look on his face. Catherine smiled back at him. "Oh, it's okay, Dave. Nikkei's going to be my maid of honor," she said. "Really? That's cool. So you guys have, well, worked things out?" Dave said in a tone that Catherine understood. "Yeah, we're still good friends, and we're going to stay that way," Catherine said with a smile on her face. Dave knew exactly what she meant. They sat around talking and drinking wine. Dave couldn't take his eyes off Nikkei. She was incredible. Catherine also noticed the way Dave was looking at her. She wasn't really sure about his interest in her, In a way, she felt a bit jealous. But then she thought a little about it, and she smiled. She was happy to see Dave taking interest in another woman, even if that woman was Nikkei. Just like Dave, she thought to herself. Finally, he's interested in a woman, and she preferred other women, always wanting something which is more than likely unattainable. They talked for a while longer. Dave and Nikkei seemed to be hitting it off pretty well. It surprised Catherine that Nikkei had taken interest in Dave, but on the other hand, she didn't really know if Nikkei was only interested in women or if she went out with men as well. She had never really asked her, or even thought about it for that matter. Catherine told Nikkei that she had to be getting back because her mother was waiting for her. "I'm taking my mother out for a while tonight," Catherine told Nikkei. "Would you like to come along with us?" she asked her. "Oh, I don't know. Nikkei paused and then looked at Dave. "I'm going to meet up later with Dave and René at the Bar National," she told Nikkei. She could see that there was something going on from the look on her face. "Okay, that would be great." Nikkei smiled at her. "Come by my apartment around 7 this evening," Catherine told her. Nikkei smiled and nodded her head in agreement, and then she looked at Dave and smiled. "I'll see you tonight, Dave," Nikkei said with a sweet, innocent voice. Dave smiled back and blushed a little, then walked away with Catherine. Catherine smiled to herself as they walked along. She and Dave were walking slowly along the sidewalk. She looked over at Dave as they walked. He felt her looking at her, and turned to look at her. He had an expression of, "What?" on his face. Catherine smiled at him. "She melts your heart, doesn't she?" she said with a big smile on her face. Dave stopped. He smiled. Again he blushed a little. "Yeah, she's really special," Dave said with a bit of excitement in his voice. "Yeah, she melted my heart as well," Catherine said, and blushed a bit herself. "Now I can really understand, Catherine," he said softly with a look of complete understanding. Catherine hugged him. Dave had turned out to be her best friend. She could tell him anything, and he would understand. They started walking towards René's apartment. They walked up the steps of his apartment building. Catherine stopped at the bottom of the steps. "Oh, shit," she said more to herself than to Dave. "What?" Dave said as he looked at her. "Oh, man, what am I going to tell René?" "About Nikkei." "Shit." Catherine sounded paranoid. She was afraid René would be upset. "What do you mean, Cat? Does he know about you and Nikkei?" Dave sounded surprised by her anxiety. "Yeah, he knows. But still, he might get upset," she told him. "Cat, I don't think René will mind," Dave said with confidence. Catherine stood there looking at him. She didn't know why, but the way he said it, she felt more at ease. "Should I hang out here until you talk to René?" Dave asked her. She looked at him. She thought about what he said. "Well, could you go around the corner to the store and buy a bottle of Merlot? Give me about 15 minutes, okay?" she said to him a bit nervously. "Yeah, no problem. I'll see you in a little while." He smiled and walked off towards the store. Catherine turned and walked up the steps into the building. She opened the door and went in. René was talking on the phone. He turned and looked at her. He could see that she was nervous about something. "I'll call you later," he said and hung up the phone. "What's the matter?" he asked her. "What do you mean?" she responded without thinking. He just grinned and looked at her. She knew it was silly trying to hide the fact that she was nervous. "Oh, René, I ran into Nikkei at the cafe earlier," she explained. "Oh, yeah? How's she doing?" René asked in a neutral tone. She just looked at him for a moment. She was afraid to tell him that she had asked Nikkei to the wedding. "She's doing good. I think she likes Dave," she said with a little smirk. "René, I asked her to the wedding. I asked her to be my maid of honor." She paused and waited for him to respond. René didn't say anything at first. He just observed Catherine for a moment. "Really? That's cool. Is that why you're so nervous?" he asked her. "What? Oh, yeah, René. I wasn't sure if you would be upset or not," Catherine explained to him. "There's no reason that I should be upset, is there?" he said to her, wanting to know if anything had changed in their relationship that he should know about. She just looked at him. She didn't say anything. She just raised her eyebrows. René knew right away that he'd said something that he shouldn't have. "I'm sorry. I didn't really mean it that way." He stopped for a second. "Okay, maybe I did mean it that way, but it's only that, shit, Catherine. I love you and I don't want to lose you to anyone else," he said, a bit apologetically. "That's okay, René. I love you too. And you're definitely not going to lose me to anyone." "Shit, man, I'm going to have your baby," she smiled at him. René stood up and hugged her. There was a knock at the door. "Oh, that's Dave. I sent him around the corner to pick up a bottle of wine," she said as she walked over to let him in. Dave stood at the door looking at Catherine. She smiled at him. He knew it was all right to come in. He looked over at René. He held his fist out with his thumb pointing up, giving him the sign that everything was cool. He came in, put the bottle of wine on the table, and asked René for a corkscrew. He opened the wine and started to pour 3 big glasses of wine. He just started to pour wine into the 3rd glass. "Oh, very little for me," Catherine yelled over to him from across the room. She walked over to the 2 of them standing in the kitchen. "I can't have very much. She stopped and looked at René. He smiled and nodded his head as if in agreement with her. She looked at Dave. "I'm pregnant. We're going to have a baby." She was glowing as she told Dave. Dave's jaw dropped. He stared at her. Then he smiled and hugged her. "Far out," he said. Then he laughed. So did Catherine. Neither could believe he just said that. Catherine told the 2 of them that she would meet them at the bar later and headed back to her apartment. She wanted to change and get ready to go out with her mother and Nikkei. René and Dave had made plans for the boys' night out, so to say. It was about 7 p.m. when Nikkei came over. Catherine introduced her to her mother. Nikkei brought a bottle of wine with her. She opened it and poured them all a glass. Catherine didn't say anything. She wasn't sure how Nikkei would take the news of her being pregnant. Catherine walked over to grab her leather jacket, trying to avoid drinking the wine without having to explain to Nikkei why she couldn't have any. "What's the matter, Catherine? Don't you want to drink your wine?" Nikkei asked her. "Oh, I can't. She stopped in mid-sentence. She looked at Nikkei. Nikkei looked back at her. Neither said anything. Catherine walked across the room to her. She stood right in front of her. "I'm pregnant, Nikkei," she told her and waited for her to respond. Nikkei's eyes opened wide. She was blown away. Then she smiled a big smile and hugged her. "God, Catherine, that's awesome." She was excited for Catherine. Catherine's mother smiled as she watched the 2 of them together. She had absolutely no idea what this all meant, only that Nikkei was Catherine's friend, and she was happy for her. They all headed out for dinner and then to a show. Catherine wanted to take her mother to a cabaret so she could experience a little of the French evening lifestyle. René and Dave were just getting ready to head out the door when the phone rang. René answered it. "Jacques?" René yelled over the phone. "Oui. See you in a few minutes," René said and hung up the phone. He had a big smile on his face. Dave just looked at him curiously. René saw the expression on his face and then remembered that Dave didn't know who Jacques was. He told Dave about Jacques and that he was at the train station and would be over in a few minutes. Then they would all head out to one of the restaurants down the street. Jacques showed up about 20 minutes later. He and René kissed each other on the cheek in Parisian style. Dave was a little freaked out. He hadn't seen men greeting each other in that way before. He thought it was a bit strange at first, but then he thought it's pretty cool as well. They all headed out. René told Jacques that they were going to meet up later with Catherine. They spoke French because Jacques didn't speak English. Dave just looked at them, not understanding what they were laughing about. René saw the look of confusion on Dave's face and translated for him. They had an interesting evening in a 3-way conversation between English and French. Catherine and Nikkei dropped Catherine's mother off at her apartment after the show. Catherine told her that they would probably be home late and not to worry. René, Dave, and Jacques were sitting at a table in the corner when Nikkei and Catherine walked through the door at the Bar National. René stood up and waved to Catherine. She walked over to where they were sitting. Dave stood up as well to greet Nikkei. Finally, Jacques stood up and greeted Catherine. She hugged him. She hadn't expected him to come up. They all sat back down. Catherine introduced Jacques to Nikkei. Jacques remembered her from the cafe that day in the summer when he visited them. Nikkei sat next to Dave. She was dressed in her usual black leather skirt and white top. She looked stunning, and it was everything Dave could do to keep from drooling on himself. Catherine and René looked at the two of them and then looked at each other and started giggling. They couldn't hold it in any longer. Dave and Nikkei didn't pay any attention to them. They were busy talking. It was a fun evening for all of them, especially Dave and Nikkei. There was definitely something in the air between the two of them. The morning sun streamed in through the glass door of the balcony. Catherine was up early. She barely slept that night. She was nervous about the wedding. She made a pot of coffee, sat down at her old wooden table, and tried to calm the butterflies in her stomach. She pulled the tin box down off the shelf and opened it. "Ah, man," she thought as she looked at the small piece of hash in the box. Then she closed the lid and put it back. It was a continual effort for her not to smoke or drink, especially now, but she knew it would hurt her baby. It was a strange thought for her, my baby. She smiled at herself. She got up and walked over to the coffee pot, poured herself a cup, got the milk and sugar, and walked back over to the table. She sat down and sipped her coffee and thought about everything that had happened that year. It was quiet. Her mother was still asleep, and there was virtually no noise coming from the streets. She turned her chair, leaned back against the wall, and stared out the door of the balcony. She reflected back on the times when she was standing out there, leaning against the railing. She smiled when she remembered the first time that René put his arms around her, and the time that she sat out there almost the whole night drinking wine by herself after Michelle was killed in the car crash. God, so much has happened, she thought as she pulled her legs up and put her feet on the seat of the chair underneath her. She heard her mother stirring. It broke her train of thought. She glanced over in the direction of the bed. "Good morning, dear," she heard her mother say. "Morning, Mom," she said, and got up to pour her mother a cup of coffee. "How do you feel? Nervous?" her mother asked. "Yeah, a little," Catherine answered. "That's all right, dear. So was I on my wedding day," her mother said softly. Her eyes started to tear up. Catherine looked at her and saw that her mother was starting to cry. "I'm sorry, Mom. I know you miss Dad," Catherine consoled her mother. She walked over to her, handed her a cup of coffee, and kissed her on the cheek. "But now I need you to help me. I don't even know where to start," Catherine smiled at her, trying to get her mind off her father. "Yeah, we've got a lot to do. So how about if I make us some breakfast and then we get started?" her mother said with a smile on her face. Catherine smiled back. She felt a sigh of relief inside. They ate breakfast. Catherine's mother told her about her wedding day and how nervous she was and how her mother helped her through it. She got up and walked over to her suitcase, opened it up and got out a package and brought it over to Catherine at the table. "What's this?" Catherine asked, a bit surprised. "Open it," her mother said. Catherine unwrapped the package. It was a wedding dress. "It was my dress," her mother said. Catherine held it up and looked at it. It was beautiful. She smiled and hugged her mother. "It's beautiful," she told her. She wasn't planning to wear a wedding dress, and it took her completely by surprise. "Come on, try it on," her mother said anxiously. Catherine wasn't sure about it. She didn't really want to have the sort of standard wedding, but she didn't want to hurt her mother's feelings either. She got undressed and put her mother's wedding dress on. She looked in the mirror. Her mother walked up behind her. Catherine looked at herself in the mirror and at her mother standing next to her. Her mother had a glowing look on her face. Catherine was stunned as well. She looked incredible. Her long auburn hair stood out against the crisp snow white of the wedding gown. She got a sudden surge of goosebumps down her back. The butterflies were back. "I have to call René. He wasn't expecting me to be all dressed up for the wedding," Catherine told her mother. Don't worry, dear. I'm sure he'll look great. Besides, you should surprise him, she said calmly. I couldn't do that. He might get upset. Or, he's not expecting me. Catherine paused. She was confused by the conversation. She didn't know why she was explaining this to her mother. She was just used to doing what she wanted. Catherine, it's your wedding. It's supposed to be something to remember, she said and smiled. For some reason, Catherine let it go, and she didn't call René. Besides, her mother was right. It was her wedding. And if she decided to wear a dress, then that's what she was going to do. There was a knock at the door. Catherine wondered who it could be this early in the morning. She opened the door. Nikkei, what are you doing here so early? Catherine asked her. Nikkei just stood there staring at Catherine. She didn't say anything. She was stunned. Catherine couldn't figure out what was the matter with her. Oh, man, Catherine, you look beautiful, Nikkei told her. Catherine forgot that she had the wedding dress on. She looked down at the dress and then back at Nikkei. Now she understood why Nikkei had reacted so strangely when she opened the door. Nikkei came in. She said hello to Catherine's mother and grabbed a cup and poured herself some coffee. In a matter of minutes, the peace and quiet of the morning was gone. There was a feeling of excitement in the room. It felt a bit hectic. Catherine's mother was tugging away at the dress, trying to figure out where she could take it in, and Nikkei was fiddling with Catherine's hair. She felt like she was getting ready for some Broadway show, all in a matter of minutes. Now she was really nervous. They all seemed to be frantic, rushing around. Catherine must have put on and taken off the wedding dress about 20 times, or at least it seemed that way to her. She went over her list, checking things off, and things still to do. They were supposed to be at the church near the university at 12. The wedding was to start at 1, and then everyone was going to the cafe around the corner, the one they used to go to after class. René had arranged everything with the owner of the cafe for the reception. The phone rang. Catherine rushed over to answer it. She was rushing out of habit, because everything seemed to have sped up. René, what's wrong? She asked, almost panicked. What? There's nothing wrong. I just wanted to see that you were doing okay, he said with a bit of a laugh. What are you laughing at? She said to him a bit snappy. Oh, nothing, Catherine. Everything's going to be fine, he said, trying to console her. Shit, René, it's not funny. Besides, my mother and Nikkei are driving me crazy, she giggled a little herself. They chatted a bit longer. It really helped calm Catherine's nerves talking to René. They talked about all kinds of stuff. Then suddenly she remembered that she never really talked to René about his parents. He had always avoided the subject, but now they were getting married, and she wanted to know more about them. Were they going to come to the wedding? She had a lot of questions. René, what about your parents? Are they going to be at the wedding? She asked him bluntly. No, he said, trying to avoid the conversation about them. Why not, René? She was really curious now. Catherine, I don't really want to talk about them now, he said. But René, I don't understand. Is there something? She stopped. Catherine, okay. I don't really get along with my parents. Besides, they are living in Argentina right now. He slowly began to explain things to her. I called them to let them know about the wedding. They said they couldn't make it back just now. He sounded upset. Okay, René. I was just wondering, that's all, she said quickly. Catherine thought it would be better if she left it until later. She hung up the phone and the craziness continued. The afternoon sun beamed through the branches of the enormous oak tree in the courtyard of the church. The leaves were turning colors. The sky was a crisp, clear blue, and there was a slight breeze whirling the fallen leaves around. Catherine arrived at the church with her mother and Nikkei around 12:30. René was standing out front waiting for her. He had an incredible sigh of relief look on his face when he saw the taxi pull up with the three of them in it. He was starting to completely freak out. Dave and Jack tried to calm him down. She was supposed to be there at 12. The taxi pulled up and stopped right in front of René, Dave, and Jack. They all looked dashing, dressed up in suits and ties. Catherine looked through the window of the taxi and saw René. Shit, he's dressed up. I wasn't expecting him to, she said to her mother. Well, maybe Dave gave him a clue. She grinned at her. "Mom," she smiled at her mother for being so sly. René leaned forward and opened the door to the taxi. Catherine's mother got out. René held her hand and helped her out. Then Nikkei. Catherine got out. René's knees went all wobbly. His jaw dropped. She was absolutely gorgeous. Everyone was standing out front, waiting for her to arrive. Catherine took René's arm, and they walked toward the church doors. They looked incredible together, and everyone turned to watch them as they walked together. Catherine's mother started to cry when she saw the two of them together, as well as a few of the other female guests. Nikkei walked over and took Dave's arm, and they followed behind. Jacques turned to Catherine's mother and offered her his arm. She took it, and they walked into the church together. Everyone else followed the group into the church. Catherine and Nikkei waited at the back of the church. René and Jacques waited at the altar. The priest came out of a door in the back of the church and walked up to the altar. Marie walked in right then. She looked around and saw Catherine standing off to the side. She walked over to her. Just then the wedding music started to play. It was time for Catherine to head down the aisle. "Catherine, I'm so happy for you and René. I wish both of you the best," Marie said. She was absolutely astounded when she saw Catherine in her wedding dress, and tears started rolling down her cheek. Catherine kissed Marie on the cheek and thanked her. She took Nikkei's arm, and the two of them started walking down the aisle together. René watched as she came towards him. He was nervous, really nervous, and it showed. Jacques reached over and gave him a punch on the arm, trying to break him out of his trance. He turned and looked at Jacques. He whispered to René that everything was going to be all right. René smiled back at him. The ceremony went smoothly. There was barely a dry eye in the church. Even Jacques' eyes got a little red. They walked down the aisle and out to the front of the church. Everybody gathered out front, and then they all headed over to the cafe for the party. It was around 3:00. Everybody was outside on the patio of the cafe, eating and drinking and talking to each other. Catherine looked over and saw Dave, and of course Nikkei. She was hanging on his arm. Catherine smiled. She wasn't sure about the two of them, but she didn't mind. She loved both of them. René walked over and whispered something to Dave. Catherine watched the two of them. She was curious about what they were talking about. René turned and walked back over to Catherine. Everybody turned and looked at Catherine. She was completely confused. She hadn't a clue about what was going on, or why everyone was staring at her. "It's time for us to leave," he said with a smile on his face. "What do you mean leave? Where are we going?" Catherine asked, totally confused. "This way," was all he said as he took her hand and led her toward the road in front of the patio. Just then a horse and carriage pulled up in front of them. The carriage was covered with flowers. The driver was dressed up in an old-style suit from the 1800s. Catherine couldn't believe what she saw. René helped her up into the carriage. He climbed in after her. Catherine was still holding the bouquet of flowers. She stood up and threw them into the crowd. Marie caught them. Catherine woke up to the sound of birds chirping. The balcony doors were wide open, and the curtains were fluttering in the morning breeze. René was standing on the balcony of their hotel room, looking out over the city. Catherine walked up silently behind him. She slid her arms around his waist and hugged him from behind. She lay her head on his shoulder and admired the view with him. It was a lovely morning. It was the first day of her life, at least as Mrs. Xavier. René turned and kissed her. There was a knock at the door. René walked in and opened it. The waiter brought a tray in. René told him to put it on the balcony. "Breakfast is here," he said to Catherine. "Room service? Oh, René, perfect." She smiled and sat down at the table on the balcony. "What am I going to do about my mother today?" she remarked. "Oh, don't worry about it. Jacques is going to take Dave and your mother to the art galleries this morning. René told her that he'd already sorted everything out. We'll meet up with them this evening for dinner. He told her what he had arranged with Jacques. They spent the rest of the morning talking, laughing, and rolling around in bed. It was the perfect start to the rest of her life, Catherine thought to herself, as she enjoyed every second of it. They checked out of the hotel and took a taxi back to René's apartment. They had planned to meet up with the others at a restaurant downtown at 8 p.m. Catherine spent the rest of the afternoon sorting out stuff around René's apartment, moving her stuff in, basically. Her mother and Dave were flying out in the morning, and it was no problem for Dave to crash out in Catherine's flat. Besides, it would make Catherine feel better knowing that her mother wasn't alone for the night. Catherine and René arrived in the restaurant a few minutes late. There was a lot of traffic. They walked in. The waiter showed them to the table where the others were. Nikkei was sitting next to Dave and her mother. Catherine was surprised to see Nikkei. She wasn't expecting her to be there. They all greeted each other as René and Catherine sat down. "Hi, Nikkei. I didn't know you were coming to dinner," Catherine said to her. "Oh, I hope you don't mind. Dave invited me," she said, a bit unsure. "No, not at all, Nikkei," Catherine smiled at her. "Oh, yeah. Dave, do you mind crashing at my apartment tonight? Keep Mom company." She sort of asked Dave, but it was more of a taken-for-granted attitude she expressed. Dave kind of hesitated. He looked at Nikkei and then back to Catherine. "Sure. No problem. I wanted to ask you something." Dave looked a bit nervous. "I want to stay for a while longer here. Would it be okay if I hang out at your apartment for a couple more weeks?" Dave blushed a bit. He knew that Catherine knew why he wanted to stay. Catherine just looked at him for a moment. She was a little stunned by his question. Yeah, Dave. I don't really see why not. I wasn't going to move my stuff out for a while anyway," she said to him, and then glanced over at Nikkei. She kind of grinned back. Everyone knew what was going on. Even Catherine's mother cracked a little smile. It's just that Catherine wasn't ready to completely accept the fact that Nikkei really cared about Dave. And she kind of felt protective about Dave. She didn't want to see him get hurt, or at least that's what she said to herself. It was more that it was just kind of weird, seeing two friends that she had slept with, both of them, and now they were together. Damn, this is kind of like a soap opera, she thought to herself, and then laughed. Everyone looked at her when she laughed. "What's so funny?" Dave asked her, sounding a bit defensive. She looked at René. He was smiling as well. He, too, saw what it was that Catherine laughed about. "Oh, it's nothing, Dave. I'll tell you later," she said with a grin. Dave looked at Nikkei. By now, she knew what it was as well. She looked back at Dave and smiled. Dave looked at René, and he was smiling. "Oh," Dave said. Finally, he got it. He smiled back at Catherine. Her mother was the only one who didn't know what was going on. But she knew that Dave and Nikkei had something going on, and she assumed that's what they were all smiling about. Catherine showed up at her apartment early the next morning. Her mother was all packed up and ready to go. Dave had made a pot of coffee and was sitting at the table looking at a French phrase book. Catherine smiled at him as she walked in and poured herself a cup of coffee. "Bonjour," she said to him. He looked at her, but didn't respond at first. He wasn't sure what she had said. Then he finally got it. "Oh, bonjour," he said back and smiled. Her mother just looked at both of them. "I don't think it will take you too long to learn French, Dave," she said to him and smiled as well. Dave sort of laughed and then looked back down at his book. Catherine and her mother said goodbye to Dave and headed out the door to get a taxi to the airport. Catherine felt a little strange about taking her mother to the airport. She had kind of gotten used to her being around. They arrived at the airport. Catherine helped her mother get her bags checked in, and then they went to a little cafe at the gate and sat down together. They talked a little bit about what her mother was going to do back at home, and about when she and René were going to come visit. All the sort of stuff one talks about when they're trying to pass time. Catherine's mother told her that she wanted to come back over when she was going to have her baby. Catherine smiled at her mother, and then told her it was time for her to get on the plane. They hugged and said goodbye. Catherine was sad to see her go, but she also knew it was time for her to go. Catherine got a taxi back to her apartment. She wanted to talk to Dave. She wanted to know what his plans were. She was going to rent her apartment out next month, but she didn't mind waiting longer, if Dave was going to stay for a while. She opened the door and started to walk in, when she heard giggling and laughing. She looked in. Dave and Nikkei were in bed together. They both turned their heads at the same time and looked over to Catherine. Catherine was a bit shocked. She blushed. "Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bust in on you guys," she said, a bit embarrassed. "Oh, man, Catherine, I didn't think you were going to come back here after the airport," Dave said, also a bit embarrassed. They all just stared at each other for a moment. "I'll call you later," Catherine says as she backed out through the door and then closed it. René was sitting on the floor cross-legged painting when Catherine walked in the door. She had a funny look on her face. René saw that there was something up. "What's up?" he asked her. "Oh, I was just over at my apartment," she paused, and walked over to see what he was working on. "Yeah, and?" he continued. "Ah, it's Dave and Nikkei," she said nonchalantly as she observed the painting. "Catherine, what about Dave and Nikkei?" René pushed her to continue the conversation. "Oh," she broke out of her trance. "When I stopped by after taking Mom to the airport, they were in bed together," she said, trying not to sound too upset. René knew better. He could see that she was confused by her feelings about them. "Really? That's cool. Or?" he said. "I guess so. I don't know. I don't want to see Dave get hurt," she said with concern. "Dave's a big boy. Besides, how do you know Nikkei's going to hurt him?" he asked her curiously. "I don't know," she said sharply. René didn't want to open up a can of worms, so he changed the conversation. "What do you think?" he asked. Catherine just looked at him. Then she saw he was asking about the painting. "Oh, it's cool. I really like the colors you're using," she said, observing what he'd done. She went into the kitchen and started to make some lunch. She was still preoccupied with her thoughts about the situation between Dave and Nikkei. She came back in and brought some cheese, bread, and some tomatoes, put them on the table, and put a glass of wine by René's plate and a glass of water by hers. "René, lunch is ready," she called out to him. He got up and walked over to the table and sat down. Catherine sat down and looked across the table at René. She had a serious look on her face. "René, tell me about your parents," she said softly, wanting to know about them, but she didn't want to upset René. He stared at her. His expression was, "I don't want to talk about it," but then it changed. "Okay, but what I have to say to you about my parents has nothing to do with us," he started out. René was hesitant about telling Catherine. He was afraid of what she might do when she found out the truth, but he also knew that he had to tell her. "I grew up in Marseille, as you know," he began. "My father grew up there as well. When he was younger, he used to pick up and deliver drugs. He made a lot of money for a kid in that town. As time went on, he became more and more involved with the drug business. The man he worked for was one of the biggest dealers in France. Eventually he was killed, as people tend to end up in that trade. My father took over his place. Jacques and I were just kids when my father had us picking up and delivering drugs for him. I guess he thought I should earn my way to the top, like he did. Anyway, as time went on, I met Marie. She lived in Cassis. We got married and moved into the cottage there. She too got involved. That's the reason she was in Cassis this summer when I was attacked." René stopped for a moment and drank some wine. Catherine just sat there with a look of disbelief on her face. She was dumbfounded. She couldn't say anything. "Well, as you know, that was the last time either of us were going to do that again. We both made a lot of money during those days. That's also why people know who we are. Like at the restaurant where I proposed to you. Jean-Paul knew my name. Didn't you catch that?" René made more of an observation than asking her a question. He continued, "My parents eventually moved to Argentina. Not only were the police close to putting my father in jail, but the competition in Marseille were close to killing him. He still has a major control over the drug market from Argentina. That's why he couldn't come to the wedding. He can't chance coming back to France. Jacques has been running a lot of my father's business, as you know. He's practically my brother. At least he was always thought of that way, especially by my father. I know all of this sounds totally whacked out. He looked up at Catherine. She was practically in shock, but just as fascinated by the story. It sounded like something out of the movies. He started talking again. I've always loved art and painting, so I decided to move to Paris and go to art school. I told my father that I wanted out. We never really did get along that well. He was always too hard on us, my mother and me. So after I left and came here, he hasn't spoken to me. Jacques always lets me know what's going on. Marie and I separated then as well. I guess we just ran away from everything. But we had our problems before I decided to quit. And then I met you. He stopped and waited for her to say something. Catherine just sat there with her eyes wide open and her jaw hanging down. She absolutely couldn't believe it. "Damn, René," she exclaimed. He looked at her. He was afraid how she might react. She felt like he had just dropped the bombshell, and she didn't know what to say. They both just sat there and didn't say anything. Finally, Catherine looked at him. "You know I love you," she told him, and then smiled. He felt a big sigh of relief. Catherine still hadn't had time to take it all in, but she wasn't mad at him, and that's what he was really worried about. They talked a while longer. René reminisced about some of the wild times that he and Jacques had managed to live through. Catherine was completely enthralled. They finished their lunch, and René ended his story, and then he went back over and started working on his painting again. Catherine called Dave. "René, I'm going over to see Dave," she called out to him across the room. "Okay. When are you coming back?" he asked. "In an hour or two," she said as she grabbed her sweater and headed for the door. Dave was sitting on the futon listening to music. Catherine knocked on the door before she walked in. She was a little more cautious about simply walking in on him. They sat and talked. Catherine really wanted to know what was up between Dave and Nikkei. "So, what's going on between you guys?" she asked him bluntly. "What?" Dave said with an expression of "I didn't do anything" look on his face. "Dave?" Catherine raised her eyebrow. "Shit, Catherine, I don't know. She's really cool, and I like her." He was struggling a bit with an answer. "That's cool, Dave. It's just that, well, I don't want you to get hurt," she said. "Why should I get hurt?" He wasn't quite sure what she meant by that. "No reason, Dave. It's just that I care about both of you, you know? And it's all a bit unexpected." She tried to explain how she felt. Dave knew it as well and told her everything was going to be all right. "Dave, you're going to have to keep yourself occupied. I have a lot to do right now," she told him. "But you can stay here as long as you like," she continued. "Thanks, Kat. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to hang out for a while and see how things go," he said. "Okay, I have to get back home. René and I are working on some new paintings. If you need something, give me a call," she told him as she stood up and put her sweater on. She said goodbye and headed out the door. During the following weeks, Catherine and René spent most of their time painting. Dave and Nikkei seemed to be constantly together. Marie came by every now and then to check on Catherine and René's progress. She was planning another show this winter and wanted René to show his work as well. René was in the kitchen making coffee. Catherine was just coming out of the bathroom when Dave knocked on the door. René walked over and opened the door. "Bonjour, come in," Catherine heard René say. "Dave, Nikkei, good morning. What are you guys up to today?" Catherine asked, a bit surprised to see the two of them this early. "Bonjour, Catherine," they both said simultaneously. "We just came by to let you know that we're going to the States next week," Dave said with a grin. Nikkei smiled at her. Catherine could see that the two of them were about to burst from excitement. "Really? That's great. Man, come in and have some coffee," Catherine said to them, with a bit of excitement herself. They all sat at the table and had breakfast together. Dave told them that he and Nikkei were going to go to Colorado for a while, and then maybe take a trip to the Far East. They both wanted to go traveling. Both René and Catherine were taken by surprise at this sudden development, but just as excited for them. They seemed happy, and now they were going traveling together. "That's awesome, you guys," Catherine said, and for the first time she really felt it as well. "We're going to have a party before you leave," René said. "Oh yeah, that would be great," Nikkei said. They all talked a bit longer about some of the places they wanted to travel to. Catherine got up and walked over to put some music on. Nikkei got up and followed her over to the stereo. "Let's go out on the balcony for a minute," Nikkei said to Catherine. Catherine turned and looked at Nikkei. She could see that Nikkei had something she wanted to talk to her about, and it looked important. "Sure, just a second." Catherine put a disc in the player, pushed start, and turned and walked toward the balcony. They stood out in the morning chill. It was getting a bit colder every day now. "What's up, Nikkei?" she asked. "Oh, I just wanted to talk to you about Dave." Nikkei looked concerned. "Is there something wrong?" Now Catherine looked concerned. "No, not at all. It's just that Dave told me you were worried that I might hurt him," Nikkei said, trying not to sound confrontational. "Ah, shit, Nikkei. It's just that I didn't know how to feel about the whole thing between you two. And, well, I care a lot about both you guys." Catherine tried to explain her feelings. "It's okay, Catherine, I understand. And I just wanted you to know how much I like Dave. And I'm not going to hurt him," Nikkei said, and then smiled. Catherine could see that she was happy, and that she really meant what she said. "God, that's great, Nikkei. I'm really happy for both of you." Catherine hugged her. "So let's go back in. I'm freezing my ass off out here," Catherine said, and then laughed. Nikkei laughed as well as they both rushed back into the apartment. Dave and René watched the two of them coming back in. "Hey, what are you guys laughing about?" Dave smiled as he called out from across the room. "Oh, nothing," Nikkei said and beamed at Dave. "Girls talk, Dave," Catherine said and giggled. René and Dave looked at each other. They both lifted their shoulders with that look of whatever. The next Saturday evening, they all got together and went to the Bar National to celebrate. Nikkei and Dave were flying out the next morning. They all had a great evening, although Catherine was not finding it easy to be out partying without drinking, so they didn't stay out very late that evening. Besides, Dave and Nikkei had to get up early to catch their flight. They said their goodbyes in front of the bar. Catherine and René got a taxi. Dave and Nikkei turned and walked down the street. It was a cold gray morning. Catherine stood looking out through the balcony door. Steam came up from the ventilation pipes along the surrounding buildings and from the cars in the streets below. It started snowing. Almost all of the leaves were gone. Only a few brown and wrinkled ones were left, fluttering in the cold breeze, reluctant to give in to the inevitable. She felt a feeling of calmness inside. The change of seasons always made her feel happy. But winter was different. It wasn't that she wasn't happy. It was more of an awareness of emotions, like when she put on her favorite sweater. It made her feel warm and secure, and the smell of her freshly washed cotton flannel shirt reminded her of the frost on the grass in the backyard of her house in Colorado. René walked up from behind her and handed her a cup of coffee. They both stood there, coffee steaming up against the window of the balcony door, watching the snowflakes floating to the ground and melting upon impact. René turned and walked over to the stereo and put on some George Winston. The piano music was perfect for the mood Catherine was in. It was soothing. He walked back over and held her. Catherine laid her head on his shoulder. She thought that this was too good to be true. She was so happy, and almost everything up till now was perfect. It frightened her. She wasn't used to being this happy and having everything she wanted. She thought that something bad was going to happen, because this was too good to last. "What's wrong?" René saw a funny look on her face. He wasn't sure what it was. "Nothing. It's just I'm so happy. It seems too good to be true," she said and kind of smiled at him. She was afraid of telling him how she felt. She was afraid to admit it to herself, these feelings without justification. "Come on. I'll cook us an omelet for breakfast," she said, trying to shake those feelings. René didn't say anything else. He followed her into the kitchen and helped her make breakfast. The winter had set in. Paris took on a completely different look. All the street vendors had put their carts away, and the outdoor cafes had put up their glass walls to keep the warmth inside. The world of street businesses had moved indoors. Catherine walked along the sidewalk all wrapped up in her winter clothes. She had just been to the doctor's for a checkup. Everything was fine. She stopped at the mailbox in her building. She got a postcard from Dave and Nikkei. They were in Colorado. It was snowing, and they had been skiing, but were planning to leave to go to Australia after Christmas. Catherine smiled to herself. It was funny how things worked out for them. She was a bit sad as well, because she missed them, and in a way, she envied them. She had a bit of traveling fever as well. She walked into the apartment. René was on the phone, and he sounded upset. She glanced over at him. He hung up the phone. "Who was that, René?" Catherine asked. "My father," he said sharply. "Is there something wrong?" She looked concerned. "No, he's just being a pain in the ass," René told her. "Oh," Catherine exclaimed. "What did the doctor say?" he asked. "Everything's fine," she said and smiled at him. "We got a postcard from Dave and Nikkei," she said excitedly. "What are they up to?" he asked. "They're in Colorado skiing," she smiled, a bit somber. René saw the sadness in her expression and didn't ask any more. He was afraid she was getting homesick. Catherine saw that René was avoiding the conversation, and she let it go. She went into the kitchen and made some coffee. The phone rang again. René walked over to answer it. He had a look on his face that made Catherine think that he was expecting it to be his father again. "Allô?" René sounded pissed off. "Oh, Marie, how are you?" he asked, his voice changing tone instantly. "Cool. See you in a little while," he said and hung up. Catherine looked over at him. He was smiling. "What's up?" she asked curiously. "Marie's coming over. She has a show put together for us." He sounded excited. Catherine was a bit surprised by his enthusiasm, but she was glad it took his mind off his father. They finished breakfast. Marie showed up about an hour later. She told René and Catherine about the show she had planned. It was to start the 1st of December. It didn't leave much time for them to finish up the pieces they had been working on. "I would like to show the picture of René again," Marie said to Catherine. Catherine had no intention of selling it. "Marie, you know I'm not going to sell it," Catherine told her. "Yeah, I know, but still, it attracts a lot of people, and it helps to sell the other pieces," Marie explained her strategy. "Okay, but I think René has some even better pieces to show." Catherine pushed Marie a little towards René's paintings. "I know, and I want to feature some of his paintings as well," Marie said to both of them. They all sat and drank some coffee together and talked about the show and the paintings that they were working on. Marie said she had to be going and said goodbye to them and headed out the door. The next few weeks went by quickly. They were still putting the finishing touches the day before the paintings were to be hung in the gallery. It was a successful show for both of them. Marie as well. She sold a lot of the pieces that were displayed and a few that weren't. The following week after the show was hectic. Catherine tried to get her Christmas shopping done so she could send off some gifts to her mother and Susan back in Colorado. She also wanted to send some things to Nikkei and Dave, but it seemed to be an impossible task trying to find something for the two of them. She found a travel guide about Australia. She wrote a note inside the book for the two of them. "To the two I love and have been in love with, I wish you both the best. Love, Catherine." Christmas came and went. The two of them were settling into their lives together. Winter was a good time for both of them. The weather was usually gray and drizzly. The occasional snowflake fell, but more than often it simply drizzled rain. It was comforting to sit in front of the canvas with a cup of coffee and watch the gloominess from within the warmth of the apartment. Catherine was starting to show signs of being pregnant. It was becoming more difficult for her to sit cross-legged on the floor, and she was starting to put on some weight. But for her, it wasn't a problem. She looked fantastic. The winter seemed to just roll by. Spring days popped up every now and then. Slowly the trees started to bud, and the city began to regain its colors. The street vendors started showing up more often, and the cafes dropped their glass walls on the sidewalks. The freshness of the fruits and vegetables of the street carts were once again floating through the air at the outside markets. It was getting closer and closer for Catherine. Any day now the baby was due to arrive. René turned into a total freak. He wouldn't let her do anything that he thought would strain her. Catherine loved all the attention, but sometimes even she couldn't believe how protective René was being, and it drove her crazy. "René, wake up! René!" Catherine shook René as they lay in bed. "Huh? What?" René mumbled. "It's time, René. Wake up, God damn it!" Catherine raised her voice. René shot straight up out of bed. "What? It's time? Oh, shit!" He jumped around the room like a complete idiot. He was still half asleep. Finally, he gained his composure. He rang for a taxi, grabbed Catherine's things. She called the hospital. The taxi was waiting out front. René had already made a deal with the taxi company. They were expecting his call for the last week. They got in and headed to the hospital. René went in with Catherine. He was ready, at least he thought he was, but things started to progress rather quickly. Catherine had gone into labor. René stood next to her and held her hand. That was short-lived. No amount of passion was going to help at this moment, especially when she started screaming. René freaked out. He was scared. He had never seen anyone in that much pain before, and it was hard for him to do anything. Catherine screamed again. René screamed at the doctor. Catherine screamed at René. All hell broke loose. The doctor didn't pay any attention to either of them. The next scream was that of their baby boy, taking his first breath of air. The doctor handed Catherine the baby. She was completely exhausted, covered in sweat and tears, and when she held her baby, she had a smile that could have lit up the world. René looked at the two of them. He had never felt so proud in his whole life. The doctor patted René on the shoulder and walked out to leave them alone for a moment. Catherine spent the next 2 days in the hospital. René hardly left her side the whole time. He was just as protective as ever, now even more so. They all went home together. René had fixed up the apartment so that the baby bed was next to theirs. He had been to the store and filled the house full of food, diapers, and baby formula. He was overwhelmed with hope, love, and pride. Catherine walked in the room. She couldn't believe it. Everything was so clean and tidy. "My mother called me again today," Catherine said. "How's she doing?" René asked. She was a little bummed that she couldn't be here, but she's doing well. There was a large bouquet of flowers on the table. She walked over and took the card out that was hanging around the vase. René observed as she opened the card and read it. "René, it's from your parents," she asked. I called them and told them they have a grandson." He smiled when he said it, as if he just realized it himself. They were ecstatic, he told her. "Are we ever going to meet them?" she asked with a hint of regret in her voice, that they couldn't be there to see their new grandson. Maybe we'll fly down to Buenos Aires to see them," René said without thinking about it. Catherine turned and looked at him. "Are you serious?" she asked with a bit of excitement. René looked back at her with a blank look on his face. He wasn't expecting her to respond to his statement. Yeah, maybe next year, when little René is bigger." He smiled again when he said little René. He just couldn't believe that he had a son. Catherine giggled when she saw René's face light up as he said it, and walked over and kissed him. Catherine put René Jr. in his bed. She walked over and got 2 glasses and filled them with Merlot. She hadn't had a drink in 9 months, and she was really looking forward to enjoying a glass with René. René put on some Mozart and sat down next to Catherine and toasted with her to life. Summer blasted in that year. The comfortable afternoon temperatures of spring were gone. The city air was thick with smog and humidity, and the mood seemed to change to stress and agitation. The street vendors were even less hospitable than they normally were, standing around sweating and yelling at each other. Catherine and René had not gotten much sleep over the past months. It was hot in the apartment, and tempers constantly flared up. The lovey-dovey life they had lived up till now was nowhere in sight. They were both tired of the agitation. Life definitely wasn't what it used to be. One morning they both got up early. It was still hot, even at 6 in the morning. Neither had slept. The baby was crying. The door to the balcony was open, and they could hear people yelling at each other in the streets. It seemed unbearable. René looked at Catherine with a look of despair on his face. "I can't take it any more," René said to her in a quiet and distressed tone. "I know, I can't either. This heat is killing me," she replied. "Let's go to Cassis," René exclaimed. "Shit, yeah. When?" she answered without a second thought. "You pack and I'll call the train station," he said with a smile. Catherine packed her stuff and got little René ready. René had made reservations for the next train to Marseille, which left in an hour. They rushed to get everything together, and then got a taxi to the station. René had called Jacques and asked him to meet them at the station in Marseille. They just made it to the train on time. They got on and headed out of the city. The hectic of rushing around gave them both a sense of relief. They felt better just knowing that they were getting out of the city and heading to the cooler seaside breeze. They pulled up into the station in Marseille. Jacques was standing on the platform waiting for them. René hugged Jacques. Jacques kissed Catherine on the cheek, the standard greeting. He had a peek at little René. He was sleeping, and they all walked out of the station to Jacques' car. Jacques drove slowly along the coast to Cassis. The breeze from the Mediterranean was wonderful. They unpacked the car and took their stuff into the cottage. The refrigerator was full because Jacques had taken care of everything again. There was even a baby bed in the bedroom next to theirs. Catherine came out of the bedroom and walked over to Jacques and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you so much for taking care of everything," she said to him, with a big smile on her face. Jacques had always felt a bit distant from Catherine, ever since that incident last time they were here. "Anything for you, Catherine," Jacques said and smiled himself. He felt a little more at ease. "Who wants lunch?" Catherine asked. René and Jacques raised their hands. They looked at each other and laughed. It felt like old times for both of them, and Catherine could see that they were both more relaxed. It felt like a family again. Catherine knew what was going on, and she accepted the fact that Jacques had another side, the drug business. But she also knew that he was very protective of René and wouldn't drag him back into the scene. Jacques headed home and left René and Catherine sitting in the backyard, drinking wine and watching the sunset. The days went by quickly in Cassis. They spent a lot of time hanging out at the beach and enjoying the Med. Jacques came by every now and then to have dinner with them. One evening he brought a little white teddy bear for little René. Catherine was a bit shocked. She never saw Jacques as someone who would spend the time to go shopping and buy a teddy bear. Jacques enjoyed hanging out with them. Catherine had the feeling that Jacques wished for a family as well, but he didn't seem to be the kind to have the patience or time. They stayed in Cassis longer than they had planned. It was just too good to leave. But things had to be done back in Paris. They both needed to get back to the art scene, and besides, there wasn't much to do in the evenings in Cassis. Catherine packed their things, and René made arrangements for them to leave on the next day's train. They arrived back in Paris the next afternoon. The weather had cooled off considerably. Life in the city seemed to be as it was when they left, only a lot less stressful. The summer went by fast. Autumn weather was starting to set in, and the leaves on the trees were turning colors. Catherine couldn't believe how fast time was going by. She was always busy with little René and painting. She talked to her mother a lot on the phone, and she got the occasional postcard from Dave and Nikkei. They were still in Australia and were heading to Thailand. She was jealous of their freedom to roam around the world, but she wouldn't change her life for anything. René's parents called more often, asking about their grandchild. Marie visited every now and then as well. She had a new boyfriend and was really happy these days. The winter passed quickly. Catherine had settled into her mother role rather easily. Their lives had become filled with the simple day-to-day task of taking care of the baby and painting. Spring came and then summer. Little René had his first birthday. This year they had planned to go to Cassis and stay the summer. René had spoken with his parents, but wasn't ready to go to Argentina to see them, at least not this summer. They got the train to Marseille. Jacques picked him up as usual. They all spent a lot of time together in the first couple of weeks. Jacques stopped coming around so often. He had a lot going on. At least that's what he told Catherine. René knew that something was up, but avoided asking about it. Catherine and René were sitting out back of the cottage playing with little René, watching the seagulls soaring along the coast. The phone rang. René answered it. "Jacques? What's up?" René asked. "I'm down here in Cassis on the boardwalk. Can you guys come down?" Jacques asked. It took René a bit by surprise. "I don't know. Is there something wrong?" René was concerned. No, not at all. But it's important. I have a surprise for all three of you guys." "I have a surprise for all three of you guys," Jacques said in an upbeat voice. "Okay, we'll be right down," René said and hung up the phone. "That was Jacques. He wants us to come to town," René said to Catherine. "There's nothing wrong, is there?" she asked. "No, he said he had a surprise for all three of us." René looked at her and raised his shoulders to say, "I haven't got a clue." They all got in the car and headed to town. René parked in front of the restaurant by the bay. Jacques was standing along the boardwalk waiting for them. Jacques waved for them to come over to where he was standing. They walked over to meet him. "What's up?" René asked him. "I thought I'd take you guys for a little boat trip around the bay," he said with a smile on his face. Catherine looked at René with a bit of concern. She wasn't sure about taking little René on a boat. René wasn't all that keen either, but he knew it was important to Jacques. Catherine gave René a look of, "It's up to you." "Okay, but take it easy with little René," he said seriously. "No problem. Over here." "I've rented a boat already." Jacques was still smiling. René couldn't figure out what was going on. They all got in the small speedboat and headed out into the bay. The boat went slowly, as not to frighten the baby. It was really nice to be out on the water, and Catherine was happy that they decided to go for the ride. René talked to Jacques. He was trying to figure out what was behind this sudden boat trip. Jacques wouldn't give in and say. He told René that things were getting hot and heavy in Marseille, and that he'd been having a lot of confrontations with the other big dealer in town. He was trying to make a push to take over the whole market. The boat went around the point of the bay. There was a large yacht anchored. Their boat headed straight for the yacht, then pulled up next to it. There was a ladder leading up the side. Their boat stopped at the bottom. "Come on," Jacques said and headed up the ladder. René and Catherine were still sitting in the boat. They weren't sure what to think of this. René stood up and helped Catherine to the ladder and followed her up to the deck of the yacht. "René!" the woman standing in front of Catherine yelled, then ran over to him and hugged him. "Mother!" René said. Catherine was completely freaked out. She wasn't sure what was going on. René turned and looked over towards Jacques. His father was standing next to him. He walked over and shook his hand. "Hello, Father," René said with little emotion. His father took his hand and pulled René towards himself and hugged him. René freaked as well. He never had a close relationship with his father, and he wasn't sure what to think of this. "And this is Catherine, and little René," René's mother exclaimed as she walked over and hugged Catherine and looked at little René. "Hello. It's nice to finally meet you," Catherine said and smiled at her. Catherine felt a bit uncomfortable. René walked over and put his arm around Catherine. He saw that she was unsure of the whole situation. René's father walked over and kissed Catherine on the cheek and looked down at the baby and smiled. "He's beautiful," René's mother said. "Can I hold him?" René's father asked Catherine. She wasn't sure. She looked over to René. He nodded his head. She handed little René to him. He had a look of pride that couldn't be mistaken. "He has your eyes," he said to Catherine, and then smiled at her. "You are even more beautiful than René had described," he said to her. She smiled back at him, and then looked at René. He could see she was still confused and still afraid of him. They all walked over and sat down at a table on the deck of the yacht. Catherine took little René back as they all sat down. René's mother stared at the baby. She was so excited to see him, and Catherine could see it in her face. "Would you like to hold him?" she asked her. "Oh, yes," she answered Catherine. Catherine handed her the baby. She was absolutely glowing with pride, and René's mother saw how proud Catherine was of her baby. They started talking about their paintings and their life in Paris. René's mother told her how much she missed Paris. "We're going below to grab some beers," René's father said to the women. It was a sign that it was time for the men to go have a talk. Catherine had a frightened look in her eyes as she looked at René. He glanced back at her with a look of "Everything's cool, don't worry." They got up and headed to the other end of the boat. They spent about an hour below. Catherine had spent the whole time talking to René's mother about René and when he was young. They finally came back up and sat down with the women. Catherine glanced over to René. He looked back at her and smiled. "I've arranged a nice dinner for all of us here. There's room for all of you to stay on board tonight," René's father said. René looked at Catherine. She nodded her head in agreement. "Can you show us where our room is? We need to put little René to bed," René asked his mother. "Come on, I'll show you," she said, and stood up to go below to their cabin. Catherine took little René and followed. "Here's your cabin," she told them as she opened the door and walked in with them. She showed them around and told them that if they needed anything, to pick up the phone. The crew would see that they got what they needed. "I'll see you at 7 for dinner," she said to them and left. "René, is everything okay?" Catherine asked him. "Yeah, there's been some trouble in Marseille, and Jacques and my father have to deal with it," René explained to her. "But it doesn't involve me," he said. Catherine looked concerned. She was afraid of the whole scene and didn't want René to even be close to it. "What did he want to talk to you about?" she asked him. He could see the fear in her eyes. "It's all right, Catherine. He only wanted me to watch after my mother," he told her. "What? Is it that bad?" Catherine really looked frightened now. "I don't know. But it's not my problem," René said sharply. He was a bit upset at having to explain something he didn't want to be involved with. "I'm sorry, René. It's just that I don't want anything to happen to you." Catherine walked over and held him. "I know. It'll be all right," he consoled her. Jacques had left for Cassis. Catherine lay down on the bed with little René and took a nap. René went up on deck to spend time with his mother. A boat was heading towards the yacht. René looked out to see who it was. 3 of the crew members grabbed their AK-47s and ran over to the side of the boat and waited. It was Jacques. He held up his hands and waved. The crew relaxed and went back to their duties. René wasn't used to the paranoia, and it set him on edge. He was worried about Catherine and little René getting caught up in some weirdness that he had no control over. "Don't worry, René. It's just your father's way," his mother said to him. "I don't understand how you can deal with this crap day to day," he said to his mother. Just then Jacques came on board and walked over to René. He was carrying a large bag. "I brought some stuff from the cottage for you guys," he said to René. "Oh, man, I totally forgot we didn't bring anything with us." "Thanks," he smiled at Jacques. René took the bag down to their cabin. Catherine was asleep with the baby. René slipped in and put the bag on the floor, turned and walked back out. They all got dressed up for dinner. Catherine and René looked absolutely brilliant. They dined on the main deck, looking out over the water to Cassis. It was a beautiful evening. All the lights, shimmering along the shoreline, gave the view of the coast a new perspective. They all enjoyed the dinner and talking afterwards. It was a perfect evening. The next morning, Catherine and René got up and had breakfast alone. They sat on the upper deck of the yacht and talked about his parents. A little later, everybody else showed up and joined them for coffee. They sat and talked a bit more. Then René said they needed to get back to the cottage, but would talk to them later. The speedboat came in and picked them up and took them back to Cassis. "I'll call you later," Jacques said to René and then winked at him. Catherine caught the wink and asked René what was up, once they had left the speedboat. "Jacques and my father are going to take care of some business in Marseille this afternoon," he said reluctantly. "Oh, is it going to be dangerous?" she asked carefully. "Yeah, it always is. But today I think it's going to be really bad," he said, sounding worried. Catherine could tell he was really uptight about the whole thing. She didn't want to push it too much. René wasn't wrong. All hell broke loose. Jacques knew the competition was expecting a big shipment on board from Tunis. René's father wanted to settle the problem that he and Jacques had been having with them, once and for all. Philippe Chevalier was a hard man. Jacques was just as hard. He had learned well from his adopted father. They gathered all the runners and muscle that worked for them and headed down to the docks. There were about 5 cars full of burly men. They pulled up a bit away from the ship and parked out of sight. Philip and Jacques simply walked straight down the ramp to the ship with about a dozen men behind them. They got to the stairs which led up to the ship and ran up them as fast as they could. Suddenly shots went off. It was the craziest thing. They just walked on board and started shooting at anything that moved. They made their way back to where the container was and didn't leave anyone standing. A couple of the men that came with Jacques were also dead. The others grabbed the bags of heroin and marched back to their cars. Everybody took off in different directions. Jacques and Philip headed to the docks on the east side of town, jumped into the speedboat, and headed out into the Med. They arrived back at the yacht in Cassis about 30 minutes later. Jacques called René. The big man wasn't there, but we took what we went for, Jacques told him. Shit, Jacques. Be careful. He knows it was you, René warned him. Jacques knew it all too well. What are you going to do? René asked him. I'm going after him. If I don't get him, he'll get me, Jacques said with a sort of laugh. René knew Jacques, and he knew it wasn't a laugh of confidence. Jacques was worried, and with good reason. He knew he was in danger, and that there was only one way out. Okay, Jacques, call me if you need me, René said to him. They both knew that went without saying. René was frightened for Jacques. Catherine watched as he talked with him on the phone. She was scared too, especially after what she heard René say at the end of their conversation. Oh, God, René. Catherine looked at him. He could see the fear in her eyes. It'll be all right, Catherine, he said to her. Neither believed that. Jacques got a call from one of his guys. He said he knew where the others were, meaning the boss of the competition. Jacques told Philip. He got some of his men from the boat, and they all headed out in the speedboat back to Marseille. The boat pulled up slowly to the dock. They were met by all the men that had helped raid the ship. They got into their cars and headed into town. Jacques and Philip pulled up around the corner of the Rue de Paix and drove slowly in front of the high-class restaurants. They stopped their car, got out, and started walking towards Chez Michel. It was a quiet street, not much traffic, and only rich upper-class people. 2 of the cars went around back. Jacques walked up the steps with Philip right behind him. Suddenly, a well-dressed man leaned over the railing, looked at them, and pulled out a gun from under his jacket. Jacques saw him raise the pistol and shot him. They all ran up the steps. Shots were going off everywhere. The other group of men came in through the back of the restaurant. Jacques and Philip stood at the top of the stairs, spraying the patio with bullets. Everybody on the patio fell to the ground, trying to avoid getting their heads blown off. People were screaming, tables were knocked over, glass was flying through the air. Philip caught a glance of someone jumping over the railing out of the corner of his eye. He yelled to Jacques. Jacques saw the man they were looking for. He ran in the direction of the fleeing man, held out his pistol and started shooting at him as fast as he could pull the trigger. Just then, one of the men that was hiding behind the table stood up right in front of Jacques. He completely surprised Jacques. He pulled up a pistol. Jacques saw it coming. It all seemed to go into slow motion. Jacques' eyes opened wide, and he yelled. Before he could turn his pistol on the man, he pulled the trigger. Jacques lay dead in front of Philip. Philip screamed, pointing his gun at the man, pulling the trigger until it was empty. 2 of Jacques' men grabbed his body and ran for the cars. Philip ran behind. They drove back to the docks and put Jacques' body in the speedboat with Philip. They sped out into the sea and headed for Cassis. Philip was in shock. He couldn't believe what had just happened. They pulled in next to the yacht. 2 of the crew members took Jacques' body up to the main deck and lay him down. Philip sat down at the table next to Jacques' body. He put his head down in his hands. Annetta walked over and looked down at Jacques, and then to Philip. She was in shock and couldn't say anything. Philip just looked up at his wife. He had tears in his eyes. She dropped down on her knees and brushed Jacques' hair off his face. Oh, God. Poor Jacques, she said in a daze. What have you done, Philip? She stated more than asking. She didn't look up at him as she said it. She stood up, turned, and walked away towards her cabin. Philip was at a loss for words. He was hurting, then got pissed. He was going to get them for killing Jacques, no matter what it took. René, "You better come out to the yacht, alone," his mother said to him on the phone. "What's wrong? What happened?" René had a bad feeling in his stomach. "It's Jacques, René. He's dead." Annette had started crying on the phone. "Shit." René hung up the phone. Catherine was standing in the kitchen. She watched him the whole time he was on the phone. She knew something bad had happened. "René, what's the matter?" she asked in a tone that said she knew it was bad. René didn't say anything. He just stood there staring at Catherine. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Catherine didn't say anything. She just waited for him to speak. "It's Jacques. He's dead," he said in a solemn tone. Catherine's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe it. He was just standing here not long ago, she thought to herself. How could he be dead? "Oh, fuck," she exclaimed in confusion. "I have to go out to the yacht," René told her as he walked towards the door like a zombie. Catherine watched him as he walked out the door. She didn't say anything to him. She was in a complete state of confusion. René drove down to the docks, got on the speedboat that was waiting for him, and headed out to the yacht. He walked up the steps to the main deck. Jacques was lying there. Philip was still sitting at the table. René walked over and sat down on the deck next to Jacques' body. He put his hand on Jacques' chest and sat there staring at him. Tears started rolling down his cheeks. He finally stood up. He looked at his father. His mother was standing behind Philip. He bent down and picked Jacques' body up off the deck and held him in his arms. He looked back over at his father. Philip looked at him but didn't say anything. "Look what you did to him, you bastard," René screamed at his father. "It's your fault he's dead." René's face went red, his eyes wet with tears. "I never want to see you again." René screamed at him again, and then turned to carry Jacques' body back down the stairs to the speedboat, got in and told the driver to take him back. Philip didn't move or say anything. Neither did Annette. They were both stunned by René's outburst. René put Jacques' body in his car and drove back to the cottage. He pulled up into the driveway, got out, walked out back, grabbed the shovel, and walked over to the corner of the garden and started digging. He dug with fury. He looked like a complete wild man. He was so mad that he couldn't contain his feelings. Catherine watched him from the kitchen window. At first she didn't know what he was doing with the shovel. Then she figured it out. She stood there for an hour watching René digging non-stop. She knew not to go out there. René had dug a grave about 5 feet deep. He threw the shovel to the side of the grave, walked back to the car and took Jacques' body out, and walked back to the grave. Catherine watched as he struggled to carry Jacques' body. He could barely walk from exhaustion. René finally made it back to the grave. He gently laid Jacques' body in the hole and crawled back out. He sat there, bent down on his knees, looking down into the grave at Jacques' body. He squeezed the loose dirt through his clenched fist, dropped his head down and started crying. Catherine came out of the kitchen and walked over to René. She bent down on her knees next to him and put her arm around his shoulders and held him. They both stayed knelt at the grave for a long time. The sun was starting to set. René finally pushed some dirt into the grave with his hands. Catherine started to push dirt onto Jacques' body as well. René stood up, grabbed the shovel, and covered the hole back up. Catherine walked over to the other side of the garden, picked some flowers that she had planted there, and walked back over and laid them on the grave. They both stood there looking down at the grave, worn out from exhaustion and blown away with disbelief. It was an incomprehensible moment. They went back into the cottage and sat at the kitchen table and opened a bottle of wine and sat there drinking, trying to understand what had just happened. Neither of them talked. What they had just been through left no room for anything other than quiet reflection. René was dirty, tired, and unable to sit in the kitchen. He needed to get out and walk. Catherine grabbed the bottle of wine. They walked out front of the cottage. It was dark. Philip made some calls to town. He was going to find that bastard no matter what it took. He planned to go into Marseille the next morning and get even. Annette came up from below and sat down next to him. Neither said anything. One of the crew members brought them some drinks. He put the drinks down on the table and started to turn and leave. Suddenly he looked out towards the coastline. There was a faint noise of speedboats on the water. The buzzing sound of the motors were getting louder and louder. They were coming towards the yacht. All the crew members grabbed their guns and ran to the side of the yacht. The speedboats came right at them. Suddenly shots were flying through the air. Philip pushed his wife to the deck, and he grabbed his machine pistol off the table and started firing at the boats. 3 speedboats circled the yacht and fired endless rounds into it. The shooting seemed to go on forever. One of the boats started shooting at the fuel tanks of the yacht. Suddenly the yacht blew up in an incredible fireball. René and Catherine were standing out front of the cottage, drinking wine and staring at the lights of Cassis, reflecting on Jacques. They both jumped backwards when they saw the large flash of light and then the fireball coming from the water. "Oh, fuck," René said as he looked at Catherine. She knew instantly what he was thinking. "Stay here, I'll be back. Don't open the door for anyone," he said in a panic. He ran to the car, jumped in, and screeched off towards town. He drove down the mountainside like a complete maniac. He sped through town to the docks, slammed the brakes on, and jumped out of his car. He ran along the docks looking for someone with a boat. A couple had just pulled in and docked their fishing boat. René jumped on board and told them to take him out to where the yacht was anchored. The couple were completely freaked out, but did what he said. They cruised out to where the yacht was. There was nothing. There was no yacht, only floating debris. They circled the area, but to no avail. The yacht was gone, blown to pieces. René couldn't believe it. He had never thought it would be so bad. They circled a little while longer. He told them to head back. Catherine sat at the kitchen table. She was afraid. She had turned all the lights out in the house and put little René's bed in the kitchen next to her. Headlights from a car pulled up in front of the cottage. She ran to the front window and peeked out to see if it was René. It was. He walked up to the front door. Catherine unlocked the door and let him in. René's face was completely white. He was in shock. "They blew up the yacht," he said to Catherine with a crazy look in his eyes. "Oh, God. René, we've got to get out of here," she said, panicked. "Yeah, we'll leave the first thing in the morning," he said, still in a daze. He walked into the kitchen. He saw that little René was in his bed. He reached down and picked him up and held him. Catherine walked over and hugged him from behind. "I'm so sorry, René," she said softly. "You two are all I have left," he said in a sad tone. They both just stood there in the dark, looking at little René. Catherine was holding on to the two of them. René put the baby back in his bed. They both sat up all night at the kitchen table. They were not only in shock, but they were afraid that they might be next. The sun slowly started to rise. They packed all of their stuff and put it in the car and drove north back to Paris. They avoided going through Marseille. It was a long drive back. They were both exhausted when they finally arrived at their apartment. The next morning, René called Marie to tell her what had happened. She totally freaked out. She couldn't understand how it could have gone so far, or even that Philip would take the chance to come back to France. She told René that she would come by later that afternoon. "René, we don't have anything in the house to eat, and there's no coffee," Catherine said to him. "Let's go to the cafe around the corner and get some lunch. Marie is coming by after a while," he said to her. Catherine got little René dressed and grabbed his diaper bag. They headed out the door to go to the cafe. They walked along the sidewalk together. They were both still tired from the trip back. Catherine shifted little René to her other arm. She dropped her diaper bag. René didn't notice. She stopped and bent over to pick it up. Just then a guy walked past her and right up to René. She looked up to say something to René when the man pulled out a pistol. Catherine screamed just as he held it to René's head and pulled the trigger. René fell to the ground in front of her. The man with the gun ran into the street and jumped into the car that screeched away. She ran over to him. Blood was all over the sidewalk. She shook him. "René, René," she screamed. He didn't move. "Oh, fuck," she screamed again. "Oh, René." Her voice faded off. She dropped her head down on his chest and cried uncontrollably. Little René was still tucked in her arms. He was crying from all the noise. Catherine was dressed in her black leather pants. Her mother stood on her left side, Marie on the right. She held her baby in her arms. They all stood listening to the priest speak. There were only a couple of friends at the funeral. Catherine didn't want a lot of people there. She wanted René's funeral to be private. Catherine hadn't spoke much to anyone the last few days. She was still in shock. It was impossible for her to fathom that René was gone. She simply couldn't accept everything that was going on. They left the funeral and walked to the cafe near the university. Catherine kept turning around and looking for René, out of habit. Her mother asked her what she was looking for. She opened her mouth to tell her René, but then realized that he wasn't coming. She started crying. Marie put her arm around her. Catherine dropped her head down and stared at her cup. Tears were rolling down her cheek. Marie and Catherine's mother were quiet. They too were still in shock. "I'm so sorry, Catherine," a voice came from behind her. Catherine turned her head at the familiar voice. "Nikkei, oh God." Catherine stood up and turned to her. Nikkei walked over and hugged Catherine. She held her for a long time without saying anything. "I'm so sorry about René," Nikkei said quietly to her. "I'm so glad you're here, Nikkei." Catherine looked at her and gave her a little smile. Marie stood up and made room for Nikkei to sit down at the table next to Catherine. They all started to talk about Nikkei's travels with Dave and what happened between them. She needed a break from the continuous torture she had been putting herself through. Nikkei kept most of the conversation to a minimum. She didn't want to go into details with the others around. They all parted from the cafe about an hour later. Nikkei went back to Catherine's apartment with her, Marie, and her mother. Catherine put little René in his bed. Nikkei stood next to her, admiring the baby. They both stood there looking at little René. Nikkei put her arm around Catherine. Catherine turned to her. Nikkei held her in her arms, and Catherine started crying. She cried for a long time. Nikkei just held her and comforted her. Catherine looked up at her friend, her eyes wet with a look of despair. Nikkei kissed her gently on the cheek. "Let's go have a glass of wine," she said to Catherine with a smile. Catherine smiled back and shook her head in agreement. They walked out into the kitchen and sat down at the table with Marie and her mother. They all had a glass of wine together. "To René," Catherine said as she held up her glass and made the toast. Everybody held up their glasses and repeated the toast together. They sat around and talked for a while. Then Marie told them that she had to be going. Catherine's mother went into the other room to lay down for a short nap. Catherine and Nikkei stayed in the kitchen and talked. "Okay, what happened between you and Dave?" she asked Nikkei point blank. "Oh, God, it's a long story," Nikkei said as she sighed. Nikkei told her all about what she and Dave had done, where they had been, everything. "I left Dave in New Delhi," she said to Catherine with a sad note in her voice. "What was he going to do?" Catherine asked her curiously. "I'm not sure. I think he was going to stay there for a while. He was really bummed out when I left," Nikkei told her with a hint of regret. "I'm really sorry, but I'm glad you're here right now," Catherine said. They both just sat there for a moment in silence, lost in their own thoughts. Nikkei thinking about Dave, and Catherine thinking about René. Catherine's mother came back into the kitchen. They both looked up at the same time. Her mother noticed the sadness in both of them. She walked over to the table and poured herself a glass of wine and sat down with them. Catherine just looked at her mother. She had never really seen her drink all that much, or to sit down and join in like one of the girls. It surprised her. "What are we going to do this evening?" she asked Catherine and Nikkei as she drank from her glass. Catherine looked over to Nikkei, raised an eyebrow as if to say, "Hey, check out my mom." Nikkei looked back and smiled. She knew exactly what that look meant. "I don't know, Mom. What do you want to do?" Catherine smiled at her. "I don't know. I thought maybe the three of us could go out for dinner or something," she said to the two of them. "Yeah, that sounds good. What do you think, Nikkei?" Catherine asked. "Oui, sounds good." They all smiled. The mood eased a bit for Catherine and Nikkei. Nikkei left to go home and change. Catherine went to lie down and rest for a while. Catherine's mother sat by the baby and read her book. It was a stressful day, and everyone was worn out. Catherine got up, had a shower, and came out to the kitchen. Her mother had made some coffee. She poured herself a cup and sat down with her mother. "Nikkei is a really nice girl," she said to Catherine. Catherine looked at her a bit surprised. "Yeah, she's great," Catherine said. "Catherine, you two seem very close," her mother said. Catherine just looked at her. She didn't know how to respond at first. "We are close," she said in a matter-of-fact voice, trying not to indicate anything else. Her mother knew she was trying to avoid talking about Nikkei. "Is there anything you want to tell me about you and Nikkei?" she asked Catherine subtly. Catherine looked at her mother with panic on her face. "What do you mean?" Catherine asked defensively. "Catherine, I see how you two look at each other. It's okay," her mother smiled at her. Catherine didn't say anything at first. "It's all right if you don't want to talk about it. I only want to know that you're going to be okay, and that there's someone to look after you," she explained to Catherine. "Oh, God, Mom, how did you know? I don't know what to say," Catherine said, a bit embarrassed. "It's okay, Catherine. Don't be upset. I understand," she said to her. Catherine just looked at her mother. She was astounded at her perception, as well as her understanding. "I do love Nikkei, and I loved René more than anything else in the world. It wasn't easy for me to give up one for the other, but I wouldn't have changed it for anything. I don't know what's going to happen between me and Nikkei. I haven't thought about that. I still can't believe René's gone, but I'm happy that Nikkei is here," Catherine explained to her mother. "I know, dear. I only want things to be good for you. So take your time, and I will always be here for you," she smiled at Catherine. "And remember that you can always come back to Colorado, and you can bring Nikkei if you want," she said calmly. Catherine stood up and leaned over and hugged her mother's neck. She still couldn't believe that they had had that conversation about Nikkei and herself. It just added to the weirdness of the day. They all went out for dinner. Little René slept most of the time while they ate. It was a strange feeling for Catherine, knowing that her mother knew about her and Nikkei. Nikkei, too, could see that things had changed. Catherine was more open and at ease around her. They finished their dinner, had a few drinks, and talked. It was getting late, and they were all exhausted from the long day. Nikkei headed home. "I'll come by in the morning and bring some things from the bakery," Nikkei said as she walked off towards her apartment. Catherine kept falling in and out of depression. Everything was so confusing. She couldn't get out of the habit of turning and looking for René. She hardly slept at night. She kept rolling over and reaching for René. He wasn't there. And she woke up every time she realized he was gone, and started crying. The next few days went by very slowly. Catherine was completely exhausted. She had hardly slept, and she was slowly losing her perspective on reality. Nikkei finally went to the doctor's to get her some tranquilizers. She had to get some sleep. Catherine finally took some of the sleeping pills. She slept for almost 2 days straight. Nikkei and Catherine's mother took care of the baby. It was a hard few days for all, but Catherine slowly came back around. She got the rest she needed, and that helped her put things back into perspective. She had little René, and she needed to be strong for him, as well as for herself. Life got better over the next few weeks. Catherine got her determination for life back. She and Nikkei were inseparable. Catherine's mother felt better about Catherine and decided to go home now. Catherine and Nikkei took her to the airport to see her off. "You girls take care of each other, and if you want, you can come live with me in Colorado, both of you," Catherine's mother said to the two of them. She hugged them both, kissed the baby, and walked off down the ramp to her plane. Marie came by every couple of days to check on Catherine. She had been taking care of all the paperwork with the lawyers and insurance company. She wanted to make sure that Catherine would be taken care of and that she received all her benefits. She was also in touch with the family lawyer from René's father. It turned out that Philip had written René and Catherine, as well as little René, into his will. So basically, everything that was left from Philip's estate would come to Catherine. During the past months, Nikkei had been spending most of her time at Catherine's apartment. They were still acting as friends towards each other. Nikkei hadn't pushed their relationship. She knew Catherine wasn't ready, and she didn't want to take the chance of losing her again. They were sitting in the living room, with the balcony door open, listening to the sounds of the city. Catherine started to work on a new painting. Nikkei was sitting on the couch writing, and little René was lying in his bed next to Catherine. There was a knock at the door. Nikkei got up to go answer it. "Bonjour, Marie," Nikkei said. Catherine turned to look toward the door. "Bonjour. How are you doing?" Catherine asked her as she walked into the room. "I'm doing good, but you're doing really good." She smiled at Catherine. "What do you mean?" Catherine asked, puzzled by her statement. "I just got off the phone with Philip's lawyer. He made arrangements to sell off everything in Argentina," Marie said, trying to control her excitement. "Yeah, and?" Catherine asked, but not really wanting to talk about it. "Well, it seems that Philip had quite a bit of money, and it's all being transferred to you this week," Marie continued. "Really? That's good, I guess," Catherine said, with a bit of sadness in her voice. She didn't really feel that she deserved anything from them anyway. "After all the lawyers and taxes are paid, you'll have about $10 million, Marie said, about to explode from excitement. Nikkei screamed. Catherine just sat there on the floor in front of her painting and stared at Marie. She couldn't comprehend what Marie had just told her. She sat there thinking about what Marie had just said. It was a bittersweet surprise. She was completely blown away by the amount of money that she was to receive, but she'd give it all away if it would bring René back. "I don't know what to say. She looked at Marie and started crying. "I'm sorry, Catherine. I know you miss René." Marie walked over to her and squatted down on the floor next to her and hugged her. "We'll all get through this together," she said softly to Catherine. "So I think we should open a bottle of champagne and have a toast to the future," Marie said with a smile on her face. "Yeah, that sounds good." Catherine wiped the tears from her eyes, stood up and walked over to the kitchen. She opened a bottle and poured 3 glasses. "To the future," she said in a tone of determination. They all toasted together. It all seemed like a dream to Catherine. She couldn't comprehend having so much money. She made an arrangement with Marie to handle all of her affairs. In return, she gave Marie a considerable amount of her money. Catherine felt she deserved it as well. The fall was slowly starting to show its colors. The days were getting shorter and the nights cooler. Catherine and Nikkei spent most of their time hanging out at home, painting and writing and playing with the baby. The time was passing and Catherine was getting used to being with Nikkei, but they still were just friends. One morning Catherine woke up, walked into the kitchen. Nikkei was sitting at the table drinking coffee. She had been staying in the spare room. She stopped where she was standing, looked at Nikkei. Nikkei looked up and saw Catherine standing there looking at her. "I think we should get a new apartment," Catherine said out of the blue. Nikkei just looked at her at first. She wasn't sure what Catherine meant. "We?" Nikkei asked. Catherine walked over to Nikkei. She stopped, looked her in the eyes. "Yes, Nikkei, we," she said, and leaned over and kissed her gently on the lips. Nikkei stood up and hugged Catherine. She was taken completely by surprise. Catherine called Marie and told her that they wanted to find a new apartment. Marie was a bit surprised as well, but she knew Catherine and Nikkei cared for each other, and it made her happy that Catherine was starting to get on with her life. Catherine and Nikkei had been looking at different apartments all week. Nothing they had seen fitted their needs. One afternoon Marie called and said she found a beautiful apartment close to Notre Dame, overlooking the Seine River. It sounded perfect. Catherine and Nikkei decided to walk over and have a look. Catherine had gotten the girl from down the hall to watch little René. She had babysat for Catherine a couple of times before, and Catherine liked and trusted her. They got dressed and headed out the door and up the street toward Notre Dame. It was a cool afternoon. The sky was a perfect blue. As they walked along the street, leaves were falling off the trees. There was a distinct feeling of autumn in the air. They got to the bridge that crossed over the Seine. Catherine stopped in the middle of the bridge and stared down into the flowing water. Nikkei put her arm around Catherine and stared down at the water with her. "I really miss René terribly," she said to Nikkei. "I know, Catherine. Nikkei said softly. Catherine turned and looked at Nikkei. I love you, she said to Nikkei and kissed her softly. I love you too, Nikkei smiled back at her. They both turned and looked back to the flowing water of the Seine. Just at that moment, a single red rose floated out from under the bridge below them and down the Seine. They both watched it float by until it was out of sight.